Good evening, everyone. The Sacramento City Council will come to order. Let's call the roll, please, to establish a quorum.
Thank you. Councilmember Ashby. Here. Councilmember Warren. Here. Councilmember Harris. Here. Councilmember Hanson. Present. Councilmember Guerra. Here. Vice Mayor Jennings via phone call.
Here.
Mayor Steinberg.
I'm here. We do have then two members absent, and I know Vice Mayor Jennings, welcome. Welcome by telephone. It's allowed for under the rules. It wasn't when I was here the first time, but now appropriately agendized. A member can call in by telephone. I may try it myself a couple times. I don't know. We'll see what happens here. We have a number of special presentations, but as is our tradition here, we're going to do public comment for items not on the agenda up front, and then we'll get right to the some of the very important public acknowledgments here. We got the pledge. I always do that. Okay. Yes, let's do the Pledge of Allegiance. What's that? Dr. Ayala, are you here? Come on up and lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please. Our new air quality control officer here in Sacramento. Welcome.
Thank you. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Very good. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Now, we'll take the public comment on items not on the agenda. I would note that, of course, you're welcome to talk about anything in this item, but for those who are here to talk about the homeless issue, we do have main part of our agenda focused on the emergency shelter expansion plan and related implementation activities. So if you want to save your testimony for that, that would be fine too.
I have 10 speakers for public comment. The first one is Garth Jensen. Following Garth is Matt Rowan.
Hello, and thank you for having me. This discussion is about Urban Roots Brewery. This is in District 4. So Urban Roots Brewery applied with the city as a restaurant. They applied with an alcohol beverage control as a small beer manufacturer, meaning that they can brew up to 60,000 barrels per year, and they have a planning on seating 170 patrons. This is not a small neighborhood eatery in a very quiet neighborhood. Our neighborhood is very quiet during the evening after hours when most of the state workers leave, and we like it that way, and that's one of the reasons why I purchased there. Parking is already an issue, but going from a warehouse with maybe 15 employees to a restaurant brewery with 170 patrons plus employees will dramatically change our quiet neighborhood. The issue is Urban Roots applied for an administrative reduction in parking requirements. However, they have 2 parking lots, and they are changing the front parking lot into an outdoor drinking patio. This patio is located directly across the street from our homes. I would like to ask each and every one of you up on the panel if you would like to have 70 people drinking on a patio across the street from your homes every night until 10 or 11 p.m., which is the times that they're expecting to operate. Please help our parking and noise problems by requiring Urban Roots Brewery to keep both parking lots and conduct their business indoors. And I'd also like to invite you to come out after hours, 7, 8 o'clock at night, or even 6, as soon as the state workers leave, and see how quiet our neighborhood is. Because I don't think anybody here would like to have 70 people and that's the seating that they're expecting to have on this outdoor patio, to come out and affect your homes and your lives. This affects our properties and our values. And we just don't appreciate it. I gave some handouts and some pictures.
It's 2 minutes for public comment, and maybe we could ask the staff, is this in the midst of the planning process? It's already been approved. Okay.
Well, and this is another interesting fact, is if a neighborhood wants to change, if I want to change the windows in my house, the city of Sacramento sends every neighbor within 500 feet a questionnaire asking for permission for me to change my windows, yet the city does not notify anybody on a commercial building of any changes.
Was this entitled without any form of a special permit? Did it go through a process? Maybe Councilmember Hanson can explain, if you would.
Mayor, I would defer to Ryan DeVore, our community development staff, because I believe this went to the Planning Commission, and I believe this gentleman protested at that point, and the project was approved. But I believe the project would have been noticed, and everybody within at least 250 to 500 feet would have received a postcard.
Sir?
That is not
Hold
correct.
on. That's it. We're done now. 2 minutes. That's what we appreciate.
My other neighbor will be up next.
Good. Okay. We'll hear, and then we're happy to meet with you offline to try to at least answer your questions. Mr. Dangberg will help you out. He's not retired yet. Who's next?
Our next speaker is Matt Rowan, and then Eric Frame, and then David Andre.
Hello, and thank you for your time. It's Mike Rowan, actually. I'm a neighbor of Mr. Jensen's, and I also own a home in District 4 on 14th and U, and I just wanted to come and speak very briefly and also express my concern, not so much for the establishment of the business. I've met with the business owner, and I have no desire to stop someone from using a commercially licensed property for its purposes. However, I did want to speak in opposition to the administrative waiver on the parking requirement. Many of the homes in our neighborhood are are multi-unit or have no driveway. So if you don't have street parking right now, it really will impact the value of properties in the neighborhood. And in addition to that, the availability of parking for residents as people shuffle through the 1 hour zones. So I would just like to ask the City Council or the Planning Commission to consider the possibility of reviewing the approval of a waiver for the reduction in number of parking spots for the Urban Roots Brewery at that location. Thank you for your time.
Okay, well, that's something that we can consider and get back to you.
Thank you,
Okay, thank you.
Next speaker is Eric Frame, then David Andre, and then Braden Murphy.
Hello, everybody. Mr. Steinberg, you missed my list of grievances last week. I'll give you a little preview. Number 1, the criminalization and subsequent murder of countless homeless citizens. This starts with the unconstitutional no camping ordinance, of course, the closing of public bathrooms and the shut-off of water fountains, noise machines to prevent sleep, impounding vehicles that were people's last form of shelter. Feeding the homeless is still illegal, correct? Before everyone leaves, I want everyone in the audience to know that Sacramento has been called the hub of child trafficking, and KCRA 3 reports it's the second worst child trafficking city in the USA. Number 2, ignoring pleas for solutions to homelessness that we have brought to your dais, such as the use of vacant buildings and lots that are littering the city. Mr. Steinberg, you've said that we have a problem with vacant buildings and vacant lots in the city. So let's use some of those to help solve the homeless crisis. Ignoring solutions like tiny home villages. It's been working in Detroit and Portland and Seattle and St. Louis. If they can do it, we can do it. Countless pleas for rent control has also come to your dais, but those have been ignored. We do have enough to build 12 dog shelters, though. The attack on free speech. 2 minutes is not enough for me to list all my grievances. Also, you have this rule about the consent calendar in which people are only allowed to speak for 2 minutes total on the consent calendar, yet the consent calendar often has 15 or more items on it, so the public should be allowed to speak more fully on the consent calendar.
And your time is up.
All right.
So thank you. Your 2 minutes is up.
See you at the
Appreciate it.
next one.
Yep, very good. Yes, Councilman Guerra?
I just wanted to make a note that later on in the agenda, we will be talking about our joint efforts on the issue of human trafficking.
Yes, I know. Thank you for your leadership on that, sir. Go ahead.
Next speaker is David Andre, then Braden Murphy, and Wanda Cleveland.
Hello, Mr. Mayor, members of City Council. I talked last week about the fact that there's a rumor going around that there was a meeting last week that Mr. Mayor was at, and that it was announced that the tent city is off of the table. Is that true? Because I want to know who's actually legally responsible for the deaths from exposure. Because you guys are my elected officials, and I need to know that. Thank you.
Next speaker is Braden Murphy, and then Wanda Cleveland.
Yes, I wanted to spend my public comment to talk about public safety. Almost every single one of you put public safety as a high priority, and I can't verify it, but I bet all of you put it as your number one priority when you campaigned. Well, we have a huge public safety issue because there's no public restrooms and over 4,000 homeless people on the streets of Sacramento. And that is a disaster. It's terrible for the environment. And the homeless people's best option is to find a bush to go to the bathroom in. There's all different kind of political ideology, political parties and beliefs. I've never met a single human being in my life that doesn't think that the homeless should at least have porta potties to be able to go to the bathroom in. It's just completely ridiculous and shameful. This is a public safety fail on behalf of this council that it costs $3 at a minimum to go to the bathroom in the city of Sacramento. $3 that the homeless people do not have. There's going to be political opposition a little bit if you want to open up a tent city, although that's very popular, and I stand up for that. It's controversial where you would go with housing vouchers, whether the homeless should get them or a single parent should get them. But I've never even heard in my life one person who says, let's have the homeless go to the bathroom in the bushes. That does not make any sense whatsoever. And it is such a fail on behalf of this council who said they would stand up for public safety that there is not even restrooms for the homeless to go to the restroom. That is shameful. You should all resign based on that alone. Taxpaying citizens in the city of Sacramento deserve better than to walk the city and see feces in the bushes. That is just embarrassing. At a very minimum, the homeless have been neglected at millions and millions of dollars of wasted taxpayer cost. Can we please at least open up porta potties so that homeless can go to the restroom? Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Wanda Cleveland. Following Ms. Cleveland is Dan Pikowski.
Good evening. Yes, it's been 3 months since I've been here, so I'm full of it. I think right now, each and every one of you need to look at what's going on in the city. Yeah, I don't live here, and I want everybody to be very aware that I live on the outskirts of Sacramento. And if you don't think that it doesn't come rolling downhill, it does. We need bathrooms. We need drinking fountains. When I come down here to visit the Sacramento, and I spend my money, I have to pay to use your restrooms. I already pay taxes. Do you guys not take taxes from Elk Grove? I believe Elk Grove pays their taxes and on time, because the people of Elk Grove also pay their taxes. I want a bathroom, I want drinking fountains, and I want you guys to stop this criminalizing homeless people, beating them up, killing them. It's got to stop, and it's got to stop now. You guys can look everywhere else, Mr. Darrell, but you know what? It's a problem. It's not a problem just in Sacramento. It's through this United States. It's through Europe. Everybody's having a problem, and no one's solving it. Nobody's solving it. There have been proposals that's been on the books since January, and Mr. Steinberg, you also made statements that you were going to fix this, and you have fallen. You have fallen so far down. It's been put off and put off and put off. I'm wondering if you guys aren't gaslighting us, like Brandon said.
Next speaker is Dan Pikowski, and then Fago and Eric G.
Honorable Mayor, City Council members, City Manager, City Clerk Dan Piskowski. I'm a degreed arborist who has lived and worked in Sacramento for the past 27 years, and I wanted to talk about Sacramento's canopy. There was a paradigm shift back in 2007 where the city went from protect and preserve to remove and replace. And on the projects, and I listed some last week, all the city trees are being removed. Now, one of the issues I see is, and there's not a lot of concern like the way I'm concerned and some of the other people are, is the city's been getting these accolades. A few years ago, we received one of the top 10 urban forests in the United States. And this past April, article in the Sacramento Bee, it says, Capitol trees canopy rates near the top of the world. Well, the issue here is we need to compare Sacramento to Sacramento. Now, back in 1988, the city arborists at the time had aerial photographs taken of the entire city. If you took those photographs and compared it today, my estimation is we've lost between 19 to 27% of the canopy. And here's just an example on some of the neighborhoods. What happened in the city was they planted Modesto ashes. Most of those are gone. That was 20,000 trees. We're losing trees to outdoor cafes. We're losing trees. PG&E's taking out trees because of gas lines underground. SMUD's getting more aggressive. So the issue is, it sounds like our canopy is doing well. It's not. And that's why when we're looking at projects and stuff, we should go back to protect and preserve and not remove and replace. And I'd like to leave an article with you that I wrote in our neighborhood newspaper, The Viewpoint for Sierra Curtis Neighborhood Association. Thank you.
Thank you very much for coming.
Next speaker is Fago, and then Eric G.
So I'm going to kind of go off of the public health and safety aspect like Braden was, because we hear that conversation or that code word quite often. But we hear it as a reason why we have to punish the homeless rather than the concern of the public health and safety of the homeless. As Braden said, there's no restrooms. That does create a public health and safety concern when people start using bushes and all that because there's no place else to go. But it's also a health and safety concern for the homeless themselves that are now trapped having to hold their, whatever you want to call it, their excrements as long as possible until they can find some place where they're not going to be registered as a sex offender for having to go outside. Which any doctor can tell you, holding it in is actually really bad for your body, especially for women. There's also the public health and safety aspect of the impacts of the anti-camping ordinance, which causes people to not be able to get a good night's sleep, leading to sleep deprivation. So when people are under sleep deprivation, they're more irritable. They're less capable of doing the day-to-day functions they need to do in order to survive. So that creates another impact on the community as a whole, because now you've got somebody that's tired, irritated, not operating on full speed, especially if they've already got a pre-existing mental health or physical health condition. It's just making that worse. So just by having this ordinance, you're actually causing more damage to people's existence just for not being able to afford a place to live. Other aspects of public health and safety. We've been wanting to get a tent city. It's been on the table since January. No motion towards it, even though that in and of itself would be a really cheap, quick, and effective way to address some of these public health and safety concerns. You would be able to regulate what's going on there. You'd also be able to make sure there's bathrooms, trash facilities, all these things people complain about, but a simple tent city would fix, yet nothing, still.
Thank you, Mr. Clark. We'll be discussing it all tonight. You too.
Our next speaker is Eric G., and then Sharon Ambrakovich.
Good evening, City Council, chairs, and staff. My name is Eric G., and the reason why I'm out here today is because there's an entire City Hall full of people who all, by nature, are free and independent and have inalienable rights. Among these rights are these people are allowed to enjoy and defend their life and liberty, to acquire possessions and protecting their property, pursuing and obtaining safety, happiness, and privacy. I ask the City Council, I ask the Mayor, Vice Mayor, and all the seats to please uphold Article 1 of the California State Constitution when deciding on future ordinances.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Sharon Umbrakovich, and then Roxanne Fuentes.
Sharon Obergewich.
Thank you.
Yeah. First of all, I want to thank you for what you're trying to do for the homeless. Thank you for the 300-bed shelter for the winter. I assume you realize that is only 10% of the homeless population. However, there is a real problem looming on the horizon, and that is public health issues. In San Diego County, 15 homeless people have died from hepatitis A, and hundreds have been hospitalized. The public health response was to give vaccinations and educate. Neither of those worked. And I quote, "The health department gave pointed and unequivocal direction to the city, stating that the municipality should take immediate action to address the unsanitary living conditions of the at-risk populations. The virus that causes hepatitis A lives in human feces and is spread when people don't wash their hands after toileting. Another disease commonly called C. diff, or Clostridium difficile, is spread by the same methods as hepatitis A and gives a person diarrhea. Neither of these diseases are going to be confined to the homeless. The solution is to put porta potties and washing stations in every park and on every vacant lot. Otherwise, we will end up with the same public health problems." So on to another topic, the use of waste food. The Bee published a section on how we could use our scraps, our food scraps. Well, we could feed the homeless. Restaurateurs could not be fined thousands of dollars and be able to feed the homeless. Couple last things. One is we need rent control so other people don't become homeless. And if the homeless are drug users, where do they get the needles and the drugs? Who's giving them the drugs, etc. Thank you.
Roxanne Fuentes, and then Armando Flores.
Those are the last two.
Hi, Roxanne Fuentes, Sacramento. This is for Mayor Steinberg. I just kind of had a question. You authored the START program, right?
Yes, I did.
And that's one of the reasons I voted for you, because you said you would ensure that the START program would stay in the Sacramento City Unified School District.
It does, just by a different name now.
Well, anyways, at OW Earlywine Elementary School has had START there for years, but they discontinued it, and it is in the Sacramento City Unified School District, and they replaced it with some other program, and the kids, I was talking to some kids, and man, they're really unhappy because the START program has all this physical activities, outdoor, all kinds of stuff, and this new program, they just do their homework and just sit there for like 4 hours. So I just want, maybe you could look into that.
I will look into the OC Earlywine. Is that the
OW Earlywine?
OW Earlywine. I will check out that site. What happened was that over the years, the cost of the city essentially operating START was greater than what it would cost nonprofits to run the same quality after-school program. So this year, it was a hard one for me because you're right, I did launch START in 1995. We agreed to save about $500,000 by turning the program over to some very qualified nonprofits. And so they're running the program at each of the sites under a different name now. That particular school, I'm not sure off the top of my head whether or not there is it's in the county. Aha.
Well, see, the thing is, it's had the START program there for years because it's under the umbrella of the Sacramento City Unified School District. So it is in Sac City Unified.
It is, and in the county. Okay, but I'm not going to, just because in the county, I'm not going to say that's the end of the story. Let me take a look at this, because, you know, those kids ought to be served here too. We'll look into this.
All right,
Can we
thank you.
make sure that we have your name and number so we can get back to you?
Okay.
Okay, keep that, please. Okay, thank you so much for coming.
All right.
Take it seriously.
Our next speaker is Armando Flores, then Frank Topping, and the last speaker is Richard Wake.
Good evening. Someone just spoke about this problem in San Diego with the 15 people that have died, and hundreds are being hospitalized. Those are the ones that we know of. A lot of them are homeless people that probably have not figured out what's going on, and they're just going on their everyday life. That is something that you guys are bringing to Sacramento by closing the bathrooms, by not providing water. These are very essential things needed to live off of. Water is very important for a person, so is a bathroom. And by you neglecting to provide that for them, you are being the cause of what could happen, and it's happening already in other places. It's going to happen here. Don't think that it's not going to happen here. It's coming. It's probably already out there. In San Diego, they're washing the streets with Clorox. Here, you guys are spraying them with water. That was where it was being cleaned last time I saw at the park, with water. You're spraying water and feces, throwing it into the drains. That's not really being helpful. It should be going into the sewers. It should not be going into the sewers to begin with. It should be going into the porta potties or the public bathrooms that you took away from Sacramento. And I remember Steinberg being at the memorial for the homeless that died last year, 83 of them, and promised that he was going to fix the homeless problem. It's been 9 months. Nothing has been done. Nothing. Nothing. In case you didn't understand, nothing. You need to do something. It's ridiculous.
Our next speaker is Frank Topping, and then Richard Wake.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I don't know, I'm a little confused about the issues that are on the agenda, number 1 and number 17, and which is applicable for what. I didn't have a chance to read the supplemental material coming with it. I would like to make a couple of comments. Saw the article in B. Really appreciate your efforts. I would just like to say that the people behind going with Steve Waters and First Step Communities are excellent leadership. You're on the right path there. The thing is that it should be modular and around several places around the county, ideally. Another thing I'd like to mention is, without signing up to speak on the issue, is the funding for 211 for homelessness. It has been lately and historically that you call up, but without the availability of shelters currently, it really doesn't make sense. However, I agree with the funding, but it just doesn't make sense if you're paying somebody to say, okay, we have no services. I did work with Steve Heath and Alan Lang as part of the State of the Safety Net work group. They were note takers for me. We went around to interview all the CPACs here in the county. And I like the guys and I agree with their funding, but it's just Doesn't quite make
Stay
sense.
tuned, Frank. We're going to be discussing increasing shelter capacity fairly dramatically in the next few minutes, okay? Thank you.
The last speaker for matters not on the agenda is Richard Wake.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. I didn't get off work till 5 o'clock, so I appreciate the opportunity. So at the meeting I went to at the church in the Art and Arcade area a few weeks ago, I had asked what was going on with opening up the tent shelter in Councilmember Warren's district. I was told that that was off the table by Mayor Steinberg and also by Councilmember Chenier. A week later, when I spoke to a staff person in Councilmember Warren's district, I was told that there was going to be a workshop, maybe that's tonight, I don't know exactly what's all going to be said, that whatever proposals included the shelter. So somebody, we need to get more information out here to the public. We need to know if Councilmember Warren's plan is still going to be on the table, and maybe that is going to be discussed later on tonight. But as we've heard, there's take a look at what's happening in San Diego with the hepatitis. Well, someone said it's going to happen, it's already here, because in the B just several days ago, there's already unacceptable amounts of E. coli bacteria in the American River. What's going to happen after the county passed their unacceptable plan to roust the homeless people out of the parkway? The problem is going to get worse because all these people are going to get pouring into the city. So someone needs to explain what's going to happen. There's no discussion of opening up public restrooms and water fountains. We need to know the truth about what's going on here with the proposal to open up the tent city. This has been on the table now since January. Let's be honest and get the information out there so people will know what's going on. My advice to you, Councilmember Warren, if this plan is off the table, open up the damn shelter on your own. Don't worry about what these people are doing. You have the right to serve your constituents the way you need to see fit to do them, just like they would do against, they wouldn't be just as they would do for their constituents. And you know what? If things don't start improving, I'm going to start organizing protests, and guess where they're going to be? In front of your homes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That's public testimony on items not on the agenda. We're going to get, of course, to the homeless shelter issues in a few minutes, later on in the agenda. Ms. Cuppy, the clerk, would like to report out the closed session item before we move on to the presentations.
Yeah, would our city attorney like to report out on the closed session?
There is nothing to report tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. The non-report report. Excellent. Okay, we now get to a happy part of the agenda here. I want to begin with file item 1. Turn it over to Councilmember Guerra to recognize Latino Heritage Month.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. This is a interesting time of year where we have a lot of celebration about the diversity we have in the Latino community. And for this, if I could ask Maria Esperanza Harrington if she could come up, and also Mr. George Raya and Dr. Ayala, and I think there's a couple other folks that Lydia, our student senator from American River College, is going to bring up to the podium here. The history of Hispanic Heritage Month, or as we call it here in Sacramento, Latino Heritage Month, but the history starts in 1988 when the United States Congress passed Public Law 100-402, which established September 15th through October 15th as National Hispanic Heritage Month. And what's interesting about that is it originates from a lot of the independence of in some of the countries like Costa Rica, Mexico, El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, Nicaragua, and Chile, who are all on September 15th, 16th, and the 18th. And what's interesting about these Independence Days is that it was the beginning of democracies in these countries. And that's something to be celebrated, is the beginning of democracies. Not only that, but it's a time that we recognize the contributions of the Latino community to Sacramento in our country. To today to receive the recognition for the annual Latino Heritage Month here in Sacramento is Maria Esperanza Harrington from Casa de Español. And to talk a little bit about the Casa de Español, this is a local business that we're recognizing here in Sacramento. They have contributed by providing education on language, culture, and art. They first started out with just language services, but now have expanded to providing an art gallery, boutiques. They do educational trips around the world on the issue of Latino history and heritage. And what's in...
Excuse me, I'm sorry. Whoever has the telephone, please turn your phone off. Okay? It's distracting. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate that. And what's interesting about Casa de Español also is that they have worked this past May with their sister organization, Helping Chiapas and Vosh, California. They helped organize a team of optometrists and optometry students to go to Chiapas, where they help perform over 400 eye exams in rural communities, indigenous communities, and provided over 200 glasses to folks. And as if anybody hasn't noticed, I kind of fit that bill there here today as well. So, their contribution is also that they've helped 85% of their English students, people who are trying to learn English, go through scholarship. So they're helping that literacy also. So I think it's an important asset to the community. Not only that, but Miss Maria Esperanza Harrington was recognized by the Sacramento Women-Owned Business Association and received that award in 2016. Without further ado, let's give a big round of applause for the founder and owner, Maria Esperanza Harrington of Casa de Español.
Thank you so much. Buenas tardes, Mayor, of course, council members and Sacramentans. Casa is so deeply honored that we are even considered amongst so many wonderful businesses and organizations in Sacramento for this resolution. So to actually have it here and we're going to receive it in our hands, we're really, really excited for that. We stand before you a team of immigrants and children of immigrants. And with all of our hearts, we would like to accept this recognition on behalf of the many, our parents, our families, and all of the other Latino brothers and sisters who have come before us and sacrificed so much of themselves in the fields and in the cities to provide Casa a clear path to give back to our community and hopefully provide service and pride for our many cultures and our Spanish language. We are also so grateful to the city of Sacramento and its community members who have supported and championed our success when we started in 2011 as a small language school and now as a Sacramento Community Center for Cultural Exchange. At Casa, like Councilmember Guerra said, my favorite thing, and I think it's something that's for all of us, our favorite thing is this cultural exchange that we have, where our English students, many of them from are native of Latino countries, from Spain también, and they get to sit down with someone who is from here, from the United States, and practice Spanish, and practice their English as well. And with this face-to-face, they start to know who Yolanda is, who Erlinda is, and they become a person, not just someone who they don't know, the other. And it creates this wonderful mutual respect and even friendship. So we thank you so much for offering us this resolution. Muchas gracias.
Por supuesto.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to thank you at CASA for all of your work, especially because you moved to our street. We see you so much now, and you're always hosting wonderful events. And I want to thank Mr. Guerra for bringing this forward, because I haven't yet learned how to roll my R, but I still keep trying.
I can help you.
That's right. It may take more than you, but I appreciate all that you do. And also, every year the Latino Center for the Arts does tremendous work in Sacramento, and we have the Pantheon coming up soon, and I really appreciate all that they do as well, along with the rest of you, to honor our heritage and give our future hope.
And that's a perfect segue for Councilmember Hansen. The Latino Center of Arts and Culture, we also have George Raya here on their behalf. And one of the exciting things to announce is we just accomplished a 10-year lease agreement with the city of Sacramento It's been a 4-year effort that's been in conversation to achieve this so we can continue to have arts and culture in our city. Mr. Georgia Raya.
Thank you, Member. Mayor, council members, I want to thank City Manager Howard Chan, because this has been a 4-year effort to get a long-term lease. Up till, I guess we started in 2013, we had a year-to-year, and our facility needs ADA accessible restrooms, and we need air conditioning and heating. And we tried to get a grant, but because we had a year-to-year, we weren't eligible. But now we're eligible for funding to help improve our building. And it's going to really help provide more services to the community, and it really says that we're a stable organization. So thank you very much, Howard, and to the city for giving us a 10-year lease.
Great. Thank you very much. And you know what? I'm just going to read here 2 parts of the resolution. Whereas Latinos such as Dr. Ayala, Supervisor Cerna, County District Attorney, Deputy District Attorney Natalie Luna, our former Sacramento City Attorney Jim Sanchez, the Sacramento Unified School District Jorge Aguilar, the Sacramento City College President Michael Gutierrez, Sacramento City Director of Public Works Hector Barron, the Sacramento City Auditor Jorge Osegura, and dedicated public servants holding posts at the highest level of the city and local government. Now therefore be it resolved that by the mayor and the city council of the city of Sacramento that we do hereby recognize and celebrate the Latino Heritage Month from September 15, 2017 through October 15 of 2017, and esteem the integral role of Latinos and the manifold heritage of Latinos in the economy, culture, and identity of the city of Sacramento. Congratulations, congratulations, Maria. Let's round of applause for Hispanic Heritage Month and all our contributors here.
Yeah. You know, there's a great arts renaissance going on in Sacramento now. I mean, it's palpable. It's all over the place. And you remind us, this resolution reminds us that that commitment to building an arts community must be about multicultural Sacramento, must be about our diversity, must be.
Quick photo, and I forgot to mention there are a number of community leaders like Lola Costa that are on the resolution as well that we could go on for days here, but we have such a contribution from our Latino community.
Here we go. Go down this way. Good, good, good.
Really tight. Los chaparritos enfrente.
Terrific. Thank you again, Councilmember Guerra, very, very much. Let's now move to the second presentation, which is Councilmember Hanson recognizing Running for Rhett, the 10th anniversary.
Thank you, and it's my honor really to do this today. I'd like to invite up Tina Levote from our city staff, who's been a big part of this organization, but also Beth and Randy Sievers, who are Rhett's parents.
Hey guys.
Tina, I'd love for you to introduce the organization. We'll give Randy and Beth a chance. I'll talk a little bit about the other accomplishments.
Okay, well, good evening. I'm Tina Levote. I'm with your Community Development Department, and usually I'm a little bit more professionally dressed when I come to council.
And you look great.
But tonight I'm here with Running for Rhett, and it's a really great organization, and I could go on and on.
All right, let's have everybody wearing a Running for Rhett shirt come up and stand with them. You're all being shy, but...
And run up here.
Run up here.
Run very carefully.
I'm very pleased to be here. It's my honor to introduce Randy and Beth Severs. And again, it's just an amazing organization, so they can explain what they do and how they do it much better than I can.
Thank you, Tina.
Thank you very much. I'm Rhett's mom. I'm Beth. We started running for Rhett in honor of Rhett, who passed away when he was 7. Rhett was born with severe cerebral palsy and was never able to walk and run. And so after he passed away, I actually used running to get through the grief of losing him. And so we started raising money, and now we raise money through adult fitness programs for youth fitness programs all around Sacramento County.
I'm Randy, I'm Rhett's dad as well, and so with Beth together we used running to get through the grief of losing Rhett, and we brought a lot of friends along with us as we train people for half marathons, 5Ks and 10Ks. But we don't just raise money through our adult fitness program, we also raise money through other events that are held in the city area. We've been fortunate to receive funding from Councilmember Jennings. I know that a number of the members on the council have supported our cause as well. But what we do is we raise money for after-school youth fitness programs. And so we've grown from a small organization, and what we're being recognized for today is for our 10-year anniversary. We were established in 2007. We raise money and fund after-school youth fitness programs. And so this fall, we are actually going to be in 70 schools throughout the Sacramento area. 3,500 kids are going to take part in our program. We provide a 2-time per week after-school training program that prepares kids for a 5K race that they're going to run on December the 3rd, the Marathon Run, which is held down at the CIM finish line on the day of the CIM marathon race. And so these children, they drag their parents along with them, and we like to say that we're teaching the kids about health and fitness and nutrition and everything that comes along with it from the ground up. So they go home and they talk to their parents, and they tell their parents how important it is to get outside and move. And we get emails. I get emails, constantly about the important, or how Johnny comes home from school and says, we're supposed to go out for a walk after dinner tonight. And parents will say that they've never had that happen before for them. And so they go out and they go for a walk, and then they do it again, and they do it again. And so it's something that's very contagious, and it's something that's very powerful.
Yep. Randy, how much have you all raised together over that 10 years?
So over the 10 years, we've raised over $500,000, and we've funded over $500,000 to local Sacramento area schools. Our nonprofit continues to get bigger. We've got a budget now of about $750,000 a year that we're able to continue to expand our reach into other districts. We like to say that we reach four county areas in Sacramento. But a big portion of the schools that we reach and we fund are in the Sacramento City Unified School District and the Sacramento City itself. And so we want to continue to grow, and we're happy to see the growth that we're experiencing as the years continue to go on.
It's a truly inspiring story, and I think given how you turned your grief into opportunity, and you're changing lives all over, but in the world today with childhood obesity and the need to get out and move and not be stuck in front of a screen, whatever that screen is so important. And I watched Tina's journey as she started running and doing all of that, all the things that she does, and it truly does change lives. So we want to congratulate you on your 10-year anniversary. Thank all of your volunteers, because we know you don't do it alone, but also encourage you to keep going and keep running, but also keeping up your life-changing work.
So what we've actually done tonight as well is we do adult fitness as well, and so we've started something that we call a Blue Crew, and so we have crews that train all throughout Sacramento, in Folsom, Sacramento, Elk Grove. Tonight we did a special Blue Crew workout that we're going to all take off from here, and we are going to go do a run around Capitol Park, 3 times around Capitol Park. And then we're going to visit one of the local establishments down the street, Capitol Garage, for a little libations afterwards. And so
Keep the money local.
Yeah, keeping it local, so, yeah.
So we'd love to do a picture with you.
Yeah, we'd love that.
Yeah.
And one thing I wanted to add that Randy neglected to talk about was the outreach to Parks and Recreation. And so Randy has met with staff with the City of Sacramento Parks and Recreation and invited them to participate in the program. And they got an application from George Sim Community Center. So they're expanding to community centers as well as schools. And so it really is a great program, and to see the kids cross the finish line is just an amazing thing to see, so.
So in your day-to-day work, if you have some schools or some community centers that can be a part of what we do, we haven't turned down a school for any of our funding yet. And so we would encourage any school or any community center to take part in our program. It's completely free. And we provide them a lot of education about nutrition and fitness as well. So, thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Mayor. Do you want to come down?
I'd be very honored.
In front of us, please. Nice outfit. You guys all coordinated?
We are going to move the park side.
One, two, three.
All right, one, you ready? Yeah. 1, 2, 3.
You don't have to stay.
Run it.
Sorry.
Amazing people in our community. Thank you very much, Councilmember Hanson. And last but certainly not least, this is a special evening for the city of Sacramento as we recognize John Dangberg on his retirement. And I know John is joined today by his wife Lori and son Carson. And is there anybody else from the family? That's it. You cannot do justice, and we cannot do justice to John Dangberg's career with a single resolution or even a few minutes of public presentation. Can't possibly do justice to it. Because as Sacramento has grown and transformed and changed, and I believe for the better, as we have sort of begun to realize a different, or at least complementary economic identity, John Dangberg has been at the center of every piece of that. Of course, most prominently around the development of the Golden One Center, but there's so much more. And I think I'm relatively new, although I got to work with John back when we both had, well, he had darker hair, and I had more hair and a mustache. Back in the 1990s, and I think the highest compliment that I can pay John is to say that whenever there is an important idea around development, job creation, or economic development in and around this city, the first instinct is always, have you called John Dangberg? That's it. Because he is the go-to. Competent, brilliant, and with seemingly unlimitless, or I should say, unlimited energy. And I don't know how the city is frankly going to continue to do what it's been doing, continuing this path without you. I know we will, but it's hard to imagine. And so thank you for incredible public service. And we're not done with you yet, but a small way tonight of just saying thank you for incredible job well done on behalf of this city that I know you love very much. We love you for it. Thank you. Councilmember Ashby?
Thanks, Mayor. Are we bringing him up and embarrassing him and stuff?
Yeah, come on up, John, with the family. I'm sorry, I should have invited you up when I... So... Repeat everything that I just said a moment ago. It's yours.
I don't know, John, how I got to be like the senior person on this council, meaning been here the longest. I like to point that out. I'm not the oldest, just been here the longest. But I've lost track of how many city managers I've seen since we've been here. A lot. And every seat on the dais has turned over since I've been here. So 2 mayors, a couple District 2s, a couple District 3s, a couple District 4s, 3 District 7s since I've been here. And the only, face that hasn't changed that's been on this dais with me at any point so far is you. And, because, he stands in when the city manager's gone. And professionally, I think of you as first person here and last person to leave. That's the way I think of you. Person who turns off the lights at City Hall, if there were such a figure, would be John Dangberg. Definitely, for the 7.5 years that I've been here. In fact, there have been times that I've had an event downtown, so I left my car here, came back midnight. John's truck is still here, and I've gone up to find him still in his office plugging away on something. You're one of those people that when you took the job, for you, that was a life choice, and you do whatever it takes to get us across the finish line, which I think the mayor has referred to as sort of our economic development package is your brain. And whatever you kind of come up with in those nights when you're sitting in that office by yourself trying to figure out how to get something across the finish line for the city of Sacramento, we won't be able to replace that. It's not possible. Can't replace you, but we can try to learn from this roadmap that you've built over a really amazing career in Sacramento. And then there's the other half of John Dangberg that I'm sort of privileged to know, which is, I have some insight with his family. My own son is very good friends with his nephew. And as much as he gives to the city, I don't know where you find the time and the energy, but this guy is a family man, right? So very dedicated to his family and their trips to Santa Cruz and their annual time. And I saw him at just as many Christian Brothers football games as I saw my own family cheering on his nephew. And, just really living the life with these kids. I remember you coming in with a broken arm one week. I'm like, what the heck? Yeah, dirt biking with the kids, broke the arm, right? But still working on the arena plan and still showing up at 7 a.m. and, leaving just before midnight. So the dedication that you have for the city of Sacramento is matched only by the dedication you have to your family, your extended family, and kids and wife. And I think you're a very impressive person who's done an awful lot for the city of Sacramento. And I think I've made it clear to you, I'm actually not going to let you go, and have saved your cell phone number, and I know where you live. So there's that.
Thank you. Thank you. Councilman Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. John, I just wanted to say, although I'm relatively still new to the council, you and I go back a long time, probably close to 30 years. And, I've had the privilege of working with you, both in the public side of the business, but also in a little bit on the private sector side. And I've often wondered, what kept you working in the public sector as long as you have. And, spending the time around you and seeing how talented you are. And in fact, a very handsome and distinguished gentleman, too. Would you guys agree? Would you agree? John is, but the presence, the confidence, the talent. And I've gone to some lengths, and I've really come to the conclusion that it's really your love for the city, which is why you spent so much time here on the public side of the business, and really talented, and I just want to say it was a privilege to really work with you on both sides, to get to know you and to see some of the amazing things that you've done And the mayor made a good point when he said whenever there was a big problem or a big initiative with the city, you were the first person that we looked to really help, lead us through that endeavor. So, I sent you, when I first found out that you were retiring, I sent you an email and I said, look, man, go have some fun, go and enjoy your life. You've really earned it. So to your family, thank you for sharing John with us. You guys have a wonderful husband and a wonderful father, and, enjoy the time that you've earned. And, we're going to miss you, John. So thank you. All right.
Very good. Thank you. Councilman Hanson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. John, I know we'll get to celebrate you on Thursday night as well, so I'll save the bulk of my comments for then, and I may embarrass you more there, hopefully. But one of the things that I was reflecting on is long before I ever came to this seat, you were somebody who I respected through my time on the Downtown Partnership Board representing residents, because I saw how you, in partnership with the economic development staff, the SHRA staff, and CADA, really helped shepherd and cultivate a city that was preparing to reinvent itself. New housing, affordable housing, infill development, really helping us fix some of the scars that have been left by a past generation. And I think as I look around the city, you've touched so many different aspects of us, and the legacy that you're going to leave here really is that of somebody who has created a beautiful place. We're all into placemaking now, but each of those projects were projects that took a lot of time and energy, and they didn't happen because they were supposed to happen or because they were going to happen. They happened because of teamwork, in many instances led by you, or you were on that team, whether it was at CADA when you were serving there, or at SHRA, or here. Or they really weren't going to happen because all the odds were stacked against them. And there's no better example than the Golden One Center. That was a tough project, and I think it is the epitome of making something happen against all odds. But you've done that on the 700 block with the new affordable housing there, and I could go on, because it really is a legacy for the next generation that you leave. And I'm tired of these retirements, so I hope you're the last one. Anybody else thinking about retiring, we're going to have a conversation. But you've earned it, and we're really proud of you, and thank you for all that you've done for the people of Sacramento.
Nicely said. Councilman Harris.
John, I'm having trouble feeling this. I think you're way too young to retire. It is, as Mr. Hanson alluded to, an awful lot of people are retiring from the city, and we're losing a lot of brain trust. None more important than yours. You really have left a legacy. You know how to work a deal. You know how to figure out the weak points and, backfill and make a project work. And that's something that we're going to struggle with as, on your departure. But of course, we wish you all the very best. And, it's been a pleasure to meet you, to work with you to the extent that I have, and really do wish you all the best moving forward.
Thank you. Councilman Guerra.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. John, congratulations on your retirement. I just wanted to say thank you for helping me get a quick start on my council experience, and helping me deal with sometimes difficult parties with stubborn personalities, including my own, in some of these relationships and developments. And I think if there's anyone who's able to bring people to the table when a disagreement has happened, you know exactly how to do it and how to bring people back to figure out how to make an end game. Finally, I just want to wish you again congratulations on your retirement, and wish you all the best with your family and extra time now in your personal life.
Hey, Carson, what are you doing? What are you?
I just graduated from Cal Poly in San Luis Obispo and currently applying to medical school.
Healthcare or planning?
Healthcare.
What's
Doctor.
that?
Doctor, yeah. I
want to be a doctor. Pre-med?
That's the plan.
Good for you guys. Lori, thank you, too. I know these careers are family careers, and been through every chapter of this together. John, again, it's not enough, but let's kick off the celebration, huh? Thank you very much. Come down and
Schulte. I would love it if all of the staff who are here could come up and join us in this picture, because you're the guys that really make it happen, and I wouldn't get all these accolades without you.
Do you want to speak? Sure. Yeah. Just, I can speak to you from here, but just very quickly, thank you so much for those kind words. And, you know, the honor is mine. I mean, to have been able to serve this city directly for the last 11 years, working as your assistant city manager, and the 35-year public career that I've had in the Sacramento area. And to, you know, work on the kinds of projects and programs that I've been able to work on is a privilege. How many people get to, you know, pursue a passion for their entire career in their hometown? And that has been absolutely rewarding. I love the work I do. It is very hard to leave. This is a wonderful place to work. You know, it's I love what's happening in Sacramento with your leadership, and I think we're headed in great directions. And if I leave anything behind, it's for those that are following me, to inspire them to think big and do big things, and, you know, continue the pursuit of a bright future. We have our challenges, but man alive, are we ever tackling them like never before right now in this city. So thank you, all the staff that I do hope can come up here. Just a wonderful group of people here. I'm not the only one who works hard and late. There is a lot of people here who are doing that and have supported me beyond words. Sacramento, thank you for supporting some big and challenging projects here, and just always being there. I've enjoyed working with the community from my early career in those affordable housing days in the community. It was really quite gracious or wonderful. I know the number one rule in retirement speeches is keep it short, so I'll leave it at that. Thank you, City Council, staff, and Sacramento. Thank you. I love you.
Sure. Send them to you. You can send them. Is that a good one? Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
We now move to the consent calendar, and I know that Councilmember Hanson, I believe, wants to pull item 10, where there is a significant amount of public testimony. So without objection, we'll pull item 10 from the consent calendar. What about item 11? Is that continued as well? Is that continued, I should say?
Yes,
not as
the
well?
recommendation on item number 11 is to continue to the September 19th, 2017 council meeting.
Okay, so, I'm sorry, what am I doing? Oh. The other thing, without objection, I would like to also pull item 1 and combine it with item 17 so that they can be heard together. They're really the same general and specific topic. So we're going to hear 1 and 17 together. So what I'd like to then do, is there public testimony on the consent calendar for other than items 1, 10, or 1 and 10?
I have no speaker slips for any other items.
Okay, then I'll take a motion on the consent calendar for those items as described.
Mr. Mayor, if I could.
Yes, Councilman Guerra.
Did somebody already make a motion?
Yeah.
Okay. Then I'll just make a comment on item 15 regarding the water conservation outreach and education on the contract. I noticed that it does have a section to make sure that we have published material in different languages, but on the, so that's a great move. I think that's a positive thing that we're doing. But on the section of advertising and media plan, not that we need to change it, but I want to make sure that we're also being thoughtful about when we're reaching out to social media and or the radio or whatever we're doing that the outreach also consider those of different languages when we execute the contract.
Very good.
And with that, Mr. Mayor, I'll move the item. I just want to make sure that we're doing everything we can to make sure that this
It's already
education.
It's been moved and seconded, but that's very timely and an important reminder here. So the consent calendar with the items I've described is moved and seconded. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? That's right. We have Vice Mayor Jennings. Oh, we have to call the roll, Matt. Yes, we do, Mr. Attorney. We have to call the roll because we have Mr. Jennings from out of the chamber. So let's call the roll on the consent calendar, please.
Councilmember Ashby. Councilmember Warren. Councilmember Harris.
Aye.
Councilmember Hanson. Councilmember Guerra. Vice Mayor Jennings.
Aye.
And Mayor Steinberg.
Aye. All right, that passes 7-0. All right, okay. So now let's take up item 10, which is the single item, in addition item 1, which we'll take with 17 after. Let's take up item 10 now, please. Who's presenting on item 10? Yes, Councilman Hanson, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate all the interest in this. I know there was a lot of confusion out there from people who contacted us about the consent calendar versus a hearing, so I requested that it be pulled. Thank you, Nick, and your team for all the work you've done on it. And I know that we've got a lot of people here interested in this, so hopefully the presentation helps clear up those things. And after the presentation, I know we'll hear from the public, and we'll try to hopefully move this along in a way that's helpful to the city.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Steinberg and members of the City Council. I'm Nick Theocrides with the Department of Public Works. The item before you is a request for approval to award the construction contract for the R Street Phase 3 project, make the necessary fund appropriations, enter into a memorandum of understanding with the Capital Area Development Authority, and approve the removal of 15 trees for the construction of the project. This third phase of the R Street project is the final phase of the reconstruction of 8 blocks of R Street from 10th Street to 18th Street. The project, which has been through extensive planning since 2006, represents $15 million in investment to transform the R Street corridor into a thriving infill development and retail project. While there's overwhelming support for the project, at issue is the proposed removal and replacement of trees. The original design of the corridor proposed to remove 30 trees and replant 64 trees in locations which are compatible with the design objectives of the R Street Urban Design Plan. To date, 15 trees have been removed and 27 trees have been replanted through prior phases. There remain an additional 15 trees to remove and 37 to be replanted with this final phase of the project. We are recommending the removal of the remaining 15 trees and replacing them with trees which are disease-resistant and are planted in locations away from buildings. This will provide a bigger shade canopy over the sidewalks and roadway. Replacement trees will be irrigated and planted in space and soil conditions which will promote the growth of healthy trees. Replacement of the trees with this project is a rare opportunity to develop a sustainable tree canopy. If the 15 trees are not replaced now, it is highly unlikely that funding will be prioritized in the future to reconstruct portions of the project and plant the trees in their proper location. Zuhair Mawi, the department's project manager, will provide a brief overview on the project features and project history with respect to the proposed tree removal. And also here tonight is Kevin Hawker, the city urban forester, as well as various other staff who will be available to answer your questions.
Okay. Councilman Hanson?
No, it's Zuhair going to present. So.
Turn the projector on. Yeah, there we go. Good evening, Mayor Steinberg and members of the City Council. My name is Zuhair Amawi. I'm with the Department of Public Works, and I'm the project manager for R Street Phase 3 project. R Street Phase 3 project is located on R Street, and I'm going to orient you with my exhibit here. It's located between 13th Street and 16th Street, going from west to east. This is 13th Street intersection. This is 15th Street intersection, and this is 15th Street intersection, and this is 16th Street intersection. The project is the last phase of the R Street corridor master plan. The first phase, the R Street master plan extends from 10th Street to 18th Street. The first phase of the corridor was constructed in 2012 and covered the segment between 10th and 13th Street. The second phase was completed in 2016, and it covered the segment between 16th and 18th Street. We started the planning. I mean, this project followed the design guidelines of the other two phases, and that's the R Street Urban Design Guidelines, and it includes a concrete roadway with one travel lane in each direction, parking on the north and south side of R Street, improved drainage and improved water improvements, street lighting, wide sidewalk with ADA compliant street crossings at the intersections, planting 29 new trees in irrigated tree planters with ornamental tree grates. We started the planning of this project way back in 2013 with focus meetings with the property and business owners to get their input and ideas on the design. We followed that with a large community meeting in November 2013, in which various ideas of the design were discussed, and the removal of the trees at issue here was discussed in details. We followed that with the preparation of the environmental document that discussed the removal of the trees in details, and was circulated for a period of 30 days and was approved by City Council in January 2015. We proceeded with the final design of the project, and per the city code at the time, we noticed the trees in January for the public. In March 2016, stakeholders and members of the public appealed to the Director of Public Works, and were heard. The argument was heard on the removal of the trees. The Director of Public Works issued a decision to preserve the 5 English elm trees on the north side of R Street between 10th Street and between 13th Street and 14th Street, and the decision included the removal of the rest of the trees in the project area. The stakeholders and the members of the public appealed further to the Parks and Recreation Commission, which heard us and heard their argument, and further issued a ruling to preserve the trees on the north side, the 10 yew pine trees on the north side of our street between 15th Street and 16th Street. And they also issued a decision to remove the London plane trees that existed on our street between 13th Street and 14th Street, and there was 6 of them. So we proceeded with the design, and staff has considered City Code Section 12.56.40, which quotes, "Whenever feasible, the city shall modify the design of public projects to avoid the removal or damage to city trees." The city arborist performed an advanced inspection of the canopy earlier this year of the elm trees on the north side of our street between 13th and 14th Street, and found the trees to have substantial structural defects and a pattern of declining vitality. One tree had defects severe enough that the tree posed an immediate threat to the public safety and was removed on January 18, 2017. The remaining trees will require monitoring and inspections at a greater frequency than would be required for the general tree population. The 10 new pine trees on the north side of our street between 15th and 16th Street are growing in a planter area adjacent to the garage structure. Not removing these trees will be a missed opportunity to the plans and the missed opportunity for the funds invested in this project. And will be planting new trees will provide bigger canopy for the sidewalk that will shade the sidewalk and the street as well. Okay. Since the Parks and Recreations Commission intervention, staff has been requested to return to the original design under the current city code. Tonight, we are asking the City Council to approve the removal of the trees and proceed with the original design of the R Street Phase 3 project.
Okay. I'm going to ask Councilman Hanson to, thank you, sir, to maybe try to clarify a little bit what's going on here, because this was originally on consent, and there's apparently some unhappiness or misinformation or something in the community. I'd like to see if you could try to clear it up.
Thank you, Mayor. We went through a stakeholder process, working with CADA, the city staff, and community residents, neighborhood leaders to design the original project. The original project was approved by this council when the trees were posted under the old tree ordinance. Those appeals, even after council action, went to the Parks Commission. The Parks Commission overturned the City Council decision, and the public input that was used in order to form that decision was essentially overturned without much input from anybody, because it wasn't an item that got noticed to the people who participated in the creation of the original plan. Furthermore, we came to learn that several of the elms in particular were a threat to the building adjacent and had significant issues with them, their structure. And I know that for me, I am a big fan of these elms because I believe they're a big part of the city's history, and Sacramento loves its trees, which is part of why I think that there are people here concerned about the removal of them. But also, in the last week, I've seen a great deal of misinformation come from the community thinking we were taking out 40 trees. We're really talking about 5 elms and then 10 of these portocampus, I think they're called, podocarpus, yew trees. And I understand the concern about that, so I think this is a great opportunity to clarify. But the original project improves access for people who have disabilities, it improves walkability, it improves the shade canopy, and indeed, in that process, many of us in the community weighed in on adding more trees to our street. And this does that. This ends up planting an additional 29 trees in addition to the ones that are removed, those 15. And I'm going to make a recommendation that we do even more once we get through the public comment. But I do think it's important that we use this one-time opportunity to spend the money most appropriately to benefit the future. And while we have an urban forest and urban canopy that we're trying to cultivate and protect, I think we have an opportunity here to make it better. And that's why I know the Tree Foundation's in support, and I see former Councilmember Reed Trethewey here. We have Walk Sacramento in support. And that doesn't mean that the people who object to this are wrong. I want to be very clear about that. Every tree in Sacramento is sacred and should be fought for. I think that the better project is the one before us that gives us a better canopy in the end for walkability and for access and for shade, especially on the hot days like we've been having. So I appreciate your presentation, Zuhair. I wanted to clarify that. And after the public comment, I'm prepared to make some recommendations to hopefully satisfy some of the folks who are here.
Well, that's helpful. I think between the presentation and the clarification from the council member, now have sort of the issue framed in terms of what it is. There still may be people who object, and that's what we're here for. So let's hear from the public testimony. Let's hear from the public, and then we'll turn it back to Councilmember Hanson to help us weave our way through this thicket for us. Thank you. Go ahead.
I have 16 speakers to comment. The first is Mark Trusco, Ryan Hooper, and then Wanda Cleveland.
Mayor Steinberg, council members, my name is Mark Truscott. I'm a licensed landscape architect and also a resident of Midtown. Everything that I was going to say echoes what Councilmember Hanson said. So, ditto. I support the project. I support the linkage of our street, which is an amazing district that is coming into its own. But we need to be sensible about our urban canopy. We need to support it. We need to grow it. But we also, unfortunately, need to remove trees that are in bad locations or on the backsides of their lives. And lastly, our city has a legacy of excellent arborists who have come through and worked on the canopy. And I do believe that we need to listen to what our current arborists are saying and go with a recommendation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Truscott.
Next speaker is Ryan Hooper, and then Wanda Cleveland.
Good evening, members of the City Council. Ryan Hooper with the Law Offices of Gregory Thatch here this evening, representing Michael Diepenbrock and his company Ridge Capital with respect to the property that it owns at 1730 14th Street. We're here tonight to express our extreme support of this project. We think it's a very well thought out project. It's been long in the process, and we'd like to see it move forward, particularly while this funding is available. I think it's a fantastic design. It's a real enhancement of that corridor with bikeway improvements, pedestrian improvements, and landscaping. It was mentioned that under the proposal before you tonight, the tree canopy will actually increase over time with the removal of these trees. The trees being removed are not shade trees. The trees that will replace those are. Speaking of the English elms, those trees are directly abut our client's frontage. They're causing significant damage to the structure itself, as well as potential damage and injury to the passing public. So these trees, while it's unfortunate they have to be removed, they are not healthy trees. I know that some of the correspondence that has come to the council has indicated that they are healthy. I'll tell you that's just not accurate. We've had a multitude of experts. We've had our arborist. We've had the city's own arborist. All have evaluated these trees. They have found that there are substantial structural defects and have recommended their removal and replacement under the proposal before you this evening. So with that, I just want to urge the council to move forward with staff's recommendation tonight, and we stand available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Hooper.
Next speaker is Wanda Cleveland, and then Wendy Saunders.
I strongly oppose the idea of removing any trees. I think, I don't have a real knowledge about everything that's going on, but I was contacted by somebody which were really upset about the trees being removed. They say if it's not broken, don't fix it. I say that the council's trying to get rid of the homeless and the trees. I want to be a turtle.
Thank you, Ms. Cleveland.
Next speaker is Wendy Sanders, and then Karen Jacks.
Good evening, Councilmember Hanson and members of the Sacramento City Council. Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight, and I was so pleased to be here when John was retiring and to hear kind words about John, whose footsteps I followed in at CADA. CADA and the City of Sacramento have been partners on a multi-decade effort to see revitalization of the R Street corridor from an abandoned, dilapidated industrial area to a thriving residential, retail, and commercial neighborhood. R Street is a place in the central city where the partners, and especially the City of Sacramento, have really stuck to their guns on the original planning vision, and the tenacity has borne fruit. We, CADA, a relatively small agency with a small budget, have doubled down on the R Street corridor vision, and we've spent over $3 million of our funds to support the infrastructure improvements that have been put in place so far and the ones going forward. And that has leveraged over $12 million of state, local, and federal funds. And what we've done is improve the infrastructure to pave the way for private investment. And over the last several years, we've literally seen hundreds of millions of dollars in private investment take place. Our street corridor is now home to over 300 households, over 100,000 square feet of private offices, and over a dozen restaurants. We're at the final phase of the R Street infrastructure plan, and we respectfully request that you stick to the original plan. The trees located adjacent to the parking structure between 15th and 16th Streets, which the plan recommends be removed and replaced, are poorly located, they don't provide shade, and they're simply not street trees. The plan would replace them with appropriate shade trees located where they'll benefit pedestrians and provide a pleasant and inviting environment. The elm trees between 13th and 14th Streets are poorly located, and in any event, they're going to die in the next few years. We're slated to start construction on this project in the coming weeks. We at CADA don't have more money to invest in this project, and we have been informed very clearly by SACOG and the City of Sacramento that you have other priorities that you need to move on with. So we respectfully request that you stick to the knitting here and do what we believe is the right thing in the long term for this neighborhood and for the community. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Next speaker is Karen Jacks, and then Marilyn Wright.
Good evening, I'm Karen Jack. I'm a long-term Central City resident back to 1982 and a long-time activist, and I'm also one of the appellants. And I want to make just a couple of points briefly. As Dan Piskowski pointed out, our urban forest is really shrinking, and that's particularly true in the grid. And I know that from having run and walked this area for 30 plus years. And we really cannot afford to keep losing mature trees that are healthy. With regard to the podocarpus, they are screening it's a giant cement parking garage. It is arguably one of the ugliest buildings in the central city. That building and the office building across to its south were what triggered residents to organize to get the R Street corridor rezoned to be residential mixed use. The original plan was it would just be a row of office buildings and parking garages. And as I said, those podocarpus, which are beautiful, are screening something horribly ugly for both pedestrians and people driving down that block of R Street. And when they're gone, with the other trees set out and away, what you will really see is that giant parking garage. It's not something I want to walk past. The last thing is we went through a public process and had a decision. And I think that it damages the credibility of the public process when we think that something is totally decided and then all of a sudden the original project comes back and our appeal makes no difference. if I were someone looking at this and thinking about being an activist, I would think, what's the point? People go through an entire appeal process and they win, and it doesn't make a bit of difference. And that's a really sad message to send. Thank you.
Like when this comes back to just, if Councilmember Hanson or whoever, just respond to that particular point in terms of the protocol and the process here. Thank you.
Marilyn Wright, and then Angie Christensen.
Good evening, Mayor, Council members. My name is Marilyn Wright, and I'm here on behalf of the R Street Sacramento Partnership. Our SSP is made up of 118 parcels and over 80 businesses. We are here to ask Council to approve the R Street Phase 3 project, which is from 13th to 16th Street. Our SSP has been extremely engaged in the streetscape projects Phases 1 and 2, as our owners pay an assessment to ensure maintenance to areas it covers. Effective January 1st, owners of areas between 13th and 16th Street will be self-assessing themselves for the same purposes. Further, Phase 3 bridges the gap between Phase 1 and Phase 2, creating a continuous stretch for the R Street corridor. R Street has become a vibrant destination in Sacramento. Property owners and businesses have invested a lot to create this area that combines history, art, housing, entertainment. With the Icebox coming on board, the R Street corridor is truly a gem in the city. We do understand there are concerns about the removal of trees on the project. However, we feel strongly that the project, as previously approved by City Council, is the best option. Most of the trees will be removed will be removed are not in good health, are not situated in a good location, and more trees will be planted than will be removed. For these reasons, we look forward to Council approving the project. Thank you.
Next speaker is Angie Christensen, and then Lurie Stetson.
Good evening. I'm Angie Christensen with Hines, and I represent and I'm speaking on behalf of the ownership for 1515 S Street and the parking garage structure on R Street in between 15th and 16th Street. Our ownership has been 100% fully supportive of the R Street Phase 3 project. We were extremely disentranced and frustrated when the project was abandoned. Fast forward to today. We are eager, energetic, and enthusiastic that the project has been resurrected. Our position remains in favor of removing the 10 podocarpus trees on R Street for the following reasons. First is safety, followed by capital investments, and finally, continuity. As the owners of the parking garage, we face a myriad of obstacles on a daily basis. Our first and foremost concern is for the safety of our tenants, who include the headquarter offices for the California Department of Corrections and California Human Resources, along with their visitors, my employees, my staff, and the patrons of the 16th Street Light Rail Station, including those individuals who are enjoying the thriving atmosphere on the R Street corridor. My office is located on the corner of 15th and R Street, and I've experienced firsthand the negative effects and problematic issues created by the podocarpus trees. The derelicts, vagrants, and drug dealers either congregate, urinate, defecate, dispose of their trash and illegal paraphernalia behind and around those trees. This, coupled with the trees, poses additional safety and security risks for the general public. By removing these trees, these issues will be alleviated instantaneously, therefore creating a safe environment for the general public to revisit this neighborhood time after time. All of this has occurred with the strong support from the Regional Transit District along with the Sacramento Police Department. We are proud to have partnered with all of them and the aforementioned individuals and companies to create new retail, restaurants, multifamily housing, and office space on the R Street corridor. These excessively large trees detract from the overall cohesive goals of the R Street Phase 3 project. They need to be removed so that smaller trees can be planted in their place to create a better shade canopy for the future.
Your time is up, so thank you so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate your testimony. If you have a written statement, we'd be happy to take it, make copies, and do the rest of it. We have 2 minutes because we've got a lot of speakers.
Great. Thank you.
We get the import of it. Thank you.
Next speaker is Lurie Stetson, and then Dan Pikowski.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. Lurie Stetson. I just want to clarify that we support the project too. However, we would like to see the additional existing trees remain for numerous reasons. And when the initial process went through, we didn't understand that trees were coming out on our street, so we didn't participate in that process, and we only saw the trees were being removed when they were posted. So that was a problem with the whole process of the R Street Corridor Plan. But be that as it may, there's a lot of moving parts in this, and we are where we are. And I think what we're worried about is that you're going to take out large canopy trees, the elm trees and the yews, when they're healthy. Now, there's been some representation that the elms aren't healthy now, and if that's the case, then they should be removed. But we don't think they're any worse than other elm trees throughout the area, and that, you know, taking care of them and maintaining them in this city is very important throughout Elmhurst and Land Park and all of our parks. Also, this project before you was designed to keep the existing elm trees. It's already completed to be adopted that way. The existing yews can be retained, and you can have the new street trees in that block. Now, that block is already shaded by the street trees on the south side. So why would the city want to remove existing healthy trees when, in fact, that's your city policy to design a project to keep them? Public Works said the yews may damage sidewalk in the future, but they don't allow homeowners to take out their trees for future sidewalk damage. They also indicate that the elm trees will be too high maintenance. Well, all trees that are large are high maintenance. So really what we see happening is you're changing the city's street design, the tree design, to lower the canopy and put in smaller shade trees.
Time is up.
We would just support keeping as many of the existing trees there and expanding the sidewalks and adding new trees. So,
Next speaker is Dan Pikowski, and then Marion Millen.
Excuse me, we don't shut out from the audience here, okay? One at a time. Excuse me, if you want to sign up, you're welcome to sign up to testify. Otherwise, that's it. Go ahead.
Can we reset the clock, please? Thank you. I'm an agreed arborist who's lived and worked in Sacramento for the past 27 years. Here are the podocarpus. They're healthy. In fact, this was the right tree in the right place because they had a parking structure with no building setback, and they wanted to screen it. It's evergreen. It's providing shade along the sidewalk. And the arborist report said it's unsustainable. Well, here's the planter it's in. It's 7.5 feet wide, and I don't know where all the homeless people are hanging out because there's shrubs here and there's a tree there. This is unsustainable. Okay, so the trees are in the right spot, they're sustainable. The thing we need to talk about too is when we remove a tree, they say, well, we're going to plant 2 for 1. Well, as arborists, we're looking at leaf surface area. This is what's pulling out carbon dioxide from the atmosphere. We all know climate change is here, correct? Well, when you remove 1 elm, in order to mitigate the leaf surface area, you're looking at 200 trees. Okay, the city already removed 28 trees for Dutch elm disease, and they only replant 1,000 a year. Well, we need 5,600 trees just to mitigate those trees, and even with what the Tree Foundation plants. We're a canopy, we're at a loss. We're in a crisis mode. We're breaking records for the heat. You know why? It doesn't surprise me, because for the last 10 years, we've been removed and replaced. And we're going to keep breaking records. July was the hottest one. The reason is we're losing the trees. It's about leaf surface area. Remove and replace, it's obsolete. If we weren't doing that, started in the 70s, we wouldn't be in the position we're in right now. And so with the elm trees too, they are our senior citizens, but they're all in the same condition. So if they're structurally unsound, they remove them, which they remove the one, and then you monitor the rest. They don't need to be, if they're not structurally unsound, that can't be addressed with pruning, then leave the trees. We need to preserve these trees.
Thank you, sir.
The next speaker is Marion Millen, and then Judith Lamar.
Council, Mayor, City Manager, I'm Marion Millen. A group of citizens volunteered their time and expertise to appeal the plan to remove the elm and yew trees on our street. They won the appeals. They have documented and presented all the reasons for preserving the trees to Public Works, Parks and Rec, and now, a year later, to City Council. The trees have been examined by multiple professional arborists. The group Trees for Sacramento won their case on behalf of the public and posterity based on the actual condition of the trees and according to city codes and the general plan. City staff has already successfully modified the design to avoid removal of the trees, as Larry also pointed out. Why should the public take the time and trouble to do that if a year later a council member tries to open up the case all over again? It is disrespectful of the public interest and the process and the people that the council members serve. A new threat to these trees by the council member came at the height of the August heat wave, with wildfires burning all over the West and hurricanes and flooding devastating the Gulf and Atlantic with unprecedented solar flares and a massive earthquake in Mexico. The public is impacted daily by environmental threats in a nation with an unconcerned president who is in office because too many people felt so disenfranchised by their elected officials and government that they turned the election into a game of Russian roulette. To reverse the 2016 decisions of city officials on these public appeals and to remove an irreplaceable resource of historic significance will make this disenfranchisement worse. For the public and posterity, please decide to be on the right side of history and let the 2016 appeal decisions and the trees stand.
Thank you for your
Thank you.
testimony. Thank you very much.
Judith Lamar, and then Jim Packle.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. I'm Jude Lamar. Tonight I'm speaking for Trees for Sacramento. Trees for Sacramento is an activist citizen group that looks at how local governments are actually implementing and enforcing their tree protective measures. And so we know that Sacramento has really strong policies and programs, including if they're going to do public work, they're going to plant it around existing trees. That didn't really happen here. And citizen activists didn't realize that until the trees were posted. So we appealed. These trees, we lost the appeal. And this is what it looks like today. The thing is that maintenance of trees pays $5.82 for every dollar spent on tree maintenance for street trees. Street trees save the city money. Taking out street trees when they're not, you could take the elms out today if they really weren't working. They're working, they're healthy, they're okay, they're old trees. And you could design the project so you keep them and add small trees to the south of them, and then when they go, you've got something going. But we have consulted with arborists, and they point out to us that the project can be designed to save the trees, that you can achieve all your project goals and still keep the older trees, that you can, specifically with the elms, because they're part of the history, and this has a historical significance to it, that it's an obligation to save the elms. I think the cumulative impacts that we're talking about are important to everybody in the city, and we really strongly urge you to stick with your policy of designing projects around trees. Thank you.
Next speaker is Jim Packle, and then Adele Aringa.
These are some. Good evening. My name is Jim Paschal, speaking, I guess, also on behalf of Trees for Sacramento. Being passed around are some photos of the trees. When you look at them, you'll see that they are quite large trees. We've got the podocarpuses take up a full block. The elms take up another block. If those are cut down, you will definitely downgrade the appearance of the corridor. Don't kid yourselves. Trees are attractive. People like them. Maybe Cada doesn't like them, but the general public in Sacramento likes the big trees, and you're going to downgrade the appearance of the corridor if you take them out. General plan says that the city shall require retention of city street trees by ensuring that the design of development projects provide for the retention of these trees whenever possible. The city tree ordinance, public projects, wherever feasible, the city shall modify the design of public projects to avoid removal or damage to street trees. And that's was a decision the council made after a great deal of public input, and basically we're now looking at simply ignoring that policy. Going to the specifics, first of all, the trees with the project, without it, they do not interfere. There's sidewalks throughout that area now, except for the north side of the 1300 block. The sidewalks will be widened. The trees are not going to be in the way. As to the yew trees, that species of tree is specifically recommended for narrow planter spaces next to the building. These are probably the biggest yew pines in Sacramento. They're doing very well there. They are certainly not on the way now or would be in the way. And the notion that they are not sustainable there is simply nonsense. Because
Thank you, sir. Time is up.
Thank you.
We appreciate it. So you're for the, not for the staff recommendation. I got it.
Adele Arenga, and then Ray Trethaway.
AJ Del Aringa.
AJ Del Aringa. Okay.
Yes. First of all, I'm not going to go over what these people have said. I agree with them. These are old trees. Yes, they have some problems, but I think we can save them. The issue I'm looking at specifically are the elm trees. They are in a bad spot. They're close to the building, and then there's pavement that's been paved around them. Cars like to park on them, and that's not good for the roots. I could see how there are root issues going into the building, and I can see how the canopies interfere with the structure. However, a lot of this can be dealt with trimming them back and maybe removing one or two of the trees. I would ask this council that if they do remove these 100-year-old elm trees that have existed there, that are older than our grandfather's generation, that were put there before our grandfathers were born, that they give the wood to local artists, local sculptors, so that those sculptors can then make something beautiful out of them, that this wood does not go to waste.
Thank you.
I relinquish my time.
Next speaker is Ray Trethaway, and then Fago.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. Sacramento Tree Foundation submitted a letter of support for this project for you. And I just have a couple of comments to follow up on that. And the first one, we certainly take our tree canopy and especially our beloved elm trees very seriously. As you know, we have actually a very strong working partnership with the city of Sacramento and I think over 75 volunteers to monitor the health of our elm trees for the last couple of years. Well, we listened on two fronts here. We looked at the arboriculture or the tree front, and when you listen to the arborists at the city of Sacramento as well as the private consulting arborists, those beloved elm trees are not in good condition, and they're not in very good places, as the last speaker just said. You have asphalt at your trunk and such. And the other people we think about, we listen to and talk about a lot is our urban tree canopy. And I think this is what this project's all about. Our street's not only gone through a transition, it's now going through a transformation. And that transformation has a very well thought out treescape design plan that we're very supportive of. And it's going to give not only the right tree in the right place, they're going to have enough soil, they're going to have a watering system and an awful lot of care so we don't repeat these mistakes that we see the yews are in a close proximity, they're only half a crown. So in closing, the only other time this has happened with the Tree Foundation, we're actually supporting the removal of some trees, even though most of them are unhealthy, is on Fair Oaks Boulevard, on Howe Avenue between Fair Oaks and Arden about 20 years ago. The county and city collaborated to make it a 4-lane highway with a median strip. The entire community was against it. We saw the greater picture, and I think everybody that's been on that Howe Avenue today will agree that it is a tree-lined, tree-shaded, beautiful area that helps both the residents and the businesses. I see a very strong parallel here. I see a very bright future and a green future for our street. Thank you.
Thank you, Ray.
The next speaker is Fago, and then Roxanne Fuentes.
So, I agree that all trees are sacred. And I see a big issue with wanting to remove trees right now, and despite putting new trees there, because the impact on our overall canopy is going to take years to replenish. Even if you put these new trees in today, how long is it going to take for them to grow big enough to actually provide the canopy that we're talking about? I mean, it's going to take time. Trees don't just start being tall enough and wide enough out of nowhere. So I think what we should be doing is looking at how we can still plant these new trees and monitor the continued health of the existing trees so that we at least have something growing in the process, so that when those trees are fully ready to come down, then there'll already be something to help provide that extra shade, that extra canopy, and cleanliness of our air. You know, these are trees that they give us air, they give us oxygen. And if we start cutting down the ones that are big enough to do a really good job of that, then just replacing them with some smaller ones that don't have the abilities yet isn't going to fix it. It's going to take years for that to take effect. So, and being a Sacktown local, I've been watching trees disappear all over town. It's kind of bothersome. I would really like you to consider looking at it and take the word of the public that's already won a case on this. You know, they already were told that this was not going to happen. So why is the city once again going back on, you know, public trust with these things? So just try to keep the dang trees and still plant the new ones ahead of time of when they actually do have to come down, because it ain't that time yet.
The next speaker is Roxanne Fuentes, and then the last speaker on this item is Nathan Jacobson.
Fuentes?
Hi, Roxanne Fuentes, Sacramento. I'm opposed to the removal of the 15 mature trees, 5 large elms and 10 pine yews in the R Street corridor as part of the proposed development. Sacramento used to be known as a city of trees. In the past year or so, trees have been chopped down in Sacramento at an alarming rate. Trees deemed to be less than perfect are being chopped down. If this were done to people, most of us would be gone. In the Sacramento City General Plan, it states that proposed projects should be modified to avoid removal or damage to trees. Older and larger trees absorb more carbon from the atmosphere than do younger, smaller trees. The #1 cause of climate change is the loss of trees worldwide. Trees take many years, decades to mature, so losing these trees will have a significant impact on the environment. People are responsible for the loss of 15 billion trees every year. At this rate, the planet will be treeless in about 300 years. I urge you to recommend the modification of the proposed project to retain these trees, or at the very least, the majority of them. We should work with nature, not against nature. Thank you.
The last speaker is Nathan Jacobson.
Hi, council members. Mayor Steinberg. Councilmember Harris, you sat through some of these Parks and Rec Commission hearings on tree preservations, and so I know you know that those are long hearings. It's a long process. Everyone takes time out of their schedule to do it, time away from our families, our work. We participated in the process. The decision was issued to save these trees, so we lose.
Hold on just a second. Possible, did we lose the connection to Mr. Jennings?
We did.
Okay, so he'll call back. Continue. Okay. Sorry.
So we lose some trust in the process. If we all take time away from our schedules to participate, a decision is issued. The design can incorporate these yew pines and these 100-year-old elm trees. You know, I respect Kevin Hawker and Zuhair, met with them at the meetings. They both indicated, yeah, we can design around these trees. And, you know, there was some comments made by CADA about the U pines being unattractive. Well, just take a look at the state capitol building, because they flank both sides of our state capitol, U pines. Take a look at the cathedral on Kate Street, U pines on either side of the entrance to our cathedral, two iconic buildings in Sacramento. These are suitable trees for that location. The project can go forward with the preservation. As you heard from CADA earlier, the goal is to replace these larger trees with smaller trees for the location. And Councilmember Hanson, I see you walking around town. I see you biking around town. I bike to work every day. I walk to work every day with my daughter in a stroller. We need the shade. I can tell you in the summer in Sacramento, you cannot walk through the city if we don't have our shade trees. So please work with the design that was approved after the appeal process to preserve what's left on our street, and let's redesign the streetscape. We're going to spend millions of dollars to do it. Let's just do it with the preservation of the trees that are there now. Thank you.
Thank you very much for testimony. Okay, that's the public testimony. We have Councilmember Harris, and then, or do you want to go first?
Yeah.
Let's go back to Councilmember Hanson first. What's that? Yeah, Vice Mayor Jennings is back on the line.
Right.
Thank you.
I'll try to be quick here, Mayor.
I may have.
That's okay.
Okay.
I'll try to be quick here, Mayor. I just wanted to address a couple of the points and see if we can make a quick recommendation. First, I appreciate the public concern for the trees. There is nothing more important in Sacramento than the active engagement of our citizens. I do believe, though, that because very few people attended the Parks Commission, that the stakeholders were not invited who helped create the R Street plan, that this really is an appropriate council decision, and indeed, it's why we changed the tree ordinance with some of the people in the room, so that those decisions would ultimately rest with the City Council, not a Parks Commission that's appointed by us to make a final decision. Mr. Hawker, a lot of questions remain about the health of the trees, particularly elms. Will you address that as expeditiously as you could, their actual state? Because when I look at this picture that Mr. Patchell put up, it looks like the tree is dead on top or dying on top and really inhibited by the paving and curbing and the building, and may not be healthy just from the picture that he gave us.
The trees have been evaluated by several arborists. There'd be several reports enumerating many structural defects, that many of them that have already been mentioned here. I think the common thread that everyone agrees on is that the trees are exhibiting a pattern of decline, and they are likely to reach the end of their useful lifespan in the near and foreseeable future. I think people may disagree on how quickly that's going to happen, but nobody thinks it's going to be, everybody believes that it's going to be in the next couple of years.
There's no way to turn that around?
No, these trees have reached the point in their biological lifespan when no amount of care is going to reverse their condition. We can stabilize their condition, we can make it so that they don't get any worse, but no, they're not going to get any better.
The staff informed me too that SMUD installed a 21 kV underground or 12 kV underground wire adjacent to these trees in the last few years, and that may have also damaged the root system when the power line was underground. Zuhair, do you know if that's actually the case?
That's correct. There's a 115 kV SMUD line that passes on the north side of our street, parallel to the curb line. And there's also a 21 kV SMUD line that passes about 10 feet away from there. And back then, when we did our street phase 1, we have come into an agreement with SMUD to plant the sunshine elm trees, because they grow with smaller roots than the other trees. And also we incorporated in our design using root ball barriers, where we put barriers around the planter area to prevent these roots from going into the power lines.
Just a couple more quick questions. One, I thought it was a great idea to donate the wood. Kevin, is that something you can help with should we make the decision that the trees come down?
Absolutely. The Sacramento Tree Foundation has a urban wood rescue program that the city actively participates in.
Great. And the other one was one that Ms. Stetson asked, which maybe one or both of you could answer, which is, can the new trees be incorporated with the old trees such that the old trees would be removed after the new trees have somewhat matured? And just looking at the pictures, I think that there's more canopy on the building than actually on the non-existent sidewalk that currently exists. But is it possible to design this to keep both?
If we kept both, like in the case of the English elm trees, we have to provide a 16-foot wide planter area for the English elm trees to keep growing. And, with planting new trees at the edge of the sidewalk, that will take away another 7 feet for the planter areas. That will leave minimum of barely anything, about 4 feet for pedestrians to walk on, which will defeat the R Street urban design plan.
That's a point I think is really important to the debate and the discussion here, because that's been put forward as a compromise. I want to make sure that I heard it correctly and that I understand it. If you kept the large trees the existing trees while planting the new trees, there would be 4 feet of pedestrian walkway. And what's 4 feet? I mean,
our city standard for central city sidewalks is 8 feet. Or 6 feet is the minimum for ADA, I believe.
6 feet is our standard is 6 feet in the downtown area.
What is the ADA requirement? Because that's a civil rights law. What?
Is 48 inches, which is 4 feet, but it will defeat the R Street urban design plan as it's designed for bigger sidewalk, shared space, and R Street vision.
Okay.
So, and one other thing I'd just like to note, the council skipped this section of the R Street corridor because we moved the money to the phase between 16th and 18th a few years ago to help the Ice Blocks project come out of the ground. So we're actually returning to that. And this project has really been underway through the council over 10 years. Since about 2007, we've been working on improving R Street to great result. Here we'll end up with more trees than we took out and healthier trees. Eventually, these trees will not be there, and it seems like that's in the near future. But one of the things I'd like to request, so I'd like to make a motion here and see if there's support from the council, that we approve the staff recommendation with the modification, 3 pieces of it. One is that we take the largest box size possible so that the trees that are planted are not the small lollipop trees that I believe Mr. Piskowski is particularly concerned with. 24-inch boxes, I think the one we've used in this situation. And secondly, to collaborate with the people who are concerned to make sure that the choice of trees is optimal for Sacramento and for canopy development. Thirdly, I'd like to ensure also the piece about recovering the wood. I don't think I need to make it part of the motion since we already do it. But thirdly, that we dedicate $10,000 of the project funds, which I believe are available, to do additional mitigation, because we are aware that a lot of our trees are aging out, or ones that have been planted haven't been well taken care of. I'd like to see an additional 30 trees planted in the proximity of the project.
33?
30 trees, and I believe that's what the staff said we could fund with that amount of money, so that we continue to live up to our legacy, our general plan policies, honor the trees and the legacy, but also do what's right for pedestrians. And there's nobody who cares more about trees in the city than Ray Trethaway, and I take very seriously his comments and those of Walk Sacramento, who submitted a letter. So that would be my motion.
There's a second on the motion. Second by Councilmember Harris. Okay, Councilmember Ashby.
Mayor, I think Councilmember Harris was before me.
Councilmember Harris, you got off the queue. Okay, go. Are you on?
No, you good.
I am now. So thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councilmember Hanson. As Nathan Jacobson alluded to, I sat as the chair of the Parks Commission and sat through quite a few tree appeals. I know Dan Piskowski and Karen Schock, Larry Stetson very well, Jude Lamar, because we worked together to build a new tree ordinance to create policies in the city that would be more protective of our trees. So with every project, there are trade-offs, and I can tell you, I would not vote to remove mature and especially healthy trees, as these yews are, lightly, it is a significant loss. But you have to look at this and couch the argument in terms of what is the trade-off? What do you lose and what do you gain? The R Street corridor truly is going through a renaissance. And if you designed around, especially the elm trees, it detracts very significantly from the design effects that we're trying to get to for R Street. Those trees do have a short lifespan ahead of them, and quite frankly, they've been somewhat abused. Running asphalt right up to the trunks and parking trees on top of them has taken its toll. Obviously, cutting the root structures and the placement of the smud lines was not helpful. So is it worth it to save the old trees and to the detriment of your design of R Street, or what do you get in return? So in this situation, we've worked with staff, and frankly, for all the trees that will be removed, they'll be replaced at a 3-to-1 ratio. And some of those trees can be planted in areas of the city that have a real dearth of canopy. That's a plus. The fact that the city is willing to do that kind of mitigation when we're not constrained to by our tree ordinance, I think shows that we have a dedication to replacing our canopy. But here's something that came up quite often with tree appeals at the Parks and Rec Commission. Very often, and even in CADA projects, they would want to build right to the lot line, and so some of the city trees would be encumbered by the new building. You can see this actually right across from Highline Electric, right next to the wall, where the building was built right up next to an oak tree. And in effect, we had to shave off the back half of the tree. And some of our tree advocates were very vocal that that was damaging to the trees, it was bad for the canopy. Well, we've taken that to heart here. What we get in this design of the R Street project is planters that are 7 foot by 7 foot, which is much greater than we have in many places of the city. Not only that, we're going to have irrigation in those planters, which goes a long way towards assuring that the new trees will get well established and grow to their full potential. What's most important, though, is that those planters are well away from the buildings, and these new trees will be able to achieve their full canopy. Those are the design guidelines that we're using here on R Street. So yes, we'll lose some healthy, mature, at the top of their game used, but what we get is a great walkable design and trees placed in planters that will affect a really good canopy moving forward, and a 3-to-1 ratio replacement rate, which will bring our canopy moving forward to a greater extent than we have currently. So when you take the long picture, the long game, and look at the long-range picture, I think we have a good project here, and to me, it's worth the trade-off. You know, I spent a lot of hours working on the tree ordinance, and the mitigation part of it and the mitigation fund is largely a result of my effort, and I had to do battle with the city attorney's office to get there. We have a good ordinance, and we have a good plan moving forward. What we have to do is create succession planning and species diversity and plant trees in such a manner that their canopies can develop fully, and that's what we've got in this R Street plan. So I support it. That's why I second the motion. I appreciate all the tree advocates and the fact that you keep an eye on all of our projects and are advocating to retain mature trees. Sometimes the trade-off is worth it. In my opinion, this project, it is worth it because in the not too distant future, our canopy will be enhanced by this project. I really appreciate Ray Tretheway's comments. I thought they were very lucid and really got to the heart of the matter. When you, especially the allusion to Howe Avenue and the project there. If you take the long picture and you think about where the canopy is going, we can and will plan, and now that we have our tree mitigation fund, we're already planting hundreds of trees. In fact, in South Natomas, with the South Natomas Greening Plan that the Tree Foundation is building, we just allocated about $80,000 to them to plant trees as a mitigation of loss of 7 trees. So that's hundreds of trees that we'll be planting for a replacement. So I think we're on the right track here, and I support the project.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Ashby.
Thank you, Mayor. I am not the tree expert that Councilmember Harris is, but my comment is just this, that, Mayor, I'm going to support Councilmember Hanson and Harris, but I am disappointed in the process. It seems awkward and arduous and has left us with people who are tree advocates on opposing sides, and it doesn't make sense to me. And the fact that they have been led through appeals and had different outcomes at 3 different stages from 3 different bodies is frustrating. So when you have, my predecessor, Councilmember Trethewey from the Tree Foundation, giving us one piece of advice, and then you hear from experts like Larry and Jim and Jude and the others who I tend to trust on these types of issues, and they're not on the same side, it tells me that the process that led us to our answer didn't take a direct route, and it leaves Councilmember Hanson in a very difficult position. So for me, my comment is really more to staff, and it's not a question because we need to move on. We're over 2 hours into this meeting and not off of our consent calendar yet. But I just want you to figure out ways and maybe work with the mayor's office on how we, and of course the city manager, on how we can give advocates a more assured process that they can work themselves through, because it wasn't okay that they didn't know about it until postings were on trees, and if that doesn't seem accurate, then you need to follow up with them and find out why that's what happened, and they need to know when they get a hearing, which this is like the 4th on this item, and all 4 have produced different results. Obviously, this is the final one for them, but they've probably felt that way each way through. And so that is extraordinarily frustrating, and I would like to see their efforts and their time and energy rewarded differently. So if we can fix that process for them and others in the future, I think that would be good. And then finally, I just want to support the idea that I know that the Tree Foundation has a program for the wood, and I just want to make sure that that does happen if we take these trees down, because it's really important that in any way that we can, we preserve sort of the history of this, and that it make sure that actually lands in the hands of local artists. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Guerra?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I'll be really quick here. One, I agree with Councilmember Ashby on the process, which is why I want to recognize Councilmember Harris's work on the new ordinance that gives us more time frame and now would allow any new project to be heard all of these issues at once. And this project got caught in the middle of those two, and that's unfortunate that this happened. But I do want to thank for all the hours that you've put into that to make sure that we have more time frame to discuss them and make the land use decisions along with the tree preservation issues at the same time. I'm going to support the motion here with council members Hanson's additions. You did say, correct me if I'm wrong, you're going to include the larger planter boxes with new trees?
Yep.
That's good, because I think if we're going to try to achieve the canopy growth, that's been the struggling issue, at least when I walk around and see where our tree bases are at. The other point, we have a lot of experts that have come up here, but I do have to trust our city arborists that they're giving us the best information possible here and weigh all that information. And if the issue is that we've reached that we have some trees with some substantial issues in the near foreseeable future, obviously every tree will have a lifespan, but if it's in the foreseeable future, is that what I heard you say? Then that's the operative information that I take in my decision. And then lastly, I think the entire concept and design that I see in the presentation here is encouraging walkability with the different with the addition of the tree structures and where they're going to go. So I feel like the design has been thought out. I think that the placement's been thought out, and I agree with the trade-off here with which Councilmember Harris mentioned that we are making a benefit cost analysis and a time analysis. So with that, I'll support the recommendation, Mr. Mayor.
Eric, just final word. My first tree fight, I guess, as the mayor, and I really started out, this was on consent. I thought it was not a big issue, and now I really listened and taken it in. And I'm glad the process is being fixed here, because there is something not quite right about an appellate process that ends at the Parks Commission, and then all of a sudden it's before the council, and I understand that's because we've now changed the process. So that's unfortunate. I'm sorry about that, but all I can do now is listen to the facts of the particular matter, and on the facts itself, I think the case for the staff recommendation won out actually fairly strongly. The existing trees are dying. We can't apparently accommodate both the old trees and the new planting. I mean, that, again, was the key fact for me. We're going to create 4 feet of pedestrian walkway. That's the bare ADA limit, and 6 feet is the city standard. And we want 8 is the city standard. Excuse me. We're going to create a more pedestrian-friendly environment. That's an environmental objective, in addition, obviously, to growing our tree canopy, and the fact that in the end you're going to get more trees. And yes, there's a delay, but if you can't accommodate both together, then we have to make a choice. And I think this is the right choice. So I'm ready to support the motion. Please call the roll.
Councilmember Ashby? Councilmember Warren? Councilmember Harris?
Aye.
Councilmember Hanson?
Aye.
Councilmember Guerra?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Jennings?
Aye.
And Mayor Steinberg.
Aye. Okay, that completes the consent calendar. Well, we did remove that one item, but let's get to that.
So I see that we have like the Stockton Boulevard from here that I have.
What's it? Well, we can, no, we'll finish it. We're going to finish it. We're going to do it short. Okay. We're going to now combine items 1 and 17, so those members of the public who have signed up for both items 1 and 17, we're going to hear you once, because they're really the same items, so we'll combine the two together. All right, I'm going to turn it over to the esteemed Emily Halkin, our Homeless Services Coordinator, for a presentation here. And let's frame this for a moment. The public has been rightfully asking for a long time, and we've been working for a long time. What are you doing, especially in light of our receipt of the $64 million whole person care grant, to increase emergency shelter and triage capacity? Tonight, we do not have a final answer in terms of all that we must do, but tonight we are going to present, and you're going to hear about a series of bold proposals that is going to dramatically increase our shelter capacity. Ms. Halkin.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Steinberg, members of the council. I'm Emily Halkin, your Homeless Services Coordinator. Really quickly before I jump into item 17, because item 1 was pulled, I just want to say really briefly a little bit about that. Item 1 is related, as the mayor said. It is an accounting activity simply to move some funds that were committed in the past budget cycle for homeless and housing initiatives. It's simply to move them from one account fund to another account funds. No projects are being funded at this point, but we certainly hope to be in front of you soon with some recommendations for commitments for that funding.
I'll move the item, Mr. Mayor.
Do you want to move the item? Well, I don't want to move any. I want to take the public testimony together, and then we'll take motions. What? No, we're not. Councilmember is going to withdraw the motion for now. Okay, we're going to take items 1 and 17 as appropriate action items together, if that's okay, so we can take all the public testimony together.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. So as the mayor said, tonight's really an opportunity to start, or not to start, but to continue a dialogue on options of how to increase shelter capacity, both some immediate solutions, given that winter is just around the corner, and also some ongoing opportunities. Addressing homelessness, as we all know, requires a set of diverse interventions. There's no one singular solution. The city has been actively working on 2 of these 4 puzzle pieces through the development of the Whole Person Care pilot program and the redistribution of some housing authority resources earlier this year. We do hope to soon have an in-depth approach for the first piece, prevention and diversion, keeping in mind that there's an additional goal to preventing 2,000 people from becoming homeless as we seek to end homelessness for people who are currently living unsheltered. But tonight's discussion is focused solely on what is the third piece in this puzzle, providing emergency shelter and triage services to people who are living unsheltered in vehicles or in other unsafe conditions in our community. As a reminder from our past workshop in June, the current inventory of beds on the coldest of our winter nights, when every seasonal bed is available, we can serve approximately 1,200 people at a single time. Contrast this with the latest point-in-time count that estimated over 2,000 people living unsheltered at any given night, and it's very obvious that we have a gap in capacity. But I think it's important to talk that the gap is not only in the quantities of beds that we have available for folks who might be seeking shelter, but also in some of the operational capacities. While we have amazing shelter providers in our community who have been doing a great job with the resources they have available, as a community, I think we need to recognize that we do struggle to shelter certain populations. Some of those we've talked about in the past include people who have pets, people who come with them with significant possessions, people who present at the front door with a partner, especially if that partner is not the same gender, people who identify as transgender or otherwise gender nonconforming, youth ages 18 to 24, and people with severe mental health, substance abuse, or other service needs. At the June workshop, Council directed staff to return in September with a series of options related to emergency shelters. Specifically, the Council asked that staff bring back information related to these three opportunity areas in an effort to create additional shelter capacity. Those three things that were called out in June were possibilities to enhance existing shelters, including ways we might be able to lower barriers to access and ways we might be able to incorporate additional services in those shelters we already have operating in our community. The second thing was any possibilities for the city to secure locations, either through a lease or a purchase option, to create net new shelter opportunities. And the third thing that was called out in June was a possibility to amend the city's zoning code to encourage broader participation from the faith and nonprofit community to offer shelter in their existing facilities. So tonight we have in front of you a series of 6 recommended options. If you're following along, it's attachment 4 for consideration. Each of them touches on one or more of these asks from June. And while tonight's report does not contain specific action items related to either funding or real estate transactions, with your input tonight, staff will immediately begin the steps of moving forward with whichever option or options you support and quickly be back with funding agreements, real estate documentation, and any other necessary approvals. So I want to quickly run through the 6 recommended options. You'll see there's 7 and 6 are recommended. I'll talk a little bit about the one we're not recommending in a bit. As you know, the city has been invested in providing emergency shelters for over 10 years, starting with the Comprehensive Alcohol Treatment Center, commonly called Detox. And we expanded our commitment in 2016 by funding the VOA A Street Shelter and the Salvation Army Center of Hope Shelter. The city's investments, along with our other community partners, have really allowed these providers to expand some of their services. They've added housing specialists. They've been able to remain open 24/7. But we do need to recognize that additional support could help these shelters function more like what we hope to see as a more triage-based shelter. So currently, the city is not recommending additional funding for these shelters, but we will be focusing on providing more support as part of our existing contracts. Some of the areas of focus that we were looking at are how can we help to lower barriers both to entry and to sustainability in these shelters? How can we more purposefully link housing resources, especially those resources that the council has taken action to free up, into the shelters so that people step out of a shelter into a permanent housing opportunity? How can we ensure that consumer input is provided and ongoing and considered as we make funding and programmatic recommendations? And then probably most exciting is how can we integrate the resources that will soon be coming to bear with the whole person care, including medical, behavioral health, and housing support into our shelters. So option number 2 relates to a very specific project that we're excited about. In June, in response to the council's specific ask that we look at the need for additional shelter bed for transition age youth ages 18 to 24, We reached out to Wind Youth Services with a grant opportunity from the State Office of Emergency Services. Wind has submitted an application for grant funding from the state, and we're hoping they'll hear back within the next month about their award. Pending the state's funding approval, we would be coming back to you with a recommendation for a commitment of $115,000 over a 2-year period, which is a necessary match for Wind to access the state funding. With this investment and the state's support, Wind will be able to create 20 new 24/7 low-barrier shelter beds for homeless youth who are victims of crime. As I said, once we hear back from the state, we will return back for council approval for the funding arrangements. Given the urgency that we all know that we have to provide additional shelter capacity this winter, we also have 2 specific recommendations, number 3 and 4 in your staff report, that are specifically related to winter shelter. The first, shown here, suggests a potential partnership with Sacramento County and First Steps Community to expand and enhance the existing winter sanctuary program. First Steps Community has operated the sanctuary in years past, as hopefully you're all familiar with it, a 100-bed rotating shelter that is located in churches, synagogues, and mosques throughout the community. This year, the county will be directly administering the program. In years past, it filtered through Sacramento Steps Forward, and has recently released a request for qualifications to seek an operating partner. Included in the county's request was an opportunity to reimagine the sanctuary program from a roaming shelter that relies on using facilities from the faith community to a place-based shelter where the faith community could come to a singular location, provide food and services. First Steps Communities has submitted a response to the county's request that does include a place-based option. And while the county has not yet made a final selection for an operator or for an approach, should they select First Step Communities and should they prefer a site-based approach, the city would like to recommend supporting this effort so that the sanctuary can both be operated 24/7. In previous years, it's been a sort of 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. operation, and to add up to 50 beds to the existing 100-bed commitment. First Steps Community has estimated that to do this, they would need approximately $180,000 to grow the program. Important in this concept is that a definitive site has not yet been identified or approved by the county, who is the primary funder. But the city has been exploring some possible sites that could accommodate up to 150 people with their pets for the duration of the winter season. We understand the county will be considering the funding proposal at their September 26th board meeting, and so we will then return to council with any funding agreements pending the county's selection and interest in a city partnership. So option 4 expands on winter sheltering opportunities. In that the winter sanctuary program, first of all, has not been awarded yet, and that we know that even adding 50 beds to that program isn't sufficient to meet the needs in the winter. The city is actively looking for additional locations where shelter space could be added for the winter.
So Emily, if I may, because this is really an important clarity point, and your excellent, as I read your excellent presentation, I got a little tripped up for a second. Between the county's winter sanctuary program, if they choose to go site-based, work with us, I know we're having those conversations, plus the additional capacity you're talking about, is the total number of potential beds for the winter, I mean real soon, 300 or 150?
300.
Thank you. Okay, that's really important.
Yes, thank you.
Double 150. Okay.
So unlike option 3, which is expanding the existing winter sanctuary program, this option does not necessarily depend on a partnership with the county or anybody else, but it also doesn't allow us to leverage all of the work that the county has already done to secure a provider. As I mentioned, they've released an RFQ and gone through a selection process already. Therefore, should the city wish to look for additional new winter shelter spaces under option number 4, staff would need to immediately move on a possible lease for a space and a bid process to find a partner to operate this. Given the urgency of the upcoming winter months, even if the city, county, and First Steps communities can collaborate on an expanded winter sanctuary, there still will be a lack of space. And last year's experience that we had with our winter warming centers demonstrated that the need for a no-barrier shelter that's easily accessible for very vulnerable populations living unsheltered. I believe that creating a 24/7 winter shelter space for up to 150 people, again, with their pets, with their possessions, with very few barriers, would also allow the city to test some of the operational goals that we've been talking about for a potential permanent triage shelter. Some of the concepts that staff would recommend incorporating into a site-based winter shelter include creating some spaces that are specifically for outreach personnel to direct people they encounter on the streets in a crisis moment. Incorporating some light touch medical services, again, perhaps as a launching place for some of our whole person care services. And perhaps piloting an employment program for those people who are using the winter shelter. So while options 3 and 4 provide good opportunities to immediately expand shelter capacity during the winter, the locations that we are exploring for these programs have limited availability and would likely not be able to continue much past the spring of 2018. But these programs do provide a bridge opportunity while the city pursues a permanent triage shelter or shelters. So option 5 represents that opportunity to create for the city what previously was an aspirational goal to have a significant new capacity in a 24/7 low barrier shelter with wraparound services and connections to housing. In March, you may recall that staff shared 5 potential sites with the council that were being explored for such a use. Since then, a few additional non-city owned properties have been reviewed, and staff is actively reviewing which of these sites may present the best opportunity. However, no commitments for funding or operations have been made pending a full council review of the proposed approach, which is what we're looking for tonight. But the goal of option 5 really would be to connect the pieces with so many other city and community-wide programs. As we've envisioned it at full operations, this triage shelter would allow us to use data on existing homeless populations in Sacramento, those folks that we encounter every day on the streets, to target access to this type of program to those most vulnerable or those most long-term homeless via outreach. In other words, this would not be a walk-up shelter. It would also allow us to provide low, no-barrier shelter that can accommodate people who currently cannot or will not seek shelter on their own. We believe it'll also allow the city to start to address some of the community impacts of unsheltered homelessness by offering shelter as an integral part of outreach. And finally, we think this really will be an opportunity to fully integrate services via whole person care. It will be a great place for us to match a lot of those services to the population in need. Staff does anticipate that any site that we identify for this use will likely require some substantial rehabilitation. There's no ready as-built shelter spaces that we are aware of available. We will be prioritizing sites that are readily available, that are in locations near transit, and that are outside of residential areas, but also that have a maximum or a potential capacity to serve up to 200 people. Given the current site options that we're exploring, we believe the earliest that any such facility could be available would be the spring or summer of 2018.
No.
And once the physical improvements for that site or sites have been made on an ongoing annual basis, we do estimate that such a facility could cost between $3 and $4 million to operate. Tonight, staff is seeking council's direction in terms of moving forward with one or more preferred sites, and we will return to council with some of the real estate details and the scope of the development needed depending on the site or sites selected. During the real estate and construction phases, staff from the Homeless Services Division will work with community stakeholders to develop the optimal scope for operations and services and really seek some community partners to operate the facility, again with the goal of opening in the spring of 2018. Finally, one of the specific asks of staff at the June workshop was to explore ways to encourage partnerships with our faith and nonprofit communities to use existing facilities they already own or control to create small temporary residential shelters. I believe the mayor called them micro shelters. In our staff report, staff has offered two options around this. Number 6, which we are not recommending, and number 7, which we are recommending with the condition that we believe we should focus our efforts on the 3 site-based approach first, standing up our winter shelter operations and potentially a permanent triage shelter before we delve into this item. Number 6, the one that is not recommended, contemplates creating a scattered site shelter program in partnership with faith congregations and nonprofits, much like Winter Sanctuary has been in years past, with city funding and support. We believe that due to the cost and logistics of running such a program, and given that we think we have a true option to create a site-based triage shelter, this option is not recommended. However, should council wish to try to do more to encourage faith congregations and nonprofits to open their facilities on their own, there may be an interest in exploring changes to the city's zoning code. Staff has already heard from many people and organizations with differing opinions on how this could work, as well as potential impacts. And rather than pre-assuming an outcome, staff would recommend stepping back and having a full community engagement process to discuss the possible changes and options, and then take any code changes necessary through our Law and Legislation Committee and ultimately to City Council. It is anticipated that given what we expect to be a large public interest in such a process, it could take 6 to 8 months and will require substantial staff commitment. So given this and the urgency to get the winter shelters up and running as soon as possible, we would recommend that if you would like us to pursue that we wait to initiate that process until the winter shelters are stood up. So finally, next steps, as I said at the beginning, this is not necessarily an action item. There is no motion or resolution. However, I am hoping that we can get some direction from council, especially in terms of the winter shelter options, which clearly have a big sense of urgency, as well as option number 5. With that, I end my presentation. Welcome any questions.
Thank you, Emily. I'm going to turn to Jeff in a second, but I do want to do a little more called stage setting or context, because you presented a lot of very important information. I want to begin by thanking you and the city team again for just outstanding work. You know, for not a health and human services agency here at the city, but sure glad that we have you at the helm, Emily. So here's the clarity again. It sort of goes back to what I asked before. We're working with the county on a number of fronts, actually. We're actually working pretty well. I mean, a lot more to go and a lot more to deliver, but we're working well together. With or without the county's partnership around Winter Sanctuary, you believe that we can have the siting to start 300 emergency shelter triage beds by December 1st?
Yes.
Okay. And you will come back to council sometime around late October, early November, hopefully with a partnership with the county. But whatever the context and circumstances, you'll come back to us late October, early November with the contracts and all the other legal prerequisites necessary to open 300 beds of winter shelter by December the 1st.
We can do that. The only thing I do want to note is that if we don't work with the county for any reason, then the cost would obviously go up on the city side.
We're counting on working with the county. We are working with the
Yes.
county. But I just want to be clear what the, excuse me. Please. Good. I hope is the takeaway here tonight, because when you talked near the end of your presentation about the full service 24/7 triage shelter not being ready until 2018, that's in addition to the 300 beds, correct?
Yes, the winter beds would end around the same time.
I understand. And when we talk about the 300 beds, that's in addition to the 75 or so beds that the county board and Supervisor Turner specifically have been pushing for and advocating and on the verge of funding in their public process, correct?
Yes.
So that's 375, and I know this is not exact numbers, but about 375. Compared to what we did last winter, which was opening these warming centers, which were nighttime centers. People had to leave during the cold of the day. You're talking now about 300 and maybe 375 beds that are 24/7.
And I would actually add, we believe that the wind facility, should they get funding, can open as well this winter.
Okay, and that's how many additional beds?
20.
20. So I'm not going to count the 75 in the county because they have their own timeline, but 300 plus 20, 320. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so how does that all fit in with whole person care? We know what we need to do to help actually get people off the street, which is our goal. Not to accommodate, but to help people off the streets. One, it's assertive outreach, which we're going to talk more about through whole person care. Two, it's case management, because people who are on the streets, especially who are ill, need that wraparound to help them get the services and the housing they need. Three is emergency shelter and triage. Fourth is services, which we're working with the county again to try to come to an understanding about mental health and substance abuse services. And five is permanent housing, where we directed 1,755 vouchers, et cetera. We're working with the county and SHRA to do that. None of it's perfect. But that's the system that we're trying to weave together. Thank you. Councilman Harris.
Thank you, Mayor. You know, I believe we're at a crossroads.
Get to
and a
public
juncture.
comment, Mr. Wake, okay? Go ahead.
So we're
Go
gonna
ahead.
Do council comments.
Well, I want to hear from you, and then we'll open it up to the public. Absolutely. Yeah. Is that right?
No, we've been tackling this issue for all 3 years I've been on council. This is a very exciting moment because we're about to really take movement and support a lot of people who are on the streets. The fact of the matter is I owe a debt of gratitude to Councilmember Warren. With his proposal for a tent sheltered city, you know, it really pushed us to move forward. I have said from the dais, and with all due respect for my colleague, I don't believe in tent cities. I don't believe in tent encampments. And the reason I don't is because I've seen a lot of them, and I've talked to a lot of providers who have run them, and they have very limited efficacy and generally do not get people off the streets. So it's temporary respite, temporary shelter, it's very costly, doesn't lead to the result that we want. So when you talk about a site-based solution, that I think is very exciting. The idea of having 300 beds available this winter is tremendous compared to what we've done in winter sanctuary in the past and our limited capacity with warming shelters, which were costly and difficult to run, and again, turn people out in the morning. My definition of dysfunction is the way we have done winter sanctuary in the past, where we pick up people at Loaves and Fishes in the evening, take them to faith-based communities, let them sleep out, you know, with respite from the weather for the evening, and then take them back to Loaves and Fishes in the morning, regardless of the weather. Could be pouring rain. What's the point? 60% of the money was used on transportation. Nobody was removed from the streets. Nobody's issues were dealt with. No casework was affected. It really was a tremendous waste of money, in my opinion. Doing a site-based approach where we can actually apply some services from whole person care. And I would like to point out, Mr. Mayor, we have 3.5 years to use that money, correct?
Yes.
We need to get started.
We are.
It's very important to
Yeah.
push these programs this winter. So this is a great opportunity. Steve Waters has run Winter Sanctuary very well, and I don't want to denigrate what he has brought to the table in the past. It was the way it was set up that was dysfunctional, and certainly not the service that he provided. The idea of him providing being the provider for a site-based winter sanctuary, I think is fantastic because he and his outfit do an incredibly good job. And I think it will be all the more successful for his and their effort. So I'm very excited about that piece. Now, in terms of new winter shelter, irregardless of whether we can work out a collaboration with the county, which I agree with you, I believe that we can.
We're going to.
And we're very close to it. To have a 300-bed capacity and then try to get casework and services matched to people who have been struggling on the streets is a tremendous opportunity, and we have to forge ahead with this. So we have a site in mind. Nothing's 100% secured yet, but I believe this is going to work and work very well. The idea that we could roll that shelter and that bed capacity into a 24/7 triage center with a capacity of, you're thinking, up to 200 at this point, means that we can actually get on the road to success, to getting people off the streets, to meeting the mayor's stated goal of removing 2,000 people from the streets in 3 years. This is the first step to allow us to create the pipeline to get people to housing solutions and a better life. It's not an easy task. A lot of people think that the homeless population is homogenous, that these are people who are down on their luck. Well, there's a lot of aspects to it. There are homeless youth. There are people who are mentally infirm. There are ex-felons. There are people who are severely drug addicted or have alcohol abuse issues that are very chronic. There are people who don't want to come in. There are people who don't want shelter, who don't want help. It's a pretty big knot to untangle, but a site-based approach is, I think, what is going to make this thing be successful. So I'm just going to go through your 7 things. First, the low barriers for entry, number 1, we've already funded that, and it's working. So we've got more beds, 24 hours a day, and that's what we need. This has always been a capacity issue. Our problem is that we have just not had shelter capacity that is robust enough to meet our needs. So that's a great thing. The new wind youth shelter, that's just a bonanza. That's like a gift falling in our lap. For that amount of money to get 20 beds, it goes without saying we have to pursue that. The expansion of winter sanctuary, site-based, 100% approval. We need to move it forward. And the new winter shelter, ditto. I've already talked about those. The permanent 24/7 triage shelter, you've all listened to Jonathan say for the last year that we need a 24/7 triage shelter. I've agreed with him the whole time and have been desperately searching for a space to do it, and I think we're there. This is going to be one of the keys that unlocks this whole problem. And absolutely, we need to move full steam ahead on that one. The scattered site, it's very expensive. It creates a lot of problems, and I agree with your recommendation that it not be something that we pursue. And as far as scattered sites, I would say this. 300 beds may be the right number once we get housing solutions on board, and we can use our housing choice vouchers and project-based vouchers. We'll find out what works. We may need more capacity, and if we need more capacity for shelter beds and triage, then we will continue looking for it. We'll scour the city for sites. But getting something started is so critical. We've been stymied because here's the actual truth, folks. Everybody wants homelessness dealt with, but not in their neighborhood, not near them, not near their business, not near their home. Searching for sites and finding a couple of sites that have this potential has been very difficult, and I think that we're there. So these are unprecedented opportunities for us to finally get an effective process to move people off the streets, to deal with their issues, to get them into housing solutions. I'm very excited about this, and I'm so grateful to you, Emily, because none of this would happen without your work. You have really been a great asset to the city and continue to be. So I'm very excited about where we're going with this. And Mayor, I don't know if it's the time, but the item number 1 from consent, which transfers funds to allow this to happen, I would like to move that item if this is the appropriate time.
It's fine to make a motion anytime. Well, Councilman Geddes, do you mind?
Well, I'll share it with him.
Okay, Councilman Geddes moves, Harris moves and Geddes seconds. The motion's on the table. We're going to hear from the public, of course. We're going to...
Okay. The last piece I want to really emphasize is adding services to winter sanctuary is so important. This is the proving ground. This is how we figure out how to do this, to prove that this model is successful, that we can move forward with it, that we can start using very effectively the whole person care money. So this puts us in a really good place, Mayor. I thank you for your work on whole person care, because frankly, without money for services, we'd be really stuck.
Yep. We now have a real chance.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Thank you for all your leadership on this. Councilman Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I too want to say thank you to Emily and staff for all the work that we're doing, to my colleagues and the mayor for your leadership on this issue. This is a issue that is something that I think has challenged this council for the duration of my term or tenure on the council, and I'm happy to see that we're making some strides forward. Could it be more? Could it be faster? I think we could. However, this is a very complicated issue, and there are a lot of moving parts to it. There was a question earlier about the tent cities and whether it was on or off the table, and let me just say, I'm not prepared to take the tent city off the table. Well, let me just say, it is, I also want to say, ideally, we would have a place indoors for everybody, but I don't believe that that's achievable currently. And until I do believe that it's achievable, I will continue to advocate for all options being on the table, including the tent city option. And so, but I do want to say that we have an opportunity now to really take the resources that the mayor was able to get from the whole person care, as well as potentially some collaboration with the county and others throughout the region to do something that's comprehensive. And really, this Sacramento issue is not just a Sacramento issue. I mean, this is a regional issue, and we really have to look at it in terms of solving the bigger problem. And so I'm prepared to do my part, to work with the mayor and the rest of the council to try to help. But I just want to be clear that until we see victory or the finish line with victory, I believe all the options should remain on the table. So thank you.
Thank you, Alan. Thank you so much for your leadership as well. Councilmember Ashby.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a few comments. I'm also anxious to hear from the community that's in the room on sort of what they think about these options. But I also know we need to give staff some direction tonight and then take a vote on the funding. I think voting on the funding is an obvious yes, and it is not new money for people who are tracking us. It is money that was set aside for housing by the mayor during the budget process. So this is basically an allocation out of that funding source towards sort of our effort to get people housed, which I think is important to point out. We're not pulling new money out of some other source. This is money set aside for this purpose in a gamut of purposes around housing. And then, as Councilmember Harris has stated, items 1 and 2 on your list, the low barriers for entry to enhanced city funding and the youth shelter are things that we already do and need to keep doing, as are items 3 and 4, which are winter sanctuary. And I know that you said some things about maybe a triage center in the spring of 18, and it drew a little bit of a response from the crowd. But I just want people to understand that that would come after winter sanctuary being funded, which is the point. So they would hopefully be seamless in terms of what you're presenting here. And we do that already, so I also think that's something that seems to be working well, although the idea here that we would be more consistent about the location, if that is possible, moving forward makes sense to me. It'll be easier for the community to be supportive and help and show up with items and those kinds of things. Item 5 for me is a great goal for us to have some type of 24-hour 7-day-a-week triage place, but I would need to know a whole heck of a lot more than we know right now before we could say, yeah. I mean, if you're generally asking, should we do a 24/7 triage, then the answer I think would be yes. But I would need to know a lot more about it. What services are we gonna provide there? And most importantly for me, the mayor sort of started with a comment, which is the comment I make often, which is we aren't a health and human services agency. And I worry often that we're gonna set down a path that where people will depend on us and we won't have the resources to meet their need. That makes me nervous, it makes me lose sleep. Doesn't mean we don't do it, but it means we have to have the right partners in place. And we focus on the county constantly, and obviously they are the Health and Human Services entity for our region, so that makes sense. But this is a 6-county region, not a 1-county region. And inside of that 6 counties, at my last check, is at least 22 cities, and I don't understand why we're not engaging with all of them. And if we're gonna put $2.5 million, $3 million, or 60 million or whatever it is we're doing over 3 years here forward on homeless services, I don't understand why we don't reach out even to small cities and ask them to do something in size and scope similar. For some of those cities, it might be a 10-bed facility. They have much smaller populations. For some of them, it might be actually asking us for help with like rural outreach in parts of Yolo County where we have some resources with healthcare and things we might be able to work if we started to break down what this looks like for the whole region as opposed to just Sacramento. Because my fear is 300 beds isn't enough right now. And if we're the only one that has 300 beds and a 24/7, it really isn't going to be enough. But if there are some resources, and folks have done this siloed before. West Sac tried something, but they were the only ones and it didn't work out. Auburn and Placer tried something, and again, they were the only ones, and it didn't really work out. But it feels like if we did something in unison. So my ask of you is, and through this mayor, it's the right mayor. He's on SACOG. His member of his team is intimately familiar with SACOG. Why not go to that region and ask for a presentation?
Done it already.
Yeah, and get them to make some commitments, some financial commitments to this program with us so that moving forward, I mean, I don't know what the pressure points are on that or how we can assist with that, Mayor. Obviously, SACOG is one place where they all convene, but we all sit on boards and committees and commissions that take on regional dialogues, libraries, flood control, the gamut. We should be having these conversations on a broader spectrum, I believe. We will not solve it alone. We can't. We're like an island in the ocean, and if we operate that way, I think it's a recipe for disaster for everyone involved. So for me, need more information on 5 before I would say yes. 6 and 7, I don't think they'll work, but if we come up with a model where they do work and there's funding involved from private entities, then great. I haven't seen one work, and my big ask would be that, the council members, and I'm just going to say it outright, people like Councilmember Warren who come forward with an idea ought to be at the front and center in the dialogue moving forward on how this happens and what those partnerships look like. And if we don't have him in the driver's seat, we've missed another mark.
One real quick, then I'm going to make a comment, and then we're going to open to the public.
So, Emily, I neglected to offer direction. I think we should put out an RFQ for the second winter shelter site as soon as possible. And that would be my direction. I also agree with you, Councilmember Ashby. We have had discussions in the region through SAC Steps Forward, and we need to pursue those with great vigor. But we also need to get started, and we have an opportunity here. I think once we show that a model works, everybody will fall in line because everybody needs help with their homeless population.
Okay, first of all, this was a hot subject among the regional mayors. I presented about a month ago. It's an issue they're all dealing with. We're dealing with it in greater numbers, but everyone's dealing with it. And so there is an interest in a regional approach. And I do think it's the next great issue for SACOG to take on. SACOG has been continues to be a fabulous land use transportation planning agency that led the state and the country when it comes to smart growth and the blueprint. This is every bit as important a quality of life issue. And so I've raised it, not formally, but I've talked to the executive director and some of the lead board members, and I'm just, biding my time a little bit because we've got to complete our partnership with the county as a model and be ready to move. And then I think on a parallel track, doesn't have to wait. We can begin developing that regional approach as well. But, the one thing that I won't ever recommend, and I know you're not recommending it either, is that we put together some regional approach and wait for that perfect form to come together before we get going. I know you're not suggesting that, but we're doing it the right way. We're showing leadership. We're out there. We're doing it. 300 beds. Are you kidding me? I mean, and whole person care, and the only city in the state. And yeah, there's some risks involved. Of course there are. But I'm hearing my community. I hear the broader community about this, and we're being aggressive. And as we succeed, hopefully that success in the model will expand and spread. I do want to make one other comment about the scattered site issue, because I want to thank Joan Burke, who is in the audience, who took the task, the unenviable task of really working with the faith community to see whether or not there would be interest in the scattered site approach. And I don't want this to come out wrong, because the faith community has done a Herculean job on this issue for years. There's Loaves and Fishes itself, plus Winter Sanctuary, that's a faith-based program. And maybe we've exhausted them, frankly. Maybe their message is, government needs to do its share and more, because when Joan did the survey, she reports that among the congregation surveyed, that only 4.16% of the congregation surveyed were very likely to want to participate in the scattered site approach. It's expensive, it's hard, and so that's not at all a dig on the faith community. I think it may be a signal that, hey, we're kind of exhausted here, and maybe it's time we try this approach that Emily and our team are suggesting here this evening. Okay, let's open it up to the public.
I have 24 speakers for item 1 and 17. The first is Braden Murphy, Eric Frame, and then Wanda Cleveland.
Listen to this guy again.
Oh, it's just sad, the lack of integrity that goes into these things. I just wanted to scream out, leading the witness several times throughout that. I almost feel bad for Emily Halkin. She's not even presenting something up here. She's being just told what to say and then guided along exactly what the mayor wants her to say. There's over 4,000 people on the streets in Sacramento, in my opinion. I know we hear 2,000, but that's an undershot number. And now we're bragging about 300 beds? It's ridiculous. That's at least 1,700 too few. Jeff Harris comments about how last winter we didn't do good enough by just having a shelter for 30 beds. He didn't say anything about that last winter. He said not one word. Jeff Harris did not say one thing last winter about the people had to leave those shelters. And now he stands up, oh, this is the great thing. Where was he then? And I just want to make it clear, when we heard about Ellen Warren's tent city, that was in January. We're 8 months later now. As part of Emily Halkin's speech, she said, we talked about this in March. It's 6 months from March. This plan is 1,700 beds too short. We should be standing up and acknowledging that. If I did a plan at my business that was 1,700 too short, I would get fired right away. They would say, you need to come back and you need to figure out how you're going to do a plan that's actually going to work. This is a gaslighting joke to try to comfort the public. Such a lack of integrity. Jeff Harris was nowhere last winter when the shelters were for 30 people. He didn't say up and say anything. And then he sits here, grandstands. don't know how you can do that. You were nowhere last winter when people suffered in the rain. You didn't stand up and say anything. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Murphy. Next speaker is Eric Frame. Next speaker is Eric Frame, Wanda Cleveland, and then Chris Jensen. Please keep your comments general to the council.
I guess Mr. Steinberg doesn't want to hear the truth or hear the public. That's quite insulting for him to leave.
Please keep your comments general to the public.
At the beginning of public comment, that is quite insulting. I'll do you one better, Braden. We have over 14,000 homeless in Sacramento County. That is based on the number of people that registered for food stamps and wrote and checkmarked homeless as well. That's 14,000. Mr. Harris, you just called 20 beds a bonanza.
Please keep your comments general to the whole council.
Why do we even call this an emergency item if it's been put off for 9 months? That PowerPoint looked familiar, by the way. All right, I have ideas for prevention. We had no ideas for prevention. Rent control. We had citizens come in here constantly demanding rent control. Sacramento has the highest raising rents in the nation. We need rent control. That would be a preventative measure. Yeah? Write it down. Please write it down. Okay. All right, another one. How about a living wage? Half of the homeless in this nation are working people. A living wage would go a long way. Okay. Sorry, I'm a little flustered because of the frustration. That 64 million person care whole grant thing, that's over the course of 4 years, like you said. Thanks for pointing out that truth. It promises to house 2,000 people over 4 years. Like I said, we have 14,000 homeless in Sacramento County, and we have I would wager about 2,000 people going homeless every year. So housing 2,000 people over 4 years is absolutely nothing. It's an insult. What more? Oh, you want housing first and evidence-based solutions. Then let's do a tiny home village. You want evidence-based solutions. Look at Detroit, look at Portland, look at Seattle, look at St. Louis. These are evidence-based solutions. And it's housing first. What's faster than building a tiny home? There's nothing faster than building a tiny home.
Thank you. Next speaker. Wanda Cleveland, Chris Jensen, and then Louis Morante. Thank you. Ms. Cleveland, come on forward. Mr. Frame, we need you to step away. Thank you.
I have to agree with him. We have 14,000 people on the streets of Sacramento right now. How can you tell 14,000 we can only put 300 of you up in a shelter? How do you tell a little girl or a little boy or a mother, well, you can't stay here tonight because we only have 300 beds? It's a felony for a mother and child to be on the street, for the mother. But you know what? They're out there. There are many, many out there that are afraid of law enforcement because it will put a felony on the mother's record. And what will that do? What would that help that child with? Oh, that's right, that broken CPS organization. That's right, more funding for California, or more funding for the government that's failing. You guys are failing. 300 beds. Oh, excuse me, plus 75, maybe from the county. 375. Oh, that's right. Wind is going to give us another 30 beds. Okay, I can even figure this one out on my hand without using my fingers. I'm not stupid. 300 beds. You tell a child that he can't go to a shelter tonight because my mom will be a felon. I'm disappointed. 300 beds. I've been on the street. I've had 3 kids on the street. No one helped me off of it. And I see you guys aren't helping anybody either.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. Cleveland. Next speaker.
Chris Jensen, Louis Morante, and then Paula Gainship.
Good evening, council members. My name is Chris Jensen. I am the interim executive director for Resources for Independent Living. We're an independent living center here in Sacramento providing services to people with disabilities and low income. We see probably between 400 and 500 people annually. And the number one goal that people have when they come to see us is housing. It's either staying in their home because rents are getting so high and they can't afford it. They live on SSI, SSP, $895 a month. Or they've got a voucher, but they can't find a landlord that'll take it. So don't think that a voucher is going to be the answer to homelessness, because it's just not. Or they're just homeless and they're looking for a place and they can't afford it. It's either not accessible or not affordable. So when I was looking at the meeting tonight, something that my friend Frank Topping talked a lot about in the past struck me, and I just did a little search. There was an article in the Huffington Post back in 2012 in regards to Sacramento and homelessness. The topic was shelter crisis, declaring a shelter crisis. That was 5 years ago. Nothing has been done 5 years ago. Many of the programs and projects that are being talked about are going to be expensive. It's going to be hard to find siting for. Declare a shelter crisis. That opens up resources immediately. There will be places available to begin to start building for homelessness. I think we can all agree that there's a crisis going on. There has been. That we can agree on. What we're not agreeing on is declaring it formally, that we have a shelter crisis in Sacramento. So I ask you, please, seriously consider this. And if you decide not to do it, please put that in writing and explain to us why we cannot declare a shelter crisis in Sacramento. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next, can you call off the next couple of speakers? And if you all could line up in the aisle, that would be helpful.
Next speaker is Louis Morante, then Paula Gainship, Mike Jask.
Hi, my name is Louis Morante. I am speaking tonight for an organization called House Sacramento. We have about 50, 60 members in Sacramento, and we advocate for more affordable housing and more housing affordability in Sacramento. I'm also the board member on the Midtown Neighborhood Association, although I'm not speaking for that board tonight. But I want to come to you tonight to express our feeling in House Sacramento and my feeling personally that this is of the utmost moral importance that we direct this money to, I think, some of the pretty prudent recommendations from staff. The 300 emergency triage beds are, I think, like a lot of folks in the audience tonight have pointed out, certainly not an adequate step, but a necessary step towards a better future for Sacramento. I also just wanted to thank the mayor, although I know he's not here, for his work in the Senate, the state Senate, on SB 585 and Prop 63, which have together raised billions of new dollars for mental health care, as well as for the unhomed. I would firmly encourage you to consider a new tax on all housing in Sacramento to support more affordable housing in Sacramento, consistent with the model that new revenue is necessary to support the scale of the problem that we have now. Left alone, this will probably be Sacramento's largest moral tragedy. We have to address homelessness, and there are multiple tools in your belt to do so. I encourage you to consider relaxing the exclusionary zoning policies in places like East Sacramento and Land Park. I encourage you to find new sources of revenue for more housing, and I encourage you to consider a renter's protection ordinance, much like San Francisco and in the East Bay have considered. Lastly, I just want to express that as a neighbor in Midtown, I firmly hope that you are able to help people in Midtown by offering services in Midtown, preferably as close to my house as possible. I want to offer the opposite of the NIMBY position.
Thank you very much for your comments.
Next speaker is Paula Gainship, Mike Jask, Paige Madden, and Noel Kammerman. Paula, Mike Jask. Following Mr. is Paige Madden and Noel Cameron.
Good evening, Mayor Steinberg, council members, city manager. Oh, he's not here. My name is Mike Jaske, a member of St. Mark's UMC and Sacramento Acts Homeless Local Organizing Committee, and a member of District 6. We support staff's recommendations concerning the 7 options that were outlined in Ms. Halcon's backup report. SAC has explicitly supported expanding emergency shelter capacity in our formal comments to the county and also, I believe, to the city this past June. If I could get you to turn to page 8 of the backup package, the chart that enumerates the 7 options, I'm going to speak specifically to items 3 and 4. Expansion of winter sanctuary and a focus on a central site is a fundamental necessity, and hopefully the county, city, first steps negotiations will all work out successfully. Congregations are fatigued. We've rotated through many different churches through the winter sanctuary program. One congregation, actually, this is not well known, cited or hosted about 30 of the nights because, frankly, we just couldn't get other congregations involved. However, in a central site model, if the church members are able to provide food, services, fellowship to people who are there, I think we can draw upon the faith community in a way that actually is successful and reduces costs compared to hiring all that out as wages. An expanded winter shelter, whether it's another version of winter sanctuary or something parallel to that, is also important. I don't know if there's an operator out there ready to do it, but it should be tried, and if it can be launched in parallel to
Thank you very much for your comments.
Sanctuary, go for it. And finally, let me just say that while winter programs are important, Bob Erwin-Bush and his organization and their memorial for homeless persons who have died on the streets have shown that people die year-round. Sacramento has a brutal summer climate. You need to
Mr. Jess, thank you very much for your comments. We need to move on to the next speaker. Appreciate your service and your comments.
Next speaker is Paige Madden. Following Ms. Madden is Noel Kammerman and Alan Goldstein.
Hello, I'm Paige Madden, and I'm the Communications Coordinator with Loaves and Fishes. I want to start off by saying thank you for all the effort and time that you all have already put towards addressing our homeless community and for all the continual effort that you plan on doing. Today, I'm here just to support all of the shelter expansion options because every week I speak with guests who are continually on these wait lists. And one guest in particular, Sean, who is highly motivated and definitely capable, has actually been on a waiting list for 35 days. And every day he starts it the same way. He wakes up around 6, gathers his things, heads over to the shelter to check in so he can continually move up, and then head over to Loaves and Fishes. And as of this past Thursday, he is still number 15 on that wait list. It is remarkable to me that he remains so hopeful and patient with this process because I know if I was on a wait list for one night, I would be incredibly frustrated. Therefore, I strongly support all the efforts that you all plan to do because this is going to result in better access to these shelters so that we could have less residents on the streets every night and more residents having a safe, secure place to stay at night. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Madden, for your comments and for your work. Appreciate you.
Noel Kammerman, Alan Goldstein, Karen George. Alan.
Good evening. Noel Kammerman and I'm the new executive director at Sacramento Loaves and Fishes. I haven't been in the community for very long, having only just got off the plane on July 1st. So the work here in Sacramento is quite new to me, so please bear with me. I'm here to fully support the efforts that Emily has outlined in terms of expanding out shelter in the Sacramento community. I think we all have a general sense of the severity of the issue at hand, and I'm happy to see that there's some steps that the city has now taken in moving forward on. This, coupled with whole person care, it is exciting. I'm excited to see how it's all going to unfold. That being said, what I would continue to encourage, and I've had conversations with folks, I want to encourage the city to continue to reach out, work with the county, Collaboration with the county, collaboration with the region, collaboration with the state. That's how we made progress with regard to solving homelessness or certain aspects of homelessness in Connecticut. That's the only way forward on this one. I know that steps have been taken, and I know that hands have been reached out in those regards, and I would encourage the city to continue to take those steps because that is the way forward on this one, because we are, if we do this by ourselves, we are an island out in the ocean, and we can't do it alone. So it's going to take all of us in this one.
Yeah.
We're committed to this fight. We're in it every day, and we're looking to see how other folks are going to continue to take the battle. And the only way forward on this one is together.
Noel, I want to thank you and welcome you to town again. And just Lowe's always been a great partner, but to continue to be a good partner in even modifying your mission or expanding your mission, I should say, to include this notion of triage. We can't just do day services. We need to do that because people are in need. We want to get people off the streets. That's going to be the focus, the goal, the continued goal. And we need your help because the most important organization serving the homeless in town.
Well, thank you. I'm happy to see the options that are coming forward on shelter. I know it's not part of what we're discussing here tonight, but also please have housing in mind, housing, because shelter is not housing.
Yes.
And we're looking to move people from shelter to housing. I know that it's not what we're talking about tonight. So thank you for having your eye on that piece of it too.
Eye on the prize. Thank you.
The next speaker is Alan Goldstein, then Karen George, and Susie Dotson.
Anybody?
Alan?
Okay, let's move on to the next then, please.
Karen George, Susie Dotson. Following Ms. Dotson is Joan Burke.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members.
Good evening.
My name is Karen George, and I am a retired teacher who has worked with homeless families and homeless youth for the last 25 years. I represent the Sacramento Homeless Youth Task Force, and I would like to request that you honor or approve the matching funds for the Wind Youth Services expansion, because every extra bed is going to help in our community. I appreciate that you're looking at opening 300 new beds. My only question on that is I didn't hear if any of those were going to be for families with children, because there is a need for that. In the
You're talking about the Wind site?
No, not the Wind site. Wind site is for transition age youth. I'm talking about your winter shelter and the triage center.
Emily, can you clarify that, please? It's important.
Yeah, so the winter sanctuary has traditionally served adults only, so my expectation is that is who it would serve. An expanded winter sanctuary would likely be operated similarly, mostly because it's likely to be a single site. I do, however, know that the county has an RFQ out right now for some expanded winter capacity specifically for families, so I think that there's a complementary effort happening at the county around family sheltering in the winter.
Okay, because I know there has been some family sheltering in the winter. So thank you very much. Please vote positively for Wind.
Next speaker is Susie Dotson, then Joan Burke, and Howard Lawrence.
Thank you so much for taking the time to listen to this and to have me speak. As you all know, I'm Susie Dotson, Executive Director of Wind Youth Services. You obviously know that I'm here to support the Emergency Shelter Expansion Plan. So this is going to increase our capacity from 6 beds to 26 beds, so that's going to quadruple our capacity, which is pretty darn exciting, considering we have a waiting list of about 50 youth right now, and it's about a 4 to 6 month wait for those, and that's been that way since we opened the doors in December of 2015. Research shows that youth who are homeless are 3 times more likely to experience violence than the general population, and 51% of youth report feeling unsafe living on the streets. Additionally, young people face the additional challenge of being treated as a threat by the public instead of youth in need of protection. Last year, WIN served over 1,000 youth and provided over 40,000 services. We help youth find shelter, housing, connect to medical care, gain employment, and move towards independence. However, we realize it still isn't enough. WIN is currently working towards a new model focused on prevention and early intervention at our new WIN Center, but we still need answers for youth who have no place to go. And I think the impact of shelter is best described through the words of a youth, Gemma, who so eloquently wrote me this note. Throughout most of high school, I had nowhere to call home. You probably couldn't tell, as I was always that one kid who cheered and smiled and had a seemingly endless reserve of positive energy. But after the last bell rung, that changed. I went back to people who abused me or neglected me, no matter how hard I tried to prove I was worth being in their family. Midway through 12th grade, I found myself not only homeless, but houseless. And it was here I was informed that WIND Youth had a bed open. And for the last couple of months, I've had a home with people who care about me and want me to succeed, who support me through my struggles and love me for who I am. As I look to the future, college and jobs
Thank you. If you
and
could wrap it
apartments,
up, please.
I find
Thank
myself
you.
not scoffing at impossible dreams, but planning and looking forward to them.
Thank you. Thank you for your mission and what you do.
Next speaker is Joan Burke, then Howard Lawrence and Fago. So Joan Burke.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I will be brief. Sacramento has a housing catastrophe, and because of that, we have a homelessness epidemic. We know that the number of unsheltered homeless doubled in just 2 years. We know we will have over 2,000 people sleeping outside tonight. We really appreciate your support of the well-considered options that your staff has presented to you, and we thank you for your action tonight. And once you've done this, again, give every effort to creating enough housing to go around so everyone in Sacramento has a home.
Absolutely. Thank you, Jim. Thank you.
Next speaker is Howard Lawrence, then Fago and Jamison Parker.
Hi, Howard.
Mayor Steinberg, members of the City Council, I'm here tonight on the behalf of Sacramento ACT, Area Congregations Together, along with my colleague Mike Jaski. And we do want to go on record as formally supporting the staff recommendations. We think these very important decisions have been taken tonight. I'd like to focus my remarks on two areas. First of all, option number 5, the permanent triage center. This is something that is so sorely needed, and I think many of you have heard me come before this council several times over the years saying we need to establish a triage center to begin to wrap our hands around the problem of homelessness in Sacramento. So I really commend the city and Emily for attempting to bite this bullet. It is an important step forward. Realize that trying to make change in the city of Sacramento or the county of Sacramento or the region is trying to turn a big ship. You turn the wheel and you wait for the rudder to kick in, and then some change of direction begins to occur. And that's, I think, where we are now. I'd like to close my remarks by thanking Councilmember Ashby and Councilmember Harris, particularly for their comments about the need for a regional approach and a collaborative approach. I know that you, Mayor Steinberg, are fighting very hard for that, and assure you that we're advocating a comprehensive regional approach to address this issue. We'll be in front of the county pushing that. We think what you're doing tonight is an important step where we can make this all come together and end homelessness in Sacramento.
Thank you so much, Howard, for your consistent advocacy.
The next speaker is Fago and then Jamison Parker.
So, after 6 months of deliberation and whatever you guys process you guys were using, You come back to us with a measly 300 beds. That's it, 300 beds, and maybe a triage center in the summer. So, 300 people have a limited access to a temporary winter thing that's only going to happen one time for one winter, and then maybe a triage center for 200 people. So those 100 people that were added in there just go right back out to the streets, assuming that we even get the triage center, and yet no action's even going to be taken tonight. And, when I'm looking at the natural disasters happening all across this country and realizing that Sacramento is a disaster-prone zone, if you can't house the homeless that are already here, what's going to happen to the rest of your citizens when a natural disaster happens here? It's obvious that you guys aren't even considering that. You talk about long game, but what about the long game when something happens like Folsom Dam breaks or something like that that causes flooding throughout this whole region? Where are people going to go if you can't even shelter the homeless that are already here? Or do you even care about that? Or is it, there's not enough profit in it for you to make you move fast enough, to actually give you the political will to have the courage to get something done now? The tent city? Yeah, it's not a perfect idea. It's something that can be done now. 300 beds? Yeah, that's a good start. But let's not sit here and pat ourselves on the back for something that doesn't fix the problem. Let's start actually looking at real solutions and getting something done now instead of kicking the can down the bureaucratic road. Quit funding groups like Sacramento Steps Forward that basically have done nothing but collect data that are already collected. Let's start putting the money directly into the services so that those services could be more effective instead of having it eaten up through administrative fees for a group that all they do is collect data that's already there. And it's not even accurate. Look at your actual county data. There's 13,632 people signed up on the CalFresh homeless program in this county.
Your time is
so
up.
quit using false data.
That's it. Thank you. That's from me enough.
Jamison Parker and then Tracy Segal.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I'll be brief. My name is Jamison Parker with the Midtown Association. I just want to express my appreciation for your efforts and the staff efforts on this item. I think it's clear that there needs to be a continued emphasis on programs and solutions that focus on permanent support of the housing, especially on these options put forth that moves us in the direction of providing a path to long-term care and housing through programs that can be tested and proven in the community. Specifically on option 7, we ask that local business and property owners continue to be engaged on the discussion. The conditional use permit process allows for an appropriate conversation and an opportunity for ask the important questions through that process. So any process that could replace it would need to be afforded the same. So with that, I thank you for your time.
Thank you so much.
Next speaker is Tracy Segal, then Dion Dwyer, and Frank Topping.
Good evening, Mayor Steinberg and mayors of City Council. I'm Tracy Shaw, Executive Director for Power and Alliance. As we've heard countless times tonight, it is neither safe nor sanitary to live on the streets, and we as a city and as a region must identify other alternatives. The systematic effects are impacting all residents of our city. What we are doing right now is clearly not enough. The Alliance fully supports the multifaceted approach that city staff has brought forward tonight. We do respectfully request that all neighborhoods have an opportunity to be part of the discussion in terms of viable temporary shelter solutions. This is an issue that will take a village, and we look forward to being part of that village.
Thank you so much, Tracy.
Dion Dwyer, and then Frank Topping.
Hi, thank you, Mayor, Council. On behalf of the partnership, I would like to thank the council and staff for their willingness to move forward thoughtfully on this important issue. Addressing homelessness must continue to be a priority for the region. Thank you, Councilmember Ashby, for pointing that out. We are a region and homelessness knows no political boundaries, but you've taken bold steps today and continue to take bold steps. And so on behalf of the business community and the Downtown Partnership, we stand by you with these bold steps, and we're proud to be partners to make this happen. In regards to the scattered site housing, I would just like to indicate that we are a bit concerned about the PUC process. So if that does move forward, we would like to be a part of that. But I think moving forward in the first steps and propping up what we can do today and get winter sanctuary, get the shelter moving forward is a positive step. So I want to thank you.
Yeah, if we're going to do any form of scattered site, there needs to be an engaged community process. You're absolutely right. And in 2000, after we get this off the ground, I think next year we'll We'll engage in that. Thank you.
Next speaker is Frank Topping, then Richard Wake.
Good evening again, Mayor and City Council. It's a Photoshop that the chair of the Mental Health Board did as a humorous piece that says, Merry Christmas, but it's actually a group photo. It was a dinner. That's Dr. Sherry Heller, the head of the Department of Health and Human Services. Back in 2008, 2009, the budget cuts. I was secretary of the Mental Health Board, was for 6 years. I represented the board to the Human Services Coordinating Council as a member. And it was one hectic time. I chaired the budget committee for the Mental Health Board. I remember Dr. Heller being very, very upset because we had an explosion of contagious diseases. And she was worried that it was going to be blamed on immigrants, which wasn't the case at all. It was the severe budget cuts that chopped into our public health nurses. And that was the true reason. Now, I have got stage 4 liver cirrhosis and hepatitis B, precancerous. If that Hep A from San Diego were to explode here, I'd be a dead duck, okay? Basically, I'm only here because of community service. And as a consumer, I'm recommending to you, we need to act fast. We got a warning about the pollution on the Parkway.
Thank you, Frank. Thank you. Glad you're doing well.
The next speaker is Richard Wake, then Kevin Dumter, and Daryl Rutherford.
Good evening. On several occasions when I've had opportunity to speak in front of the council here, I've mentioned that I have a homeless friend that I went to Sac State with. His name is Jim Cook. He has a bachelor's degree in communication studies, and he's staying at the Volunteers of America shelter because he was illegally fired from his job at the Franchise Tax Board. I've been very active in helping him out on many occasions, and I pick him up quite frequently over at Volunteers of America. I've taken many trips down Sequoia Pacific Boulevard and North B Street, and let me tell you, 300 beds it isn't even going to cover the amount of people that are sleeping on the streets over by the shelters there by Volunteers of America and on Sequoia Pacific Boulevard. I've taken pictures of those areas and posted them on my Facebook page. It's appalling and disgusting that the city is allowing this to continue to happen. I just find it simply amazing also that after the hurricane, the city of Houston opened up a basketball arena when the basketball season was getting ready to open for the Houston Rockets. Yet here in Sacramento, we have an abandoned arena that's doing absolutely nothing for the people of Sacramento. This city has subsidized a restaurant that sucks over in Chavez Park, as it was written up by the Sacramento Bee, to the tune of $450,000. And we gave the Sacramento Kings, the worst basketball team in the NBA for the last decade, $350 million plus to subsidize their new arena so rich people can go watch basketball over in the arena. Yet we let people live in squalor. We have a place for a triage center. The Sacramento, we're talking about working with partnerships. How about our loser basketball team, Pony Up the Sleep Train Arena? It has kitchen facilities, beds, showers, everything. Why not engage them? And lastly, I did mention to Councilmember Warren, and I'll say it again. I feel compelled to do this because I feel so strongly about this issue. Councilmember Warren, if the city council, if the rest of these people up here in the city council will not allow you open up the tent shelter and you feel compelled to do so, tell them all to go to hell and open the shelter.
Next speaker is Kevin Dumter, then Daryl Rutherford.
Good evening. My name's Kevin Dumler, and I'm with a group called House Sacramento, and
What we believe is organizing for more housing across the spectrum, and that especially includes our most vulnerable communities. We're very concerned about rising rents and rising home values and the effect that that's having on the lowest economic spectrum for our community. With that said, we support staff's proposal with a couple comments. Regarding the triage and the scattered sites alternatives, as the council mentioned, these projects will have neighborhood opposition, most likely because we can all agree that we want solutions, but we can't agree on where we want them. And overwhelmingly, people don't want them in their own backyards. And we'd like to partner with the communities to express support for these projects when they do get proposed. Regarding the staff proposal, I think overwhelmingly the response from tonight has been that this is an inadequate response and that the timing and sacrifice, it's not enough. And our housing crisis is severe, and that's going to take real sacrifice from our city, and it's not going to be something easy or easy to accomplish because this is a huge problem, and it's going to take a lot of resources to get that done. With that said, I'd also like to comment on the church option, and the only real drawback I heard to this option was that the city doesn't want to pay for the transportation to the churches.
No.
Okay.
No, the churches are exhausted. The survey, they don't have the capacity or desire to participate at this point.
Right.
So,
But you said still 4% of churches, which, in my opinion, if we can just get one church to open its doors, I think that's better than none. So
Okay.
I think we just need to embrace an all-of-the-above approach to housing and housing the homeless. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Next speaker is Daryl Rutherford, and then Megan Takanaga.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Daryl Rutherford, Executive Director of Sacramento Housing Alliance. You know, this isn't just a Sacramento issue. This isn't a regional issue. It's not just a state issue. It's a national crisis. And as Councilmember Warren said, yes, all options need to be on the table and make sure that, you know, the need is being addressed and that we can do more than what's being done. There's been so much neglect on this issue for so long that this issue has gotten out of control. But first off, I'd like to say thank you all. Thank you all very much for rolling up your shirt sleeves and taking on these hard conversations. We're in desperate need to find more options to shelter those who have no place to call home on a nightly basis. Mr. Mayor, we appreciate you raising awareness to this issue, as well as all the discussions related to renter protections and finding new financing mechanisms to build more affordable homes for those who are struggling to make ends meet here in Sacramento. This isn't an easy position to be in, and not everyone sees the behind-the-scenes work and actions that you and council and staff have been engaged in, and we appreciate being at the table in a lot of these discussions. We're very pleased that you guys are willing to tackle these issues and are very supportive of staff recommendations tonight. However, we believe that the emergency shelter option and the ordinance needs to be reviewed and should be analyzed to offer more options for those who seek shelter on a nightly basis. As you're aware, we're willing to support you in these efforts, and we're standing ready to assist in all these issues related to affordable housing and homelessness. We'll take hard policy positions, we'll have tough discussions, we'll roll up our shirt sleeves to ensure all Sacramentans have a safe, stable, and accessible place to call home nightly. Stay the course, keep working hard on short-term solutions. Sooner or later, we'll get to the goal of permanent supportive housing for all those in need. This is a marathon, and we look forward to being with you along this race. Thank you very much.
Rutherford.
Next speaker is Megan Takananga, and then the final speaker is Gabriela Chavez. Megan?
Both aren't here.
You've got me twice on 2 sheets of.
Is Pastor Gainsborough, did you fill out a slip for either items 17 or 1? Okay. Well, we might have missed it. Come on up. You're up. There he is. Okay.
Yep.
Okay, Pastor Gainsborough is the last speaker.
There are others here who would not speak up for themselves. but we need to speak up for those who cannot speak up for themselves. San Diego Union Tribune, Paul Sisson, on May 5th, wrote an article. He said that the spread of hepatitis A in San Diego had killed 3 and hospitalized 66. Now extrapolate the augmentation of these casualties and fatalities. In 4 months, the number rose from 3 killed or dead to 15 dead. Take that out 4 more months. That is a 5 factor. That'll be 75 dead. Take it out another 4 months, and that'll be 360 dead. The number hospitalized in 4 months in San Diego went from 66 hospitalized to 378 cases. Extrapolate that out in another 4 months, and that is almost 2,000 cases, a 5 factor. Read the article in the San Diego paper. One was on May 1st, the other on a week ago, Monday. E. coli feces in this hepatitis A, it is spread. They have set up 20 portable hand washing stations, and the next day they set out 20 more because it is spread by the lack of hand washing and sanitation, which is spread by feces and E. coli. If we do not give our poorest and most vulnerable citizens both public toilets and water to wash their hands,
Pastor,
we will have an epidemic. The word crisis is the Greek word for judgment. God is judging Sacramento, a city of judgment. We must move on this public restrooms. And Jeff Harris had the courage to start the pit stop. We've got to fund it. It was only $100,000 compared to what they're spending in San Diego. We need the pit stop. We already bought the unit. Put it out on the streets and get it operative.
Thank you, sir. Hey, that's it. Councilman Guerra.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I didn't want to repeat what had been said, but there are a couple points that that came up during the conversation to give staff direction from council. One, I do want to also acknowledge the comments from our Mr. Dusk from good old District 6, about the expansion of the winter sanctuary and the new winter shelters, and how there are, I think, at least with my parish and when I get calls from my priest about what to do, that you could see an increase in the capacity and support from the faith community with that type of assistance. Also, I am supportive of the permanent 24-hour triage center, and I have optimism that we will get in agreement with the county and our friends there on a concept of triage facility.
Yeah, we will.
Yeah, but and even though it is expensive, there's no free lunch on this one here. We have to work together on it. Although on the scattered sites, I do have a concern on the conditional use permit process. Or the lack of a conditional use permit process. There's 2 points of concern on the scattered sites. One is there's already a sense of skepticism from the community about the conditional use permit process that I keep hearing, so I want to make sure that there's an assurance when we do create a process, because we don't have one now, that we're able to enforce those conditional use permits in order to mitigate issues in the neighborhood. I think it's the type of application that we see to make sure that we provide an option if a shelter wants to, whether it's a church or whatnot, wants to locate in a place, and then also that it's not zone specific, because I think the earlier proposal of just doing an industrial area really concentrates it in a very finite area of the city. So if we're going to do something that's scattered, then let's make it truly scattered. On that, and that we use a process that allows for public input. With that, Mr. Mayor, still seconding the first motion.
We're going to vote in a second. I want to end with one just sort of further clarification through Emily here. And it's to respond to some of the comments about 300 beds. What do you do? 300 beds. What a letdown. And maybe it's the difference that I have with some of the advocates, Mr. Clark and others. You said something interesting, Mr. Clark. You said, going to fill up 300 beds and then there isn't going to be room for anybody else. Presumes that those 300 people are going to stay in emergency shelter for a year or more. That's not the way the city of Sacramento is approaching this problem. Let's retrace the steps here. Excuse me. We redirected 1,755 housing vouchers with the county back in March. Now, there's a lot of detail and work to do to actually create 2,000 units of permanent supportive housing, but that is our goal, and we're working on that. The idea is for the people who enter the emergency shelter triage to move into permanent housing, therefore freeing up space in the emergency shelter triage system. So, Emily, when you think about 300 beds, and based upon maybe the experience of other cities and other jurisdictions, what is the expected turnover? And depending upon your answer, then, can you extrapolate the annualized number of beds over the course of an entire year?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I think that's a really good question. Based on experience of other shelters who have done intensive services and provided triage opportunities and housing supportive service, and many folks will be housed through a voucher or another program. Many other folks will be housed in other ways. The program that we've been most looking at, Councilmember Harris and myself went to see the Navigation Center in San Francisco, which has been sort of the gold star model of this. I believe their average lengths of stay are 45 to 90 days. So if we take the high end 90 days, that means you're turning every bed 4 times a year. So that means 1,200 people.
All right, I think that's really an important way to end this part of the discussion. Excuse me. It's 1,200 annualized shelter beds, and we are working to develop 2,000 units of permanent housing. Okay? Now, I'm not saying the gold-plated solution here in front of, but this is what we're working towards. Not to perpetuate homelessness. And I know that will not please everybody out there, and we can disagree on that point. But we're trying to get 2,000 people off the streets over the next 3 years. And this is part. 1,200 annualized beds is a start in trying to achieve that goal. Let's call a roll on the motion that has been seconded to transfer, what is it, the $3 million, the remaining 2.9?
3.9, right.
$2.9 million to be available for contracting for the purposes outlined here tonight. Please call the roll.
So item 17 was review and comment, so we're going to call the roll on item number 1, which was the motion was made by Councilmember Harris and second by Councilmember Guerra. So
Mayor, I'm sorry, I just need one clarifying. I know we're doing roll call and I have to vote first, so I just want to make sure the only item that we're voting on right now is the 2 point.
That's it.
Whatever.
Everything else was
The other was
direction.
just priorities and direction, and staff wasn't recommending all of them, right? They were just
No,
giving-
well, staff made a series of recommendations. Our comments cumulatively provide the direction.
Okay.
They will come back with specific action items consistent with our comments.
Okay, great, but we would be able to move forward with winter sanctuary and.
Well, that's
wind and all
what Ms. Halkin told us, is that she will be back before us late October, early November, I'm paraphrasing a little bit, with specific contracts to activate 300 beds by December 1st, 1,200 annualized.
Because I heard Councilmember Harris ask, and I think you were in the room, but you might have stepped out for a second on this one, to initiate the RFQ on the second site too.
That was part of his direction as well, but she's got to come back with a formal RFQ on that. So we're not taking that action tonight. That was more intended direction. Okay?
Just want to make sure I understand.
Good.
All right, thank you.
Tonight's only action is the $2.9 million shift, okay?
Correct, which was agenda item number 1.
Yes.
Councilmember Ashby?
Yes.
Councilmember Warren? Councilmember Harris?
Aye.
Councilmember Hanson? Councilmember Guerra? Aye. Vice Mayor Jennings?
A strong yes.
Thank you. Mayor Steinberg?
Even stronger, yes. There we go. Thank you. Okay, that passes unanimously. Now let's move on to the Powerhouse Science Center, another very important issue here. We thank everybody. Thank everybody for your testimony, your help, your advocacy. Okay, let's wait just a moment. I understand. Let's wait a few moments. Let's let everybody clear out. Yeah, I'm going to. Hey, I want to begin by thanking all the Powerhouse Science Center advocates who are in the audience. Give yourselves a hand for being here tonight and for your patience through a long evening. I hope maybe you learned a little bit about civics and democracy here. The messiness of it, but the effort to try to make an impact on a very difficult problem. And so this is the variety. We deal with homelessness, we deal with the opportunity to build a first-rate education center. And we turn here. So let us begin.
Good evening, council members, mayor. My name's Rachel Hazelwood. I work for the city's...
No, Rachel, why don't you wait? I'm sorry, just a second, if you don't mind. Oh, we lost. Did we lose Vice Mayor again? Okay. Here we go.
All right. Thank you. My name is Rachel Hazelwood. I work for the city's Economic Development Department. The item before you tonight is a resolution of support for the Powerhouse Science Center's application for a Qualified Zone Academy Bond, or QZAB, an allocation. The Powerhouse Science Center has been working to move to the shuttered PG&E Power Station building located on the Sacramento River, which will allow new programs and new exhibits for the center. The building is owned by the City of Sacramento and is leased to the Powerhouse. The renovation for the project is estimated to cost $51.8 million. The Powerhouse has a plan for financing the project, which includes accessing QZABs. QZABs are a federal tax credit available to educational institutions for the rehabilitation of school-related facilities. It carries a very low interest rate, and it results in an extremely low cost of financing. The Powerhouse is partnering with the Sacramento County Office of Education, or SCOE, to develop educational curricula that meets the requirements of the QZAB financing program. The Powerhouse financing plan also includes a request for additional financial assistance from the city. However, that proposal is not being considered tonight, but will be brought forward at a future meeting. The Powerhouse is working quickly to complete the process for securing a QZAB allocation, as opportunities to participate in the program are limited. Staff wants to ensure that as an allocation is available, the Science Center project is next in line to obtain it. For that reason, we are asking for this resolution of support. The Powerhouse Board of Directors, there's a number of them present here tonight, as well as the Board President, Mike Gillane, and the Executive Director, Harry Laswell. And I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Okay, we have 13 lines of public testimony. Why don't we take it? Let's take the public testimony, and then we'll turn it to the council. Now I want to make some comments about the resolution, which I support, and where we go from here to get to goal. Okay?
Mayor, this is the Powerhouse Science Center's Board of Directors president, and he had a proposal, because it's a late night, and he had a proposal to maybe compress the time a little bit.
Oh, proposal on the public testimony?
Yes.
Oh, well then take as much time as you need.
With everyone's support here, you see all the support we have here. What I'd like to do is just make some focused and brief comments.
Oh, good.
Invite 3 people to come up that represent the whole group, and then we'll be done.
That's very kind and courteous. I do want to say that, people waited here a long time. It is late at night. We're all a little tired. You don't feel like you can't testify if you don't want to. You're welcome to. If you want to condense it, we'd appreciate it. But no offense, if somebody's come and you wanna state your piece before the city, especially those under 9 years old. They get special priority. Okay? I'm sorry. Especially those under 10, I meant to say. Thank you. Okay. Go.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. Thanks for the opportunity to speak tonight and for your continued support of the Powerhouse Science Center. I've lived in the region for 17 years, been in the tech industry for 43 years, recently retired from Hewlett-Packard Enterprise, and really proud to represent the rest of the work that's being done here. As you know, the Powerhouse is truly a private-public partnership, and a lot of work's been done across many of the city departments. I'd especially like to recognize and thank Rachel Hazelwood and John Dangberg, who've been with the project from the beginning and made many, many critical contributions. We have a unique opportunity to lower the cost of financing this project through the federal QZAB tax credit bond programming. Using these QZAB bonds and with the city's increased financial support for the rehabilitation of the city-owned historic building, Powerhouse will be able to move forward with construction and actually open in 2020. As you know, the project has many benefits: historic preservation, a catalyst for the activation of the riverfront, and increasing tourism. You know, as recently as this week, in fact, the question's been asked again, is this the best use of the city's money? For me, the answer is pretty simple. Taxpayer dollars spent on our children are dollars well spent. They're more than an expenditure, they're an investment. We want to see children of all backgrounds in Sacramento, to have the type of experience that will let them develop an interest in science and education and a career path. In closing, I know that you have received well over 30 letters over the past few weeks from civic leaders, last count 38, in support of the Powerhouse, including Congresswoman Doris Matsui, Senator Richard Pan, Assemblymember Kevin McCarty, Supervisors Joe Cerner and Patrick Kennedy, Superintendent or board presidents of the major school districts, and other business leaders. I, along with all those dressed in green here today, from whom you'll be hearing some comments shortly, request your support tonight for this project. You're investing in future scientists, the future of Sacramento, and beyond. So thank you for the opportunity to be here. What I'd like to do is, in this order, have Andrew Trevino, Michael Robinson, and then Audrey Hall come up and make comments. And thank you for also allowing others, of course, to speak if they want. We're really trying to be respectful of everyone's time while making our point well.
I just want people, people have waited here a long time, and I don't want anyone to feel like they haven't been heard. Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Andrew Trevino, and I am 12 years old. I attend Westlake Charter School, and I've been going to Powerhouse for about 7 years now. And every time I've gone, I've had so much fun and had a wonderful learning experience. The thing that made it fun great was the extraordinary staff at the Powerhouse. They really make learning fun and create amazing experiences that I'll remember for the rest of my life. They have inspired me to want to become an environmental scientist. A few things that I've learned over the years is that I've learned astronomy and constellations in the planetarium. I've also created a weather station and learned about wind direction, measured wind speed, and rainfall. I learned about forensics and learned about blood splatter, the burning patterns of fabrics, and how to lift fingerprints. I learned about rocks and minerals and now I'm a rock collector. Over the years, I've learned stuff ranging from space to forensic science. I've also gone to many different summer camps over the years, such as UC Davis, Sac Aquatic Center, and the Sacramento Zoo, and by far, the Powerhouse is my favorite. Powerhouse has done a lot with what they have when I compare to other museums that I've visited. The Powerhouse could offer so much more if they had more space and resources. Please support and help build the Powerhouse. Thank you.
Thank you very much, young man. Great job. Good. Welcome, welcome. That was great testimony, by the way. Okay.
Hello.
My name is Michael Robinson, and I'm currently a sophomore at Rio Linda High School. I have an internship with the Teen Power Corps, and that is through the Science Center, obviously. I like volunteering in the design lab and helping with the summer program. My time at the Powerhouse is giving me work experience with new technology and a job opportunities toward my future career as a science design engineer. It has also been a fun place to make new friends. While volunteering, I often find myself taking pictures and stuff like that of how interesting the design is. Powerhouse Science Center is a really cool place that helps you learn in fun ways. It would be awesome to move to a better location, has more space, so we can do more activities. It would also allow more teens to join the Teen Power Corps and give everyone a chance to see how interesting science can be. Science isn't just fun, it is necessary. Without science, we wouldn't be sitting here today. We're like fish. We can only grow as big as our tank. Thank you for your time, and I really hope we get our new tank.
A new tank. That was great. Hello, hello. Welcome. Please tell us your name.
Hello, I am Audrey Quinn Hall. I am 9 years old. It is past my bedtime. I'm here because I love science.
Oh my God.
Mr. Mayor, ladies and gentlemen of the City Council, I would like to share with you a very special science moment. 4 years ago, at the young age of 5, my family and I watched a show called Cosmos, a science show. A show hosted by Neil deGrasse Tyson. He is an astrophysicist that works in New York City. Cosmos is a show about atoms, which are really tiny things that everything is made of. The Big Bang, which is when the universe was born, and space and other amazing things. I drew a picture of a black hole and mailed it to Neil deGrasse Tyson. Guess what I got in the mail 3 weeks later? This!
Wow. Look at that.
An autographed photo of Neil deGrasse Tyson. Getting this picture really inspired me. That same year, I met another Cosmos, a robot at the Powerhouse Science Center. Cosmos the robot answers questions and asks questions too. He really got me into robotics. I think giving people an opportunity to learn more about science is important. Why is it important? I'll tell you. Because if people of all ages learn more about science, they will learn more about how the world works. And if they learn more about how the world works, they can do really amazing things like cure cancer, figure out how to repair the ozone layer, maybe even figure out how to live on Mars. So let's give people more opportunities in Sacramento to learn more about science. Mr. Mayor, ladies and gentlemen of the City Council, I humbly ask you to please help fund the new Powerhouse Science Center. Thank you.
Look at all those letters. Wow.
More than
400. 44 letters. So Audrey, that was fabulous testimony. Usually, we have a little clock up here where we limit people to 2 minutes, but we didn't even start the clock for you.
Yes, I know.
I refused. No way. You, first of all, I don't know what you're going to be when you grow up. Maybe you're going to be a scientist, but you have a tremendous future as a public speaker. And as somebody engaged in what we call the art of government and politics here too, you know, you did just a fabulous job. Thank you. What is
The
that?
bag is full of support letters from other attendees at the Science Center.
These are other attendees at the Science Center. Very good. Here. Thank you. Okay, so that, as I understand, is the presentation. We appreciate it. There are a number of other people signed up. And again, I'm not encouraging you to come up and testify, but you're welcome to. Oh, we have Nicole. Okay. Is Nicole here?
All right, great, Nicole. One more.
One more. Okay.
Maybe one more after that.
Okay. It's fine. Hi.
Hi, I'm Nicole Soltis, a Sacramento local and a PhD candidate at UC Davis in plant genetics. I've been a scientist my whole life, thanks to some great science experiences I had as a kid. All my fondest memories of elementary school centered around science. I was curious, and those early exposures to science got the wheels turning in my head like nothing else ever could. And science gives us the tools to ask those exciting why questions that can keep kids engaged when they find their way into science later in life. My experiences as a budding scientist were thanks to the wonderful science museums and nature programs in the Bay Area. A lot of kids in California aren't quite as lucky. In the Sacramento area, though, we're really fortunate to have the Powerhouse Science Center, where they're doing a wonderful job at the challenging task of engaging the minds of local kids. Sacramento plays a critical role in defining what science engagement looks like through policy decisions, but also by setting an example for science education statewide. Science drives technology and innovation and defines informed policy. By focusing on science outreach and education locally, we can build communities that are informed and curious about science, technology, and agriculture, and we can set an inspiring example for the rest of the state. I hope to see Sacramento become a leader in expanding science education, from world-class research at the local universities to community programs and early education. For the past year, I've worked really closely with the Powerhouse Science Center to start the Science Distilled Talk series. We've received tons of public support and excitement for this series to continue, including from the local press. I hope you offer the Powerhouse the resources they need to expand their reach in our community and to make their exciting goals a reality. I'd love to see Sacramento become a local draw for science outreach and education in the region. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Luck with your PhD as well. Okay. So we have, does anybody else who signed up want to come up and testify? Why? Those of you who signed up aren't going to testify, please stand. Excellent. Okay. Thank you. You are recognized, and we have your slips here and in support. The gentleman here wants to testify. So, how are you, sir? And Mr. Trethewey.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and staff. My name is Francisco Medina. I'm the Public Policy Manager with the Sacramento Metro Chamber. I'm here today on behalf of our member businesses and civic organizations and their employees throughout California's 6-county region to urge your support for the Powerhouse Science Center's project application. As evidence is proven and the Valley Vision Results Attitudes Poll was taken, 91% of Sacramento area residents consider civic and cultural amenities important to their personal well-being and quality of life. Robust civic amenities, in this case, opportunities to promote learning and stimulate interest in STEM education, are vital to the creative class for our region. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today in support of the Powerhouse Science Center's application. We request your favorable consideration.
Thank you. Okay, thank you all very much. Mr. Trethewey. Yes, go ahead, Ray. Sorry.
Thank you, Mayor.
Where do you stand on trees?
I'll be very quick. This is actually, just want to remind you, I think most of you already know, this is actually a bonus night, a bonus vote. If you can find a way to fully fund the Powerhouse Science Center, the Hanami line, the Cherry Blossom Festival Park, not tied to this funding, will go right along with it. And within just a short period, especially in government time, maybe from 2 years from now, you have 2 new iconic destination points on the Sacramento River that will be very popular for decades to come.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ray. Yeah? Patty? Go ahead.
Patty Klein Connect, and I can't top the testimony by the young people tonight. I don't think anybody can, but they are the reason We need to make this happen. If this is the talent that's coming out of the Powerhouse Science Center, existing programs, we need to break ground tomorrow.
Okay, let's hear from the members of the City Council, and I'm going to make a few comments as well, and then we will move the item. I'm sure Councilmember Hanson would like to move the item, but you go ahead first, Steve.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Audrey, Michael, and Andrew, you're just phenomenal. And while it might be past your bedtime, Audrey, I think it might be past ours too. But we're all here for a really important cause, and I just want to start off by first thanking Michelle Wong, Warren Smith, Johan Otto. Those are the people who I've seen on this project for almost 10 years as they've come to talk about it. And when I first heard about this, I was a true believer, because when I was a kid, about Audrey's age, my great-grandmother, who was in her 90s at the time, would take me to the Science Museum of Minnesota in St. Paul. It inspired me to be the geek that a lot of people consider me to be. Although I ended up going into a career in law and then public service, I didn't get to use my science except for my time at Genentech, but it did form how I see the world. And I just got back from China. One of the things that was consistently said by our members of our delegation is there are people who believe in science. And we in this country have a big debate going on about whether science is real or not. And I think that this project is what they say about many ideas. It's one whose time has come, and it's one that we must do. In 2007, the city asked for proposals for who would occupy this site on the river, this beautiful historic building built in the Beaux-Arts style of our old city hall. And we chose the Discovery Science Center to become the Powerhouse Science Museum on that site. We got a grant from the state to clean it up. And for that 10 years, we've tried to bring this project together. This council has actually more people to thank, because John Dangberg, Rachel Hazelwood, and the Powerhouse Science Center staff have done a phenomenal job over the years. But in 2013, in March of 2013, when we voted for that very arena that many people considered to be a poor investment, we also said we were not going to give up the civic projects that many people were worried would be sacrificed. We had created a list of those projects. There are 5 of them. This is the only project on that list that we committed to. Granted, it was a moral commitment because we didn't take any specific action there. But we said that we weren't going to let this one go because we were doing other things. And I believe that this council is poised tonight to make good on that promise. Now, there's going to be more steps, and we've got more work to do, but this is the smartest thing, literally, we've done in a long time. But it fits well, not only with the mayor's vision for the riverfront, and he's been a strong advocate for the Powerhouse. Almost a year ago, he sent a letter to us saying that we should develop the riverfront, and the Powerhouse was one of the items that you named, Mr. Mayor, and I appreciate that. That was a very wise thing to do. I also believe, though, that the council, through work with the school district to reopen Washington Elementary as a STEM school, actually STEAM because we threw arts in, I'd encourage you to think about that as well. And our funding of the Square Root Academy and Hacker Lab to get to underserved communities, to make sure that people who don't have access to science education have that. This fits perfectly in not only serving our kids, but developing a region that's competent for the economy that is on our doorstep, which is the knowledge-based economy. But we do have a problem. That problem is that there is a unique source of federal funds, which won't be renewed. And there's probably only enough left, if we're lucky, thanks to Dr. Pan, our state senator, who's working with the state to get an allocation of those bond funds. We can have access to a source of funds that's essentially the cheapest money we can get. If we went through a traditional bonding, we'd yield half as much money. But with that source of funds, our existing commitment through the general fund, plus the addition of some transit-oriented tax revenue, which is paid by visitors who come here, stay at our hotels, use our convention center, and constantly talk about what great amenities we have, but that we may need a few more, maybe we could package them better. but they love Sacramento when they come here, and we need to find a way to keep them coming back, not just for that one convention or that one meeting. And I think this is part of that package. Catalyzing the waterfront, it's a no-brainer. This should be, like Audrey, Michael, and Andrew said, something that should be a no-brainer. So I say, Mr. Mayor and Council, let's move this item, let's build this building, let's move forward. We'll have to come back with some more work from our city staff. We have to get that state allocation of QZAB bonds. But I passed out to everyone on the council a binder. It has the sponsor lists, all that stuff, the op-eds, but also has a list of support letters from 53 different organizations. Everyone from our members of Congress, our members of the legislature, county board of supervisors, every educational institution in the region. UC Davis Chancellor Gary May, President of Sac State Robert Nelson, Elk Grove Superintendent, Los Rios Community College District Chancellor, Sac City Unified President, Natomas Unified Superintendent, Twin Rivers Unified School District President, San Juan Unified Superintendent, and on and on. Kaiser Permanente, CalSTRS, United Way of Sacramento, Sacramento Tree Foundation, Sierra Health Foundation, SMUD. The list is phenomenal. I have to tell you, we've never said no to a coalition so large, so important, and so effective. And tonight, I'd like to know that you're with us as we say yes. So I'll move the item.
How about a little passion?
Let's do it, Mayor.
Councilmember Guerra.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm here to second Mr. Hansen's motion and take some action today on the Powerhouse Science Center. And first, I want to thank Mr. Trevino's presentation, but I think Nell should have got her microphone and walked over to Audrey so she could drop it after her presentation on that. There's no other way to explain that right there. And yes, I think she would be a great scientist, a great engineer, but even better public speaker and elected official there, or both. Yeah. And well, first I'll start off by saying, the point about our last speaker, that why are we doing this, is completely true. It's about our youth. And when we start talking about, as the mayor has said, a city about young people, about our youth, this is exactly what we're talking about. We're talking about giving people hope, an opportunity, and making sure that we're finding ways to engage young people for their future. And a couple weeks ago, we had a conversation on youth prevention and intervention because of the number of incidents that we've had with teen shootings and violence. And just from my own personal experience, I know that the lack of hope and the lack of opportunity and not knowing what to do with your future can be a devastating thing, and particularly in the views of young kids. So the fact that we're thinking about something positive today and how to engage them early on, to see these young kids and saying, there are opportunities. My parents only had a 5th grade and a 4th grade education. I didn't know there was even an option. But if it wasn't for a place like Sac State, or a place that exposed me to a career in engineering, and now my younger brother is in engineering, my younger sister got her engineering degree too, the fact that we can give people that kind of hope and change an entire family from poverty into the middle class and home ownership in less than a generation because of science, now that's progress. Science. So I've been a strong advocate for the science because it is a way for people to move, to get mobility, to create independence. And even now, not just on the issue of career and jobs, but in a time when we have national elected officials and people that are discounting science and speaking against issues that are proven facts like climate change, the fact that we have folks that in our civic leadership are challenging those issues is more of an imperative to educate our youth about science and making sure that they don't get caught up in this false rhetoric about what's happening with our world. If I think about my little hometown where I grew up at and the issue of what helped end child mortality, it was science. It was the advent of vaccines. It was the advent of good health planning. And it's not just engineering, but it's in the issue of good quality and health that we train people to get good environmental factors. No reason we have our tree foundation here. The last thing is just, I had the benefit of going to Salem, Oregon a few weeks ago and watched a total eclipse. And it is something like I've never seen before. To be able to see a complete eclipse with your own bare eyes and without any glasses and watch that sky darken. But not just the experience of being there, but seeing so many young kids who were looking at the telescopes, wanting at that young age to be astronauts, to be physicists, to be involved in that exploratory feeling. That, I think, was the most inspiring thing, even more awe thing than just seeing the total solar eclipse. And with that, I do agree with the public testimony with Neil deGrasse is an awesome guy and Cosmos is a great show. But more importantly, I know that my big concern in the Science Center is that we do the appropriate outreach to get into the schools that need assistance so that they get connected to these programs. We started an after-school robotics program in our district, and it's only the bare minimum, and I saw these kids get excited, so we need to do more of that. But in order to do outreach to get these schools into a Science Center, we need a Science Center first. And so today, I'm proud to second that, Mr. Mayor. This is an exciting movement for Sacramento. We're going to make Sacramento the Science Center city in California.
Love it. Councilmember Ashby.
Thanks, Mayor. I know everybody's tired, and this is the hard part about having these long agendas, but this item's so important, and I don't want to cut it short. I'm grateful to the speakers who acquiesced their time and all of that, but I know how important this is to you, and just a couple points of privilege for me. First of all, it's pretty rare for somebody from District 1 to come to City Council. We just don't have a lot of District 1 show up on stuff. But it doesn't surprise me that when you're talking about the Powerhouse Science Center, that there would be some families who would hang it out and be here all the way past bedtime. I have known Andrew since he was about 4 years old, and it was a surprise to me that he was here tonight. But I'm really glad, Andrew, that you stayed up and drug your little brother out and your mom really late, and you did a wonderful job. And these guys go to Rio Linda, so you're up in my neck of the woods too. And I'm just proud of them for hanging out and their moms being here with them. And Audrey, of course, you did a great job as well. But for me, when I very first came into this seat, Councilmember Trethewey made me make one promise when I took over the seat, one, and it was about the Powerhouse Science Center. And it was about seeing it through. And really, Mayor Fargo and Councilmember Trethewey got that ball rolling. They figured out how to get that building transferred over, and Johan and Michelle and Warren were a big part of that, and Patty Klein Connect when I came in. And then we worked on getting them billboard money, which is part of this package too. When you see a general fund allocation, it's money that was already allocated to this facility through a billboard that they allowed to have placed on the site to help produce funding for it. And there has always been an effort. Rob Fong had the site next, and he tried hard to move some things forward and get some additional funding. And that's when we got the county on board. And then Councilmember Hansen has done a marvelous job of trying to run the next leg of that, relay and get us across that big finish line where we can get some shovels in the ground out there. And so for me, and I know for Councilmember Trethewey and Mayor Fargo and Councilmember Fong, this has always been something that we really wanted to see. We try to boost it up and we're just trying to push it over the proverbial top here and see if we can't get that Science Center open. It is incredibly important in every corner of our region, especially for our families and young people. And I don't think we have to spend a lot of time talking about the importance of making sure our next generation has access to science. I think we can see that all around us on a national scale right now, where we're going to have to figure out how to do that on our own, and it's really, really important. So for me, this is an easy yes vote, but more importantly, to Councilmember Hanson and Johan Otto and Michelle and Warren, as you're moving forward, Harry, if you guys need us in the next steps as you work with SCOE and because there are still a lot of hurdles ahead for them. This is really just us saying we'll be your partners, but there are several hurdles they're going to have to clear to then come back to us. So aside from, Audrey, Michael, and Andrew, you have some other champions who are willing to stand up and help you with those next steps too. So thank you for bringing us a project that we could get behind. And Councilmember Hanson, thanks for being a great ambassador as well. And Councilmember Trethewey for your early leadership on this project.
Good. Thank you. Councilman Harris.
Thank you, Mayor. I believe that curiosity is the most valuable possession that you own. And I believe the Powerhouse will help make our kids wealthy. So I'm in support.
Thank you, Jeff. So, final comment here. So I've been in this business a long time, and I know when I have witnessed a great organizing effort. That's what we see here tonight. And it's appropriately directed at the council and maybe even at me, where there's some question, does the mayor support the Powerhouse Science Center project? And the answer is unequivocally yes. This is a fabulous project. And it is true that when we campaigned, but even beyond that, began thinking about the riverfront here and targets of opportunity, I've said in 50 different talks, I look at the Powerhouse Science Center, the Hanami line, and the potential of redeveloping the hotels and motels there off of Jaboom Street as a prime target of opportunity for our riverfront. Plus, we all talk, and I certainly have talked about it for a long time, this needs to be a city for and about young people. And so this center and this idea and this vision, which has been championed by many people for a long time, is the right thing for the city. And so my commitment to you as mayor, working with my colleagues, is we're going to find a way to get this done. And I don't want to be, the thing in the punch bowl here, but I do want to explain to the public here, and even the advocates and the children here, that this is not a final decision here tonight. In fact, the resolution is written very carefully. We're preserving our right and our ability to qualify for this very good loan, and it is a great loan. But any loan is not free money. It requires us to pay, just so we're clear, $1 million a year, give or take, for 25 years. Now, where's that money going to come from? One of the problems we have in this city, and one of the things that I want to continue to talk to my colleagues and the community about, is that we lack sufficient economic development tools to be able to do more than one thing at a time. Because the champions here and our city council and our city staff, we look at really one thing. And that's the so-called transit occupancy tax, the TOT, the hotel tax. Because it's really our only source, when you think about it, of being able to fund major projects. And in fact, we had a debate about the community convention center where I said, look, I didn't want to do the proposal that the council wanted to do, or thought about doing, back in November, December, because it was going to take all of the TOT money and put it into that expansion. I said, let's do the convention center expansion in stages so we have some hotel tax money left over to put into Destination Sacramento, we call it. And so then we did the analysis here of the Science Center around whether or not it will generate additional hotel nights. And originally, and it was a good faith effort, the analysis says, well, it could generate up to about $500,000 annually, which means we could then take $500,000 out of hotel tax and put it right into paying off half the debt service. But when that was analyzed independently, it came back now about 150,000. So that means that we either use the hotel tax anyways, even though it would be it wouldn't be quite the fit, because the money you spend ought to generate the additional hotel beds, or you take it out of the city's general fund, which funds police, fire, parks, and other services. And it's $1 million a year for 25 years. And so we need more time, because one of the things we're doing here is we think there may be an even greater upside on the hotel tax than we've even imagined. Because we've got a lot of good things going on. We saved money from the convention center expansion. We are working with to build another hotel on the East End. We're trying to really pump it up here, in part so that we have more money to be able to do this, but we have more work to do. So whether it's the combination of the hotel tax, general fund, or some other creative way that we haven't yet thought of, we're going to get this done. We have to do this. We want to do it. We need to do this for the riverfront. We need to do this for kids. We need to do this because this is the kind of education center that all great cities must have. But I wanted to say that, not to be argumentative in any way, but to say that if you've sensed any reticence on my part, those of you who have been part of the coalition, it's only because I'm trying to figure out, like Councilmember Hansen and like the other champions of the project, how exactly we float how we pay $1 million a year for 25 years to achieve this dream. And I promise you we're going to figure out a way to get it done. Not exactly sure how yet in terms of what the sources are, but we're going to get it done, okay? But that, and so that's, none of what I just said is the sexy or fun stuff, but it's part of the work that we all do up here in balancing our fiscal dollars. So let's call the roll on the very important motion to take a big step forward and come back with the way to get this thing done.
Councilmember Ashby? Yes. Councilmember Warren? Yes. Councilmember Harris? Aye. Councilmember Hansen?
Absolutely.
Councilmember Guerra?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Jennings? Vice Mayor Jennings?
Still there, Rick?
Mayor Steinberg?
Aye. Okay? Good. Thank you. I hope the young people in the audience don't forget tonight, and that you're the reason why we're willing to stretch, why we want to stretch, why we need to stretch, why we feel the obligation to stretch. It's because of you. The riverfront, yeah, but it's really you. Okay? Thank you. Very good. Let's move on. Okay. You get the kids? Yes, do the kids. Come on.
Powerhouse people, do you want to come down for a photo?
Yes, please.
Come down.
Yes.
Come down for a photo. Powerhouse folks, come down for a photo. Powerhouse? No. Powerhouse folks, come down for a photo. Don't be shy. Come on. We still have a couple things to do.
Go on. Where do you want us? Down here.
the boys. Go with the boys. Go with the boys.
Come on, get in there close. Do it. All right, here we go. 1, 2, 3.
Powerhouse. 1, 2, 3. Science. Science.
Come on, Rick. One more. Wait, hold on 1 second. You gotta get.
No. You guys go. This is yeah. 1, 2, 3. Powerhouse. Yay. 1, 2, 3. Science. Science. Okay. Thank
Can I get a picture with you guys because you're all
This is why I am
I know. What we need to do is spend more money.
Maybe.
I think they'll go for it. Big time sale like something. Okay. Without getting the homeless thing solved. And we're going to say we want 100.
Heck yeah.
I know when I got worked. It's good. Okay. All right. We do have a couple more items here with on the agenda, and let us move to item 19, please, which is the SBA contract. I will say, listen, this has been well reported, I think, in detail.
Mayor, I'm happy to move. Yeah.
We do have two speakers.
Okay.
But
Is it okay?
Do you want to put something in the record, or what would you prefer?
No, I don't need to, so,
Okay.
I would just ask that you approve the motion, the recommended motion.
Okay, there's a motion. You okay with that, Howard? Okay.
Are the speakers Tim
Let's
and Paul?
let's take the two speakers here. And this is a big deal. I hate to, not giving it short shrift. I just think it's gotten a lot of appropriate attention, and I think it's been heralded as a balanced and fair contract that does right by the men and women who put on the uniform. And man, last week hasn't shown why they deserve all of our regard and respect. Boy, I don't know what else would. But on the other hand, it's fiscally smart for the city here as well. So I think that's been well reported. But let's hear from the public, and maybe someone disagrees.
I have two speakers, Timothy Davis and Kevin Smith.
Okay. I know one speaker doesn't disagree.
Thank you. As you guys mentioned, this has been a rough week for our department and for our officers that serve this community. These incidents that our officers have gone through illustrate their heroism and their dedication that they regularly show to their community. I'd like to thank you for your support. This contract shows the city's commitment to their officers, to your employees, to those that have sworn to protect this city. Together, we've been able to break down the barriers that we have erected in the past. I look forward to continuing our strong and cooperative relationship. This is the first contract that the city and the SPOA have collaboratively negotiated together since 2005. It took trust and a leap of faith for both sides. I'd like to thank the council and the mayor for their support throughout this process. I'd also like to thank City Manager Howard Chan, HR Director Melissa Cheney, and Labor Relations Director Shelley Banks Robinson. Their dedicated effort and commitment to reaching a negotiated agreement was key for us achieving this goal. This contract will bring your officers their salary from 22% below their comparable agencies to only 3% below. This 2-year deal will work to recruit and retain new officers for our department, and it also communicates the council and the community's commitment to their public servants. And I'd like to thank the council
Thank you, Tim. Thank you for your hard work and for sticking with us. I know there's been, some rough patches, but you know what? This is all a new beginning, and with Chief Hahn here, of course. I mean, you think about it, the contract, Chief Hahn, and it's a new time and a new day, and I think we ought to take the momentum, and we ought to, really continue to work hard together.
And I appreciate
Build
that.
the bonds with the community. I mean, that's really key now.
There's a lot we can do together.
Okay. Thank you. Okay.
Kevin Smith?
Kevin, how you doing?
Mayor, members of council, my name is Kevin Smith with Northwest Land Park and the Mill at Broadway. I'm here to speak in favor of the initiative included in the program for a $5,000 incentive for police staff to purchase a home within the city of Sacramento. This is a terrific idea to encourage those that protect and serve the community to live in the community that they protect and serve. To further support this effort, the Mill at Broadway is pledging a $5,000 match to the city incentive for police staff that choose to make the Mill at Broadway their home.
Yeah.
Although our matching funds will be a private program outside the city, and in addition to the city's incentive, we want to work with you to make it seamless and supportive of your innovative program. We've already reached out to your staff, and I've been in initial contact with Assistant City Manager Arturo Sanchez and HR Director Melissa Cheney to start the conversation on the best way for our match to work seamlessly with yours. We at the Mill believe strongly in the ideals represented by this program and sincerely hope that our contribution will help build a stronger community. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That is a big deal, and we want to thank you. Good business.
We enjoy
Good
being a part of
business,
this
by the
community
way.
and the support this community has given us, and we think this is a real win-win for everybody.
But you're already building. Not that you need all the free advertising, you deserve it. I mean, you're building homes for middle-class families, working people. And you're recognizing a need here. We want more of our officers living in the city, and you got $10,000. It's out there now, and that's fabulous. So thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you. And wow. Anybody else want to pledge 5,000? So I'm David Sobon here. Do I hear 15, 20? Okay. That's great. That's great stuff. Okay, there's a motion and a second. Chief, do you want to say anything? Chief Hahn, you're good. You'll be, yeah.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to thank Kevin Smith. The Mill is obviously a great project, but I think they're a smart project too, because every police officer I know that lives in my district is an extremely valued part of the community. And as we work to build relations between the community and officers, living in the city is a very important part of it. So Kevin, thank you for your pledge and on behalf of the Mill to lead the way in helping us with this. It really means a lot. And I'm guessing that other developers aren't going to take long before they start to match your leadership. So we appreciate you being the first.
Great. So who moved it? The city clerk wanted to know. Councilmember Ashby moved it. Councilmember Guerra thirded it. Yeah. So let's call the roll, please. Thank you to our HR team too. Great job. It's not easy. No binding arbitration. Got the goal. And Howard Chan, come on. Great.
Councilmember Ashby? Yes. Councilmember Warren? Councilmember Harris?
Aye.
Councilmember Hanson?
Aye.
Councilmember Guerra?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Jennings? Absent. And Mayor Steinberg?
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, we got a contract. Way to go. Okay, we have one more item, and this is the oral report on human trafficking. I know Councilmember Guerra wanted to make an opening comment. We'll turn it over to the chief, who's also waited patiently tonight. Yeah. And go ahead, Eric.
I just wanted to, thank, I know Councilmember Chenier is not here today, but I do want to thank all the partners who are here today and who've stayed here from all the multiple agencies. And from what I hear, Chief Han is buying tacos for everyone in the future. Is that just, but this issue hits very close to home on Stockton Boulevard. And I know that recently at the Sheriff's Department, both Chief, Deputy DA, Natalie Luna, did a great presentation for the Latino Roundtable out there about this issue and how to get involved. And more so, this is a clear example of how we're working multi-jurisdictionally to actually tackle a very emotional but a huge issue in our city. And more, for me, on Stockton Boulevard, which my family lives right nearby there, and see that. And from what was more emotional was our youth commissioner lives right on Stockton Boulevard and sees these issues every day. So with that, I wanted to thank them for those issues, and I know Councilmember Chenier wanted to make those comments as well because he's been active on this issue on Stockton Boulevard.
Thank you very much, Eric, for being Chief Han.
First of all, I want to thank you, Councilman Garrett, because I already owed them enough before you said I owe them tacos, so now I owe them double. Mayor and Council, I'm your Police Chief, Daniel Han. This is going to be lightning round, so I want to introduce some folks that the council member kind of mentioned a second ago before we get started. At the end of this, they'll come up to say a couple of words, but we have Sean Reagan, the special agent in charge of our entire region for the FBI. He's brand new here, so it'll be a good opportunity for you to meet him. Paul Derenberger, Assistant Chief at the DA's office, and Terry Galvin, the Executive Director of Cash. So I wanted to start real quick with a little bit of recent history of where we're at on this topic of human trafficking. Prior to 2006, we focused on arresting prostitutes, johns, and pimps using undercover officers that we often refer to as our vice unit. After 2006, we joined the FBI Lost Innocence Task Force. Now it's called the Child Exploitation Task Force, and we focused on juvenile prostitutes and those responsible for their exploitation. As you all know too well, in 2008, due to budget cuts, we cut our vice unit. However, we left 2 detectives on this FBI task force. And a little bit about technology, how that's changed things over time. The internet has shifted a lot of the street level prostitution that we used to see in abundance, that's still there, but we used to see it a lot more, has now shifted to online and indoors. So a little bit about the task force. The success of the Sacramento FBI Task Force on Human Trafficking led to one of our detectives being recognized as a nationwide leader, an expert, and a trainer on this issue nationwide. We often hear in this council chamber, I've heard it for years, about Sacramento being the second most highest level of sex trafficking in the country. And I believe that came from, in 2008, the FBI began an operation across the country that we were involved in, and we had the second most arrests. So basically, we were the second most successful in the country, and therefore now we're labeled as the second worst. So I don't think those two go together. So, but that's where that probably came from, that we continue to hear. So we continue, we believe that's where that came from. And although We don't believe we're the second worst. It is still a very critical issue in our city. It's a critical issue in every city that we want to pay close attention to. So a little bit on outreach. In 2008, there was a partnership established between Oak Park residents, former sex workers, business district, professors, and a couple of our very best Sacramento police officers, one being a sergeant, that created an organization called CASH. You'll hear a little bit more about that from their executive director, but it's Community Against Sexual Harm. CASH provides support, referrals, food, basic health care, mentoring, street-level outreach, and for women that are involved in that sort of thing, through diversion and all sorts of things that you'll hear a little bit more about in a second. Some of the strategies. We have, like I said a minute ago, we have 2 detectives assigned to the task force still to this day, one of which is here, and Detective Morse. And then also afterwards, that if you have any questions for them, is Captain Leong, who's oversees the whole investigations unit. We collaborate with the Sacramento County Juvenile Courts. We continue professional training for officers and detectives throughout our region. And in 2015, we joined the Sacramento County District Attorney's Office, Sacramento Together, led by the District Attorney's Office, to bring all of regional law enforcement agencies together to work collaboratively for a solution. So it's not just enforcement, but it's also intervention and prevention. And then some of our current and future efforts. Some of you have heard about this recently. We did a large county-wide operation, so that's part of the hotspots where we increased the regional efforts to conduct John stings throughout the whole entire county. We are entering into an interagency MOU with other agencies throughout the region. And in 2015, we also joined what I just mentioned, the Sacramento District Attorney's Office, Sacramento Together. The last thing on this slide is there's currently Assembly Bill 1206. It's a pilot program allowing Los Angeles and Oakland to remove vehicles that are involved in attempting to pick up girls and those sort of activities. It's what you probably remember as beat feet. And so if we join that pilot program with those other 2 cities, we will then start doing what we did back between 1999 and 2003 and seize vehicles of people who are involved in the solicitation of prostitution within our city. And with that, I would like to introduce to you some of our biggest partners. And first, I'd like to start with the special agent in charge of our very local special agent in charge, Sean Reagan, of our FBI office. Mr. Reagan.
Reagan, welcome.
Thank you, Chief. Mr. Mayor, members of the council, thank you for having me. It's a great opportunity to be here. I would like to, before I say a couple words, just thank the Chief. Chief asked me to come, and I said, yeah, I'd be really happy to do it. And he said, we'll probably be on a few minutes after 5, and you can be home for dinner. So, yeah,
I think it's early. I think he meant 5 a.m.
Yeah, he might have meant that. So I'll pay him back. Don't worry. Now, this is actually why I actually did get a lot out of this. It was a civic lesson, actually, and so I did enjoy seeing the public, participation and whatnot. So I'm joking, but it actually was good. So just wanted to say, human trafficking, obviously, as the Chief mentioned, significant problem. That goes from labor trafficking, domestic servitude, sex trafficking. I think in California, and at least here in Sacramento, sex trafficking is probably the major threat amongst those 3. And really, as the Chief mentioned, it's the partnerships that we have to try to combat that threat. I mean, our number one goal, utilizing the partnerships, is to rescue the victims. And then, of course, the second goal on top of that is to investigate and prosecute the traffickers. And we do that either through the federal system, state, local systems, right? But it all comes back to the partnerships we have and the partnerships that the Sacramento FBI office has with the Sacramento Police Department and with other agencies in the area is phenomenal. The commitment is phenomenal, and working together is how we succeed and how we protect the community and protect the victims that are being trafficked. And last but not least, let me thank the officers and the agents that work together, and I can really really say in all the places I've worked, the officers and agents that work this particular violation, this particular threat, they're so committed to helping the victims and protecting them and rescuing them. It's really a life commitment for them, and they don't want to. That's all they want to really work that and commit their professional lives to that particular violation. So I applaud them. I applaud them for the work they do, and we couldn't be successful without them. So I look forward to being a member of this community going forward, and look forward to a strong partnership with.
Where did you move from, sir?
Where am I from?
Where'd you move
originally
from?
San Francisco.
Okay.
But I've been moving around the country,
Yeah.
with the Bureau, so.
Thank you. Well, welcome again to you. I want to ask one question, which is, when I was in the legislature, I authored a bill that was signed by the governor to provide a 1-800 number for trafficking victims. The number supposed to be placed in truck stops, certain bars, places where, is that having any sort of positive impact? Is that an outlet for victims to be able to get in touch with federal or state law enforcement, to be able to get rescued, essentially get the help that they need?
I think it is. I mean, the reporting that we get from citizens, whether it be anonymous calls or people that are wanting to cooperate with us, it's pretty extensive, and so that public outreach I think goes a long way. I don't know, Chief, if you
1-800. I may just.
Is very beneficial, and what we find is it's a clearing.
Yeah.
Which law enforcement agency would be appropriate, or which jurisdiction, and then they send
It's a
them.
national hotline, right?
Correct.
And it's multilingual? I think it's multilingual.
I believe
Yeah.
so. I'm not
Okay.
100% sure,
Okay.
but they are helpful in identifying the correct law enforcement agency to make the referral to.
Okay, good. Thank you. Good to know.
Now, when the FBI serves a search warrant on my home, I'm going to have to provide them tacos too. So thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Mr. Paul Durenberger from the District Attorney's Office. And he's still here, believe it or not.
Thank you. Well, thank you again all for your patience tonight.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate it. Not always an easy job that you have. We're here just as a show of support. Obviously, we started Sacramento together a couple of years ago, but it kind of evolved out of the Rescue and Restore group that is still in town that we are also partners with. The idea being not just bringing together all law enforcement, but bringing law enforcement together with community groups that work on this project all the time, so that everybody can listen to each other and really listen to what the needs of our community are. And I'm really excited about the fact that in the last year and a half or so, we've really had some really good dialogue about what law enforcement should focus on. And we're really getting a fantastic response from Sacramento Police and now all of the agencies. It's interesting, once Sacramento Police kind of took a lead in this, that the other agencies were willing to follow up and really do a community-wide centered sting on sex buyers, which is really something the community's been asking for, because if you really want to make a dent in this issue, you have to let the people that are creating the demand know that this is unacceptable. When people are literally going on the internet and trolling for children, you have to make sure that they know that law enforcement is going to make an effort to prevent you and to stop you. And I think that message started with our first hotspot community effort. There were multiple law enforcement agencies involved in that, and they have all committed now to do follow-up sting efforts in the future. So going forward, I think it's going to be fantastic for our community. I'm always happy to have Sacramento Police as one of our leaders.
What kind of ongoing reporting might we use to let the community know, and maybe the perpetrators know that?
We had the media, the last thing that he's referring to, we had the media along with us.
Okay, good. Okay, Good.
We've gotten a lot of good cooperation from that also.
Good. Excellent. Thank you so much. Good.
Now, probably one of the most important parts of this is from CASH, so I'd like to introduce Terry Galvin, the Executive Director of CASH.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, I want to thank you guys for your support since we started in 2008. I think we were a unique idea at that time, and we have really stayed very true to our roots, and you guys have been along and supported us, and we really appreciate that. In 2016, May of 2016, we launched a specific anti-trafficking program in cooperation with Opening Doors, Inc. At that time, we looked at a grant opportunity through Cal OES, and Deborah DeBont was the executive director at the time, and most people came to the table wanting to open another shelter, a 6-bed shelter for victims of human trafficking. And Deborah and I sat down and we said, you know, every time we do that, we keep ending up with so many people who aren't served for so many reasons. Space being one, a 6-bed shelter is going to be constrained by 6 beds. That's the most obvious. But for so many other reasons, people need women who have been sex trafficked, have very diverse needs that we have to approach on a case-by-case, one-by-one situation. So we wrote a grant that let us really pass through a great deal of money. If it was rehab that was needed, we could provide rehab. If it's transportation assistance, everything that we thought might be needed, we wrote into the specific grant, and we were awarded. In May 16, we launched that grant program. And Swan Vaden, she's here, she's our program manager. As you know, we use a peer model. Most of you know that. All of the women who work on my staff have lived experiences that match the women we serve. And Swan was trafficked as a minor, and she is a wonderful example that life fully improves and becomes a wonderful, exciting place. And so with that approach, we launched this program, and we expected to serve 12 women a year. And right now we're at about 35 women we've put through the program. This September, this month now, when City College started, we had 3 women enroll in City College. It's just been such an exciting time. And their backgrounds were really some of the most devastating backgrounds that you might hear of. The cases that we are drawn to, that we want to work with, are women who have had very, very tough backgrounds. And for these women, that is their life, and they are permanently housed and they're attending college, but we are still wrapping them in support. Our model is long-term. It's about a 2-year program. We have a partnership with Dignity Health to provide very comprehensive health care. We have a therapist. So we really have approached this as how can we provide everything somebody might need, knowing what we know about their backgrounds. And so far, we've been very, very proud of that program, and we're collecting a lot of information so that we can share it with what we're learning along the way. So I thank you guys for your support. I think a number of you probably wrote letters for that grant, and we really appreciate it.
One of the things I think, first of all, heroic work, but I think one of the things I want to know is what we can do to give you more capacity. Because, you know, when I did my ride along recently along Stockton Boulevard, it struck me the officer is very compassionate in terms of dealing with some of the young women out on the streets, but there wasn't a lot to refer them to. And so you are providing sort of a unique service. I know there's some others that are doing the same, and so part of this needs to be obviously the enforcement on the perpetrators. I consider the underage prostitutes, if that's what they are victims. So what can we do to give our line officers, for example, more referral resources to expand what you do?
We work with adult women. And we have a drop-in center, and we do get direct referrals. We get phone calls from law enforcement. We respond, but we work with adult women. There is nothing like our program for minors.
There's nothing like that for minors, and you're limited even in the number
And
grant
then
funded by the adults that you.
I have a staff of 6, including myself, and a $220,000 budget, and that's with the massive increase from Cal OES. So we are taking the heaviest lift we can, and that's what we can do.
Maybe the first start is to tell them.
Yes, we have support for the fundraiser on the council, and we have a fundraiser on Monday night, the 18th. And that really, it does help us keep the doors of our center open. Having a place where a door is open, where law enforcement can call or they can drop by, that's very, very important.
And it is, where is it?
Having an open, my fundraiser, where is it?
Yeah, where, when?
It's Monday, the 18th at 5:30, and it's at Oak Park Brewing Company.
Okay, thanks.
And we would love to see you there.
Excellent, okay.
So anyways, we need to figure out something else similar to what we do or with the lessons we've learned that would have a place for minors also.
Thank you.
With that, Mayor, that concludes our presentation. I just remind you that we have Detective Morris here and Captain Leong in case anybody has any questions specific to that. And with that,
thank you. I know we have one question. Eric has been talked about this for many weeks, and so we take his testimony and then we'll hear from my colleagues. Thank you so much. One speaker.
One speaker, Eric Frame.
Yep.
Hi, I appreciate doing this for me.
It wasn't necessarily for you, by the way.
Oh,
but, you know,
it just kind of seems like it.
Actually, do kind of care about the issue. You know.
I made the point about the second worst city in the USA, and your answer was that you probably believe that's because of this or that, and you might believe this or that. I thought cops worked with facts and not assumptions. All right, clearly we need a cash group for minors, obviously, because child trafficking is running rampant. Why only 2 detectives? The FBI called Sacramento the hub of child trafficking. Why only 2 detectives in the hub of child trafficking? What I also didn't see was ritual abuse up there on the PowerPoint presentation.
What do you call it?
Ritual abuse. Look it up. It's related to Satanism. On the members of the DOJ, your other partner up there, some members of the DOJ on the national level have been implicated in child trafficking as well. That's from revelations provided to the people by WikiLeaks, which are emails that were written, they're not made up. So, right, and then there's the whole thing about California decriminalizing the child prostitution earlier. And from what I hear, that has actually made things worse. Because instead of arresting the children and putting them in a safe location, jail for a few days. Instead, we just shoo them back into their family's home where they go back out the door, or they're put into some halfway house with who knows what goes on in there. So I hope my points are being heard.
Time is up, but that last point I think was really an important point that ought to be explored a little bit. The unintended consequence, or not the arresting, these are victims, these, especially the minors are victims. But we've got to have some alternative other than just, turning them back.
I think there's a little bit of misperception on that, so I'd probably ask Christy to answer that a little bit about what all we do with the juvenile girls.
That's the important part. The chief mentioned the MOU that we collaborate on or that we signed up to, and that's with one of the agencies is Child Protective Services, who is the lead and has been, state legislation has made them the lead on investigating these or taking responsibility for the victims in these cases. Since they have been decriminalized, it has really pushed the burden onto the CPS side. So I think us collaborating with CPS to kind of address those needs and find out and working with them to further our investigations of their exploiters and also make sure that they're receiving the services and have as much information to get the appropriate services to the girls, as they are the primary agency that's now responsible for them, as they are under 18 and legally must be.
No, does that clarify for everybody? Okay, thank you. All right, Councilmember Guerra.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. All I wanted to just say, it's been a long night. Thank you, all of you, our community partners. I have the cash fundraiser on my schedule, and we've already committed to being sponsors. And I think Councilmember Ashby in the past has been a sponsor. I know Councilmember Chenier is a regular sponsor, but hopefully everyone can share a pint on Monday night for that effort. But again, this is another example that we should convey to our constituents in our cities, that it's multi-jurisdictional entities working together to solve an issue, because it's not just in the city, it's also in the county and in areas where we're like in Stockton Boulevard, half city, half county. It's imperative that our units are working with the sheriff's gang units to share information on those pieces. So with that, Mr. Mayor, thank you for agendizing this and having this conversation. And I know Councilmember Ashby and Councilmember Warren have worked on this for a few years prior to, but thanks again.
Everybody, yeah, thank you. And we've got more work to do here on this one, obviously. Councilmember Ashby.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Councilmember Guerra, for your work, especially as of late, and then bringing the presentation forward, because I think it's important to have an ongoing dialogue on this one. I do want to say a couple things. First of all, I know our chief is running on 2 hours of sleep, and Captain Leong's running on, I think, 3. So thank you guys for...
I'll be only one.
Yeah, thanks for hanging in there with us really late, and I'm sorry about the FBI raid. You're both going to get on your house for keeping the FBI here late with us, too. But this is again a really important issue, and I'm sorry it's so late, but I don't want to shortchange it. I have had the opportunity to work with this group, as has Councilmember Warren a few years back. Mayor Johnson asked us both to take leadership roles on this. Councilmember Warren did an outstanding job. He helped fundraise money for a billboard campaign. It helped Anne Marie, the DA, and it was very instrumental in some of the outreach efforts that were happening. Mayor, as you know, some of my good friends run some of the programs. I'm all signed up for cash on Monday now. I don't think I've missed one since I've been a council member, or at least not. I may have missed it physically, but I've never missed the funding opportunity to help cash along. I think they're exceptional. City of Refuge does great work in this area too. Good friends of mine and Mr. Dernberg's. I am very proud of them. Monica, Luna, and Anne Marie and the others who have put this task force together have made a big dent, and they need lots more resources, and they could use lots more help. And I was here too when we defended the 2 positions that we held on to with both hands hard as we could during the recession when we were cutting back detectives. We refused to let go of those 2. One, of course, national expert called on regularly. And Mayor, you were there with me before you were even mayor when we brought forward a resolution to make Sacramento a leader on this issue and make a big commitment with folks like people who have done this in the past, like Courage and Open Doors, and folks like that who have helped sort of keep that dialogue going around this issue. I think, sort of, Mayor, you hit on the key issue, which is, there was this legislation piece that happened recently that some of the groups, and I won't speak for the ones in the room, but some of the groups were really worried about, because they want to make sure that these girls aren't further victimized.
Yeah.
And as you know, and we all know, legislation can start with really the best of intentions and end up with some consequences that need to be avoided. We need to, and if we get it wrong, we have to go back and fix it. And I think there are some things that are happening now, some burdens that have been shifted to CPS, and I'm not sure CPS has the capacity to really address the needs of these young people. You need only spend one day at any one of the centers. I've spent many in Oak Park at City of Refuge, and CPS is not the right entity to help with this. or if they are, they definitely need more resources and some specialty services to deal with the type of capacity that these young ladies are facing in their lives to get out of this cycle that they're in, and the amount of patience you need to have to work with these young girls, because as soon as things get bad, they have a tendency to go back to it. So you have to have a real willingness to just keep being forgiving and keep giving them more and more opportunities. And so I think, Mayor, what we need to do as a city is engage with the SAC Together task force beyond just our police department. I think we need to think about who at the city level, and maybe it's some type of group from this council, maybe it's Councilmember Guerra. I'd be happy to. I know Councilmember Warren is passionate about this issue too, and Chenier. Some combination of us, we could engage to hear how could we help structure city policy, how can we partner with legislators, and how can we partner with the county to provide the types of resources necessary to create a safety net not only for the youth who are engaged here, which we don't have a good safety net for in terms of CPS or corrections or whatever we're doing there, but also to expand resources to help them with the wraparound service components that are required to really protect these women from going back to a life that is devastating. So, Mayor, as we move forward, I'd love to work with Councilmember Garrett and Warren on how we might better engage with this group and bring forward some policies to help them.
Good. Well, listen.
We didn't mention, but I did want to recognize our city attorney's office, because our JFN team is working with the coalition to add those components and get perspectives on those issues. So thanks to Gustavo. And I think that, Fran, we're already in the legislation right now. So if it's signed by the governor, we would have the access to get into that, right, into that pilot program.
Open any creativity ordinance-wise, to the degree on the funding side that we can figure out collaborative funding ways to enhance the service side especially. Yes, we ought to be drawing down more grant. We ought to be helping to draw down more grants too. It's more federal, state money. We know people. Okay, thanks, Councilman Harris.
Thank you, Mayor. When I asked for this report back, I kind of had a different vision in mind. I asked for a status report on the severity of the problem, what's really going on the streets. I expressed a concern about things that were happening on Alhambra. Terry, it's nice to see you again, by the way. So those are the issues that I really wanted to hear about tonight. It's really not the turn of the report that was presented, but I'm very interested in this. Before we can take policy decisions, before we can talk about what resources we need to allocate, we need to know where we're at on the street. What is the severity of the problem? How many people are being trafficked? Where are the hot spots? Who's on it? Do we need more officers involved? Do we need more detectives involved? So these were some of the answers that I hope to get tonight. And I realize the hour is late. Chief, perhaps you can help me get there with some of those answers. Staff generally. Norm, perhaps you can help out as well. We know it's a problem, and we know we have great providers and a lot of people working on the team. So, that's all been made clear tonight, but what wasn't made clear was exactly how deep this problem is right now in Sacramento and what resources are being allocated to it. So I hope that you can help me get that information, because as Councilmember Ashby, thank you. It's that late I forgot her last name. I almost said Councilmember Angelique. As she said, maybe we can affect this from the dais, and we would certainly want to. The will is there, but the information thus far, at least for me, is not. So I'd appreciate the help with that.
Okay, thank you so much. Well, listen, I thought it was a great presentation in terms of bringing a very important issue to public attention that does not always get, the attention it needs and deserves, right? This is a shadow problem in many respects, but my God, these are people and they're victims, and Thank you. We'll continue to figure out how to work with you and whatever we can do to enhance these efforts as a city. That's it. Thank you. That's the agenda for tonight. That's it. All the announcements and stuff, I encourage everyone to use your Twitter accounts, your Facebook pages, and all of your other mediums to communicate. Well, Councilman Hanson.
One more.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just have a report out, an AB 1234 report, which was required by the legislature, and it has to be done here, so Twitter is not an acceptable medium. Last week, I had the pleasure of visiting our sister city in Jinan, China, and we had a delegation of 12 people on the trip from Sacramento, and excuse me, everybody.
Guys, I'm sorry. We're still meeting. If you could please take it outside. Thank you so much.
We had a wonderful delegation. We were received by the mayor, vice mayor, and other officials in Jinan. Had an opportunity to tour their life sciences city, which is larger probably than our whole central city of Sacramento, and to meet with various industry, including their basketball team. And we've got some things in the works to maybe do a exhibition match between the Kings and the Shandong Gold Star basketball team, and potentially soccer as well. So working on further collaboration, but it was a wonderful opportunity to represent the city.
Good. I'm glad you had a great trip, Councilmember Ashby.
I'll use social media for any announcements I have, but just two things that I can't use that for. One is Councilmember Jennings, or Vice Mayor Jennings, I think this has to be made public, voted yes, but we lost, he could hear us, we couldn't hear him. He voted yes on the Powerhouse Science Center and yes on the SPOA contract.
Okay, so let's, if without objection, let the record then reflect that, just technology and...
Yeah, he just couldn't quite.
And he communicated with you?
He did, and I shared it with the clerk. And he is still on the line.
Still on the line, Vice Mayor Jennings?
I'm right here.
There he is.
Okay, so you did vote yes on the Powerhouse Science Center and the SPOA contract?
Yes, sir.
You did. We just didn't
Item
hear.
number 16,
Okay.
18 and 19.
Okay, without objection, then we're going to record you as aye votes on both of those items. And the technology just didn't allow us to hear your vote. So let the record reflect. Thank you.
And then the last item is I just wanted to, we have a housing crisis and we talk about it all the time here. And I'm fortunate to sit in a district that has a lot of growth. And I've heard from several developers as of late that they're frustrated with the pace through our planning department, which means the production of houses is a little slower than it should be in the city. So I'd like to ask the city manager to just come see me or report to the council if you think needs to be on how we can add positions to the planning department to help streamline the process of people who are trying to get the houses through, not the decisions. All the decisions
Could I ask
still
a
need.
question?
Sure.
Because what I've heard is the planning side is working pretty well, but the building department is actually permitting, and those approvals is pretty slow from a lot of projects getting caught up.
Planning is challenged too.
I think.
Maybe it's time for a workshop here on. In fact, that was going to be a follow-up, right, to one of our housing deals. We were going to talk about the regulatory impediments on housing.
I think
Maybe
that's a
we
really
could do
good
it.
point. I think it's both Councilmember Hanson, and I'm sorry to bring it up so late, but I think it's really important since we're addressing housing and we're all trying to get on top of it as fast as we can. And we put out 700 permits in District 1 this year, and we're having a hard time getting them across the finish line, even though they're sold. So we got to push those through, Mayor. I think Councilmember Harris.
Okay, Jeff?
Yeah, I just have one request for yourself and the city manager.
Yeah.
I've been working on a different iteration of Pit Stop, and we're about ready to make a presentation.
Oh, good.
So I'd like to get on the agenda.
Yes.
To bring that back.
Okay, let's make sure that happens. Can you come talk to me about it so we...
I'd be happy to. And listen, Natomas Pops is this Saturday. I hope to see some of my colleagues out there. It's the last Pops of the season, and it's going to be a fun one.
Pop goes the weasel.
Okay, well, that's terrific. Thank you, everybody, for a very productive, I know long, but very productive and important meeting tonight. Thank you to the staff, and we will stand in adjournment until next Tuesday. Thank you.